every step forward uncovers new mysteries, and the journey of self-discovery grows even more dangerous. Welcome to Part 3 of the Accidental Animagus. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today, we're continuing with Part 3 of the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel, covering chapters 21 to 30. The stakes are higher, the magic is more complex, and the twists keep us on the edge of our seats. If you've been captivated so far, you're going to love where the story takes us next. Disclaimer: as always, this audiobook is based on a fan-created story and is not part of the official Harry Potter canon. All rights to the original series belong to J.K. Rowling. This adaptation is made purely for entertainment and to celebrate the creativity of fanfiction authors. In Part 3, the protagonist is forced to confront the consequences of their animagus transformation. The journey deepens as they face new challenges, forge unexpected alliances, and begin to uncover hidden truths about their magical abilities and the dangers that come with them. If you enjoy immersive fanfiction like the Accidental Animagus, consider supporting the channel by becoming a member. Members gain access to exclusive perks and help us continue bringing these incredible stories to life. Let's dive right into Part 3 of the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel. Enjoy! Chapter 21. A Seeker, you say, Minerva? Said Albus Dumbledore, raising his bushy white eyebrows. I've never seen anything like it, Albus, Minerva replied with a rare air of excitement. The boy's a natural. His first day on a broom, and he caught a practice snitch in a 50-foot dive. Charlie Weasley couldn't have done it, or at least not at his age. Very impressive, Albus said thoughtfully. If his guardians approve of him joining the team, I think we'll have a decent chance at the cup this year, Minerva continued. And heaven knows we need it. Severus was gloating for weeks after last year's match. Of course, Albus said with a smile. And as the boy's magical guardian, I will happily grant my approval. But you're not. Excuse me? Didn't you know? Andromeda Tonks took over as both Harry's and Hermione's magical guardian over a month ago. Surely you were informed. I think you may be slipping, Albus. The headmaster seemed uncomfortable as he looked over to one corner of his office where he kept a large stack of government paperwork. He drew his wand and muttered a complex summoning spell. 2 documents flew out of the middle of the stack and settled on his desk. He looked them over. There it was, just as Minerva had said. It was a minor point in the grand scheme of things, and probably better for the children, to be honest, but he was a bit unsettled that it had managed to slip by him. I must have missed it on the first pass, he said with a weak smile. I trust that you will contact Madame Tonks and the Grangers. Of course. I will keep you informed. She turned to leave, but looked back for a moment. Oh, and I suspect that Draco Malfoy will be the Slytherin team seeker by Monday, she added. She walked out down the spiral staircase. Albus sighed. Why am I not surprised? Do you think we have time for karate practice before dinner? Harry asked after McGonagall had dismissed them. After all that, you still want to practice karate? Hermione said. Hey, you're the one who said we should practice every day. She checked her watch. I guess we have time to run a few if we hurry up to the 7th floor. They went on to the grand staircase and climbed up the 4 flights from their meeting with Wood to the 7th floor corridor. But they didn't particularly notice that someone was following them. Someone who had been following them all the way from the training grounds. Something about Harry Potter didn't make sense, thought Draco Malfoy. Maybe more than one something, and he was going to get to the bottom of it. Could it be that these muggle sports of his really made the difference? He had heard the rumors filtering through the castle about Potter's and his sister's supposed training. It was time he saw it for himself. So he followed at a distance, planning to watch from the shadows to see what they were really up to. He motioned behind him for his friend to follow, not Crabbe or Goyle. They didn't have a clue about being discreet. He brought Theo not along with him. Ultimately, this was a matter for the noble houses, after all. Theo had an impatient look about him at the moment, but he reluctantly accepted the importance of intelligence gathering. Draco and Theo were all set to spy on the two without being seen, but they needn't have worried. As soon as they got close to the corridor, they heard quite a few more than two voices. He peered around the corner and saw that a group of half a dozen Hufflepuffs, led by Susan Bones, no less, had come to watch, and Potter and Granger were openly explaining to them what they were doing. Draco made a snap decision and just walked toward the group to see what would happen. Then Potter and Granger started moving. They were fast, both of them. Draco wouldn't want to connect with one of those fists. Of course, the thing to do would be to not let them get close enough. That would explain their speed and precision on a broom, perhaps, but not Potter's intuitive flying skills. Could he really be just that good? When they stopped moving after a couple of minutes, Draco noticed more than a few eyes falling questioningly on him and Theo. "So what is this, your dance class?" Theo said. Then he laughed at his own joke, but no one else did. Potter stopped where he was and stared Theo down. It was a wary, almost predatory stare, or that's how it seemed after seeing him fly. "Is there a problem, Mr. Knott?" he asked politely. Draco nudged Theo with an elbow. Fortunately, they were standing close enough that the action would be hard to spot. "Just watching Mr. Potter," Theo said. Draco nodded his agreement, and he watched them very carefully. He may have been a pureblood, but he was well-read, and this wasn't just a muggle skill. He had seen magical photographs of Japanese wizards from families 2,000 years old practicing these kinds of moves, though usually with a wand or staff. But being allegedly raised by muggles, he wondered if Potter even knew that. And more pressingly, what did he and his sister think they were doing? Not flaunting their skill to intimidate, nor hiding it to keep it in reserve. If Potter was so politically savvy, what had Aunt Andromeda told him about this? Something about Harry Potter definitely didn't make sense. Potter and Granger broke it off to go down to dinner. And Draco and Theo again followed at a distance, discussing what they had seen in hushed whispers. Theo thought that Potter and Granger were just being careless, which was admittedly a possibility. But the thought crossed Draco's mind, though he did his best to dismiss it, that the martial arts could be a distraction. If they weren't hiding that, were they hiding something else? He started formulating a plan, deciding on the safest way to give Potter another small prod. He considered the possible outcomes as he walked, just like his father always told him. The worst that could happen, if he was careful, would be that Snape would have to bail him out and dock a couple of points. The best case scenario, well, he could really nail Potter if he was lucky, but it would be a long shot. Yes, he thought it would be a good chance to take. When he got to the Great Hall, he waved off Theo and quickly retrieved Crabbe and Goyle from the Slytherin table and filled them in on what he had seen. Then he walked around for the second time that day to the Gryffindor table. "So, Potter, you learned to fight like a muggle," he said with a practiced sneer as he approached the scar-faced boy. "Sounds like a waste of time to me. Why would you bother?" He saw Granger turn pink at his words, and Weasley bristled across the table. Potter slowly stood up to face him. Harry knew he should really tread carefully around Draco Malfoy, but anytime someone started talking about muggles like that around him, It was really starting to tick him off. "Why shouldn't I, Mr. Malfoy?" he said, stepping up the sarcasm. "You keep a pair of bodyguards like a muggle. I could take you any time with a wand." "Potter," Malfoy snapped. "I'll do it tonight if you want wands at midnight. That is, if you're brave enough to have a proper wizard's duel. That's wands only, no contact. I assume you know about dueling, Potter." "Of course he does," Ron said, springing to his feet. "I can be your second, if Hermione doesn't want to. I know a few good spells." Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy all gave him a brief, confused look, and Harry held up a hand. "It's cool, Ron." "Hermione, you know the school rules better than I do," he said rhetorically. "Is that actually allowed?" "Well, since there's supposed to be no magic in the halls, and no going out after curfew. No. The school's required to allow honor duels, but they have to be supervised by a professor." "Right. And since there was no formal grievance issued, unless you care to name one, Mr. Malfoy, I think this would qualify as either an exhibition duel or an informal duel, which I'm guessing would both fall under Professor Quirrell's discretion." "Correct, Mr. P. Potter." They all jumped as Quirrell himself appeared, seemingly out of nowhere beside them. He still hadn't shaken that stutter when he said Harry's name. "And I am highly inclined to permit only public exhibition duels. There's not much point to having a duel in a school setting if others can't learn from it. Perhaps in the Great Hall in the free period after dinner. Mr. Malfoy." This wasn't one of the possibilities Draco had thought of. How in Merlin's name had Quirrell got here from the high tables so fast? But he could think on his feet. He recalculated the odds and went for it. "Fine by me, Professor." "So what'll it be, Mr. Potter?" "I still say I could take you with a wand." "Oh, I suspect you could, Mr. Malfoy. In fact, I'd be surprised if you hadn't had some special training in the subject. However, you do realize, don't you, that since you issued the challenge, I would be within my rights to call no wands, which would give me the advantage with my muggle training. Either way, it doesn't really sound like a fair fight." Draco turned up his nose a hair, doing his best to mask his astonishment that Potter had just admitted to having inferior magic skills. A muggle duel, though, could he shame Potter out of? No, Potter had proved more than once today that he was smarter than that. "Well, I wouldn't want to be unfair," he said with a slightly mocking grin. "I guess we'll just have to settle this on the Quidditch pitch. Instead, I guess we will," Harry said with a grin. "Sorry to bother you, Professor. I don't believe we have a dispute at the moment," Malfoy added. As Malfoy and Quirrell both walked away, Hermione let out an exasperated sigh. "Really, Harry? That's 3 times he's tried to get a rise out of you today. What's he doing?" "Probably seeing if he can get me in trouble," Harry replied. "I mean, come on. An after-hours duel in the corridors? Who would buy that?" "I don't know. He seems smarter than that. Maybe he's testing you." "Well, it doesn't matter. Does it? He won't learn anything really important." "Not if you're careful," she warned. She dropped the matter and, as she often wound up doing, spooned some vegetables on Harry's plate. "I still would have been your second," Ron muttered. "Ron, do you even know what a second does?" Hermione asked. "Well, a second's there to take over if you die." "No, Ron. A second is there to make sure nobody cheats." "What? Seriously? I'm gonna kill Fred." "You know, I hate to admit it, but Malfoy's kind of right." A voice came from behind them. Harry and Hermione turned around and saw Sully looking over her shoulder from the Ravenclaw table. "I've seen plenty of martial arts, and they aren't going to stop anyone with a wand." Some of the other Ravenclaws nodded. some of the majority with whom they hadn't had this conversation yet. "Yeah, we know that," Harry defended himself. "We're going to switch to dueling when we get the chance. Right now, we're mostly just staying in shape." "Well, just be careful around Malfoy," said Mandy Brocklehurst. "Daphne Greengrass says he's been training in magic since he was 9. "Sure, we'll do, Mandy," Harry replied. Of course, he thought to himself, "I've been training in magic since I was 7. "Harry, are you sure about this?" "Meone, Hagrid said Snape and my mom were friends in school. We don't really have any other connection to each other. He's got to be offering condolences for her death. What else could I regret absence mean?" It was Friday again, and that meant double potions with the Slytherins. Hermione was even more nervous than last week, since Harry seemed determined to reply to their professor's supposed message. "I'm still not convinced there was a message at all," she told him. "Malfoy seemed to think so, and he's the super politically trained kid. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? Professor Snape could give you detention for your cheek, and you get to explain it to Mom and Dad if he does." "Fine, but he's not going to," Harry said confidently as they entered the potions classroom. "Today, you will be attempting to brew the half-watch awakening potion," Professor Snape said coldly. "Do read the instructions carefully, and try not to have any mishaps." He glared at Ron and Neville. "Open your books to page 9 and begin." "Yes, Mr. Potter." "Professor, I had a question about last week's potion," Harry said innocently. The already cool dungeon seemed to chill a few degrees. Ron Weasley started making a small noise, trying to hint that Harry should back down. Now, Theo, Knott, and Crabbe and Goyle on the Slytherin side of the room started grinning at what they thought was about to happen, but Draco Malfoy's eyes narrowed as he watched closely. Everyone else was watching closely too, waiting to see what would happen to the Gryffindor who dared to question Snape. For his own part, Snape merely cocked a single eyebrow. "I read in one of my cousin's books on healing that many healing potions contain agrimony," Harry said almost truthfully, "but we didn't use it last week. Why wasn't it suitable for the boil-curing potion?" Severus Snape paused and regarded the boy. Could this just be a coincidence? But no, if anyone would have asked that for its own sake, it would have been Granger. Oh, yes, he had been watching Harry Potter closely these past 2 weeks, and he had to admit now that what he saw was not what he expected. True, he knew of the boy's past, the abuse, and the adoption by all accounts, a very good family, but it was hard to look at that face and that hair and not see his father. But when Potter showed up at the first class decently prepared, it had been a wake-up call. And then, as he witnessed twice and heard a third time how Potter had verbally slipped his way out of being baited by Draco, something that was starting to seem like an unwise move on Draco's part, he was forced to conclude that this was not James Potter. Nor, again, was he Lily Evans, though he was unmistakably the son of both. And this sealed it. There was no reason for the boy to know the language of flowers off the top of his head, although his studious sister might have caught it. To even think to look for a coded message in Snape's questions was something only James would do, but to actually take the time to reply, that was pure Lily. She had truly given him more than her beautiful green eyes. "Excellent question, Mr. Potter," Snape said. Several of the Slytherins' jaws dropped, and the Gryffindors covered their mouths to stifle a gasp. Ron had a small coughing fit. Neville froze like a deer in headlamps, and Lavender and Parvati both let out a small squeak. But Snape ignored all this. "Agrimony is an excellent medicinal plant for internal ailments," he explained almost pleasantly. "However, the boil-curing potion is a topical treatment. and as such, the nettles in the potion can serve the same purpose and also help the cream to be absorbed into the skin. Well, it's good to see that some students are taking an early interest in the principles of potion design. He paused for emphasis and smiled inwardly at the reaction he was about to get. 2 points to Gryffindor. Almost the entire class gasped openly. Pansy Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode both shouted aloud. What? Lavender Brown fainted, and Neville nearly did too. A single token point to Gryffindor was rare enough for Snape, but 2 was completely unheard of. Thank you, sir, Harry said quietly. Snape just nodded slightly. Miss Patil, please take Miss Brown to the hospital wing, he said offhandedly. The rest of you, if you're finished gawking, get back to work. There was a scrambling of books and potion supplies. A very surprised Hermione leaned over to her brother and whispered, I can't believe that worked. Harry just smiled. He did notice, though, even after everyone else got over the shock, that Draco Malfoy was staring at him suspiciously for most of the period. In the meantime, Snape patrolled the classroom as usual, thinking this was turning out to be a surprisingly good day. And James said he wouldn't know a good prank if it bit him on the arse. Parvati Patil did not return to class that morning. It emerged later that Madame Pomfrey thought she had gone mad when she said Snape had given 2 points to Gryffindor, and had kept her under observation until the word began to spread at lunch. Harry quickly noticed that the whispers about him, he returned to a level he hadn't heard since his first day at Hogwarts. He seemed to have started a new legend or two about the boy who lived. Yeah, Seeker, that's what I heard. They say he pulled off a perfect Wronski feint, and he'd never even been on a broom. That's impossible. Not even Harry Potter could get 2 points out of Snape. It was annoying, but Harry found not as annoying as before. At least he was being whispered about for things that he'd actually done. It didn't help, though, that Fred and George Weasley came up to him at lunch and started singing, for he's a jolly good fellow. From the way Snape was glaring down at the Gryffindor table, Harry was sure he was about to take those 2 points back. And then some. Luckily, Percy came over and told them to quiet it down, but then they dropped to their knees and exclaimed, only half mockingly, "Oh, great Lord Potter! That was the most epic prank we have seen in all our time at Hogwarts," Fred continued. "Including all the ones we pulled," George added. "Will you grant us the boon of explaining how, in the name of Merlin's Y-fronts, you did that?" Fred finished. Sorry guys, I don't really think it's my place to say," Harry replied. "I just talked to him. I'm still surprised it worked myself, but Harry was just being polite," Hermione added. "Being polite to Snape," Fred said, leaping to his feet. His twin followed suit. "We could never pull that off. Even if we tried. He is truly out of our league, brother. We bow to your skill for now." They both bowed low at the waist and returned to their seats, undoubtedly to plot how they could possibly one-up Harry Potter. "Don't mind them," Ron said. "You know, they're always like that. I still don't get how you did it. Though, that was about how things were like all day. Between beating Malfoy at flying and winning 2 points from Snape, Harry had been turned into the hero of Gryffindor. Hopefully not for very long. It was hard enough being the boy who lived, after all. But it was as they were leaving from lunch that Harry and Hermione got their biggest surprise when they heard a very calm voice call out behind them, "Mr. Potter?" They turned around and saw, of all people, Draco Malfoy standing alone. Neither of them had got into the habit of reaching for their wands, yet when something so unexpected happened, largely because they were still trying to catch up with wands and charms class, but they were both put on high alert They could both feel the magic crackling at each other's fingertips, though Malfoy probably couldn't. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy," Harry replied. "What's going on with you and Professor Snape?" he asked quietly. His calm did little to remove the deadly seriousness from his voice. "What do you mean?" He says asphodel. And wormwood, you say agrimony, and he gives you 2 points. "I know the language of flowers, Mr. Potter, and my father's known Snape for years." "What was that about?" "It's a personal matter," said Harry. "It's not my place to say. You can try asking him if you want." Malfoy's face darkened. "You're really going to keep us in the dark about this, Potter? I should think Slytherin has some right to know, since he's our head of house." By this point, Harry had had about enough of the prying. He stood up as straight as possible and tried to make himself sound as authoritative as an 11-year-old could. "Mr. Malfoy, this is a private matter between the House of Snape and the noble House of Potter. I am respecting Professor Snape's obvious intent of not publicizing the details. I hope you will also respect that intent. Good afternoon." He turned and walked away. Malfoy didn't follow. Hermione looked at her brother in awe as they left. "Harry, did you just pull rank?" "I think Cousin Andy called it familial privilege, but yeah, I guess. It's good to know being a lord is good for something around here," he said with a small grin. "Dear father and mother, I'm sure you have heard that I was extremely fortunate to be chosen as the Slytherin Quidditch team seeker pending paperwork, due to events involving the Gryffindors barely being able to put together a team. Unfortunately, these events also resulted in Potter being chosen as the Gryffindor seeker, and more to the point, he's actually good at it. Good enough that he'll be a serious challenge in the first match. Potter swears he's never been on a broom before, but he looks like he's been flying for years. Weasley already compared him with his brother, Charlie. Potter acted like he didn't even know how good he was. He claimed Muggle sports gave him the skill, but he's so far ahead of Granger that I suspect it's at most half true. I doubt he's cheating. Not even McGonagall would allow that, but there's got to be more to it. That's not the only thing about Potter that doesn't make sense. I can confirm that he is definitely a Gryffindor. He stands up for his allies, and he's not afraid of getting in a little trouble. But he's also smart. Too smart to bait easily, and even if he weren't, the professors are sticking too close to him to do it. And if Potter is smart, everyone says Granger is even smarter, smarter than any Muggle-born has any business being, but supposedly she's now claiming relation to the Folly family. The Ravenclaws say they're both strangely behind in charms, though. Potter and Granger have both been carefully evasive about their claimed life in the Muggle world, but they've both publicly demonstrated advanced knowledge of Muggle fighting techniques. I'm not even sure if they were being careless or making a statement. It looked like it could even be a misdirection, but I don't know for what. But today was the strangest part. Potter and Professor Snape appear to be sending coded messages to each other. Last week, Professor Snape asked Potter about asphodel and wormwood. I wasn't sure if it meant anything, but today Potter asked him about agrimony, and he gave 2 points to Gryffindor for it. Neither of them would tell me what it was about. Potter even said it was a private matter between their houses with the correct formula. If you know of something going on between them, I hope you'll tell me. I'm trying to put together a useful picture of Potter, but he's done a good job at hiding all the important pieces. Your loving son, Draco. P.S. Nothing on Dumbledore so far. Potter's been working a lot closer with McGonagall, at least in public, and I haven't seen any problems between them. Chapter 22, The Daily Prophet. Monday, September 15th, 1991. Potter versus Malfoy. New Quidditch rivalry brewing at Hogwarts. by Rita Skeeter. It is a little-known fact that if a house Quidditch team at Hogwarts cannot field a full team, tryouts are opened up to first-year students in hopes of filling the vacancy. That has happened this year, as after the graduation of their excellent seeker, Charlie Weasley, the Gryffindor team had no tryouts for seeker. Reports at Hogwarts say that not one, but 2 first-years performed well enough in seeker tryouts to join their house Quidditch teams. Harry Potter of Gryffindor, the boy who lived, and Draco Malfoy of Slytherin, son of leading conservative Wisengamot member, and Hogwarts board member Lucius Malfoy. My wife and I are very proud of our son for making the team in his first year, and we thank the Hogwarts staff for allowing him the opportunity. We naturally were not surprised, of course, since Draco has been playing Quidditch with his friends from an early age and has shown a particular aptitude for the seeker position, Lord Malfoy's office said in a press statement. Representatives for Lord Potter's office could not be reached for comment. But the real surprise of the tryouts was, of course, that Harry Potter competed at all. According to reports, the boy who lived initially showed his seeker skills in a dispute with Mr. Malfoy over a friend's remembrall, leading Gryffindor head and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall to encourage him to join the tryouts. Being raised by Muggles, Potter claimed to have never flown on a broom before, yet he apparently showed an instant talent for flying and narrowly edged out Malfoy in the tryouts. This show of skill, however, raises some questions. Was Harry Potter telling the truth about never having flown before? Was he perhaps given a better broom than the other students to make the tryouts? And why did no older students try out for the Gryffindor Seeker in the first place? Was it simply because of the gap left by Charlie Weasley? Or was it secretly orchestrated by the school staff in order to give Potter a chance to compete? And could Lucius Malfoy, with influence on the Board of Governors, possibly have been involved with the plan? However it happened, the rivalry between the two seekers has already become fierce, with several tense confrontations reported between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, and between Gryffindor and Slytherin houses in general. The first true test of both seeker skills will come on November 9th, when Gryffindor faces Slytherin in the first Quidditch match of the Hogwarts season. And if the rumors are to be believed, both Potter and Malfoy will be flying on new Nimbus 2000 brooms. The results of the match are sure to be much anticipated, and the Prophet will provide full coverage. "Oh, come on," Harry complained. "Can't she get anything right?" "Well, it is Rita Skeeter," Hermione observed. "I don't think she's really trying to. My Gran can't stand her," said Neville. "When I was little, she ran a piece on my parents. And well, it didn't end well." He shuddered as he remembered his grandmother's temper on that day. "I can't believe she'd accuse me of cheating to get on the team, though," Harry said. "I'd better write Cousin Andy, so she can clear it up." "Hey, it's not so bad," Ron told him. "All you gotta do is beat Malfoy in the first match, and then everyone will know how good you are." Harry smirked at that. Beating Draco Malfoy was something he'd be all too happy to do. The one consolation of the morning was that the blonde Slytherin was also loudly complaining about Rita Skeeter casting aspersions on his father. It was good to know that the woman was at least an equal opportunity offender. "Just try not to worry about the paper too much," Hermione insisted. "People are going to believe what they want to believe either way. Come on, let's look at Mum and Dad's letter. Dear Harry and Hermione, congratulations to Harry for making the Quidditch team. We're sure we were just as surprised as everyone else that you did so well your first time on a broom. We guess the karate really did pay off, along with your other skills. Of course, your mother's going to worry sick about it now. Quidditch still doesn't sound very safe to us. She was hoping she could at least wait a year before she had to worry about that. Good luck on the first match, but be careful and stay out of trouble. We know how sports rivalries can get even in the Muggle world. We're proud of you both for handling that Draco Malfoy so well. He sounds like he's just as much trouble as Cousin Andy said. You should probably keep an eye out in case he tries to cause any more trouble, especially with the Quidditch match. Hermione, good job with those switching spells. We're glad to see you're doing just as well in a magic school as a Muggle one. Keep up the good work. That goes for you too, Harry. That sounded kind of strange about Professor Snape. It was nice of him to tell you that message, but we wonder why he did it like that too, especially since it surprised so many people. Maybe he'd explain it in a more private setting? Anyway, it's good that he's not being too hard on you when so many people say he's unfair. We're glad to see you're settling in so well after 2 weeks, and it sounds like you're making good hope the rest of the year goes just as well. Missing you both, Mum and Dad. Professor Quirrell came into defense class that day with a stern look on his face. Most of the class was puzzled to see that he was carrying several pieces of wood, about 12 inches square and 3/4 of an inch thick. Harry eyed him suspiciously, wondering just what he was driving at. It has come to my attention, Quirrell said in a low, slightly menacing voice, that Mr. Harry P. Potter and Miss Hermione Granger are well versed in the Muggle defensive techniques known as karate. Several people nodded. It has also come to my attention that most of you have dismissed that fact as unimportant, unworthy of much notice. The looks on their classmates' faces said that some of them thought that was a little unfair, but they couldn't very well deny they were thinking it. That is a dangerous way of thinking, Quirrell said sharply. Several people flinched. If you dismiss a threat before you fully understand it, you will put yourselves in serious danger. I myself was not particularly familiar with this karate, but I have done some research into it, and I discovered something interesting. Quirrell made another of his little zoned-out pauses and jerked back into motion. Mr. P. Potter and Miss Granger, please come forward. Hermione and Harry glanced at each other and went to the front of the room. Quirrell then held up one of the boards for the class to see. Mr. P. Potter, do you recognize this? He asked. Yes, sir, Harry replied coolly. What is it? It's the same kind of board we use in karate practice at home. And is it solid wood? Yes, sir. Very good. Quirrell held the board in front of him by its edges. Now, without using your wand, break this board in half. A couple of people giggled. The board looked far too solid to do that with one's bare hands. Harry continued to stare at the defense professor suspiciously, but he took his stance, measured the distance, and punched the board hard. It clove in two instantly. People gasped around the room. Susan Bones started scribbling notes. Miss Granger, the same, Quirrell said, holding up a second board. I want to make it clear that this is not just a special power of the boy who lived. He glanced at Harry with what Harry was sure was a small smirk. Hermione took her stance and also snapped her board with ease. A couple of people applauded. Then Quirrell faced the class again. Now, he said, that was a very common demonstration of the art. There are quite a few Muggles who are capable of doing the same thing. He held up another board. Would anyone else like to try breaking one of these boards? Harry's and Hermione's heads both snapped to look at Quirrell in surprise. That sounded like a really bad idea. But the professor just said, "Look around." They saw that about half of the other students' hands were raised, including most of the Gryffindors and Zachariah Smith's, among other Hufflepuffs. What do you notice? Several hands started to sink in confusion, but no one had an answer. "None of your other Muggle-raised classmates raised their hands," he said. "Think about that. This is a Muggle defense technique. Do they know something you don't?" All of the other hands went down now. In order to properly assess threats, it is important to be aware of when your opponent may have different information than you and to consider what their motives are. It is a mistake to underestimate your opponent because what they do looks confusing, and it is also a mistake to underestimate them because what they do looks easy. Miss Granger, would you care to explain why your fellow Muggle-raised classmates were so reticent? "You have to know how to strike the wood properly, Professor," Hermione replied without hesitation. "If you hit it at the wrong angle, you could break your hand." "Correct," Quirrell said. There were murmurs from the class at this revelation. And since sending someone to the hospital wing with a broken hand would reflect rather poorly on my performance, we will not be having any more board breaking in this class. In any case, it is not a particularly useful skill against someone who has a wand. And at this, Quirrell held up his own wand and faced Harry across the open space at the front of the classroom. "Miss Granger, you may sit down." "Mr. P. Potter, what useful skills would you say you have gained from studying karate?" Harry kept a close eye on Quirrell's wand and laid a hand on the handle of his own as he answered. "Well, strength, endurance, and reflexes, I suppose, sir." "I see. I'm aware that some of your year-mates have seen your reflexes on the training grounds. I wonder if they would serve you as well at dodging spells." "Sir?" Harry tensed up. "Nothing serious, of course. Just some mild stinging jinxes." "Professor." Harry started, but before he could say another word, Quirrell pointed his wand at him, and without speaking, a small ball of white light shot out of it and raced toward Harry at high speed. He barely jumped out of the way in time. "Professor," he tried again, but another ball of light was already racing toward him. This one connected with his arm, feeling like a hard slap. "Ow, Professor," he dove to the side. "Is this an approved lesson plan?" he demanded as he rolled and started dodging faster. "At some point, I believe the only way to learn is by doing," Quirrell said lightly as he kept shooting stinging jinxes. Several people started laughing at Harry's predicament, including his own sister, though she hid it behind her hands. He'd get her back later. Meanwhile, Quirrell kept firing faster and faster, and Harry was sure he saw his face contort into an evil glare for an instant. Only after firing off about 20 spells, all but 2 of which Harry dodged, did Quirrell stop. "Excellent dodging skills," he said. 2 points to Gryffindor. "You may sit down now." Harry took his seat red-faced, but things only got worse when Zachariah Smith spoke up and said, "Well, of course he's going to be good." He made Seeker. One of Professor Quirrell's eyebrows slowly rose until it nearly disappeared under his purple turban. With a sudden lurch, he said, "Mr. Smith, I believe you're a bit of a Quidditch player yourself. Is that right?" "Yes, Professor," the boy said smugly. "I've played chaser in the junior league since I was 8. "Well, then, do you think you could put your dodging skill up against your classmates, Mr. P. Potter notwithstanding?" "Of course." Zacharias turned a little paler, but Quirrell egged him on. "Come now. Dodging drills are fairly common in the upper year defense curriculum. It can't hurt to get some extra practice in, can it?" Zacharias smiled weakly and rose from his seat. "I suppose not, Professor." He walked down to the front of the room and took his place opposite the professor, who immediately started firing spells. The boy started dodging, and while quite a few stinging jinxes did hit him, it was clear that he was still pretty good, and Quirrell confirmed this when he finished by saying, Not bad, Mr. Smith. For those of you who weren't counting, he glanced at Hermione and Harry. That was 14 out of 20. But Harry was sure Quirrell hadn't fired his spells as fast as Zacharias as at him. The boy returned to his seat, apparently content with what his fellow Hufflepuffs considered an admirable showing. But Professor Quirrell gave a knowing smile and said, "Miss Granger, would you please come forward again?" Hermione turned very pale and started trembling slightly, suddenly wishing she were anywhere but here. But Harry elbowed her in the side and whispered, "You have to go." It looked like she was going to get some payback sooner than he thought. The general consensus is that Miss Granger here could only be considered average on a broom, Quirrell explained. Hermione's cheeks turned pink. This is to demonstrate that these skills are not necessarily a result of conventional athletics. And without another word, he started casting spells at Hermione. Truthfully, Harry was too concerned with Professor Quirrell's behavior to really enjoy seeing Hermione get the same treatment he had. Besides, taunting his sister was supposed to be his job alone. But as it happened, everyone could now see what Harry already knew. While Hermione Granger might not be that steady on a broom, she was certainly quick and light on her feet. At the end, when Quirrell called her score as 15 out of 20, she sat down looking a little better about the experience in front of an annoyed Zacharias Smith. "So, what do you think of Professor Quirrell now?" Harry demanded once the class let out and they started down for lunch. "Well, I guess he's unorthodox," Hermione said tentatively. "Unorthodox? Hermione, he's evil," Harry hissed in a harsh whisper. She rolled her eyes. "Harry, he's not evil. You didn't see his face when he was shooting spells at me. He was really out to get me. He stopped and let the rest of the group go on ahead of them. You're being paranoid. It was probably just because you were so good at dodging." "I'm not being paranoid. It wasn't very nice of him to call us out like that in the first place. I'm going to ask Cousin Andy if that's really an allowed lesson. He was just demonstrating a point, and we were the two best people to do it. I know you don't like being the boy who lived, but you can't very well say you're not out of the ordinary." Harry grumbled. "You didn't have to laugh at me about it, though." "Well, it was kind of funny." "Was not. Was too. Was not. Was too," she insisted. "You looked pretty silly dodging Quirrell's spells like that." "I did better than you." "Still looked silly." "You're asking for it, sis," he said with a grin. Magic crackled around his fingertips, and Hermione backed away, cautiously readying her own hands. They'd both been known to throw weak, wandless, stinging jinxes at each other at home once in a while to their parents' dismay, but they could still hear footsteps in the corridor. So with a look from Hermione, Harry backed down, and they quietly snuck away. Harry and Hermione made a beeline for the library after classes ended for the day, partly because of Hermione's insatiable study habits, and partly because it was someplace they could speak in relative privacy. There was always a little something to talk about, like the latest newspaper article or letters from their family. Cousin Andy had promised to send some confidential stationery charm for their parents next weekend, so that would need to wait a little longer. The children felt a little bad for cutting her out of the loop like that, but Harry's animagus ability was still too secret to involve anyone else, according to Professor McGonagall. They talked and did homework for a while until there was a noise at the door, and a gang of first years in blue-trimmed robes came into the library. The Ravenclaws had just got out of their afternoon classes. A blonde girl surveyed the room, spotted them, and quickly approached the table. "Hi, I was hoping I'd see you here," she said eagerly. "Hi, Mandy, what's up?" Hermione asked. "Well, We heard at lunch when you were talking about Professor Quirrell's lesson today, and it turns out he gave us the same one. He did, they both said in surprise. Does someone in Ravenclaw know karate? Hermione asked. No, Sue Lee knows a little bit of. I think it's called Kung Fu, Mandy Brocklehurst replied. Anyway, Professor Quirrell had her do the board-breaking thing. And then he started shooting stinging jinxes at her. Harry groaned. He did? Yeah, but that's not the best part. He made Draco Malfoy do it too, because he's supposed to be the best Quidditch player in the class. Hermione started sniggering. He did. Yeah, except he didn't stop at 20. He said something about how Malfoy shouldn't make fun of Muggle fighting. And he just kept firing spells until he tripped and fell on his face. Harry and Hermione both laughed out loud. He didn't. Harry exclaimed. He did. Did Malfoy threaten to tell his father? Of course. But Quirrell would have to do a lot worse for them to fire him before exams. It's hard to find defense professors anymore. You see, Hermione nudged him. Anyone who can take Malfoy to task can't be all bad. Harry rolled his eyes. He wasn't sure he'd go that far, although he did wish he could have seen Malfoy get taken down a peg like that. Later that afternoon, Suli came out to join Harry and Hermione for their karate practice. She taught them some of her basic kung fu forms, and they taught her some basic karate forms, but since it was the preparation for dueling, that was really important, and they didn't spend much time learning each other's styles. Even so, Sue came fairly regularly to practice with them after that, having been inspired to practice more just to stay in shape. A few other people were interested enough in Professor Quirrell's lesson to get the three of them to teach them a few moves, but none of them became regulars, although Neville Longbottom, to their surprise, did keep showing up once a week or so. Dear Annie, there are some things I've been meaning to tell you, except I wasn't sure how to explain them. I don't really understand everything myself, but they've got me thinking. I saw Harry Potter and his sister, Hermione Granger, practicing a type of Muggle defense called karate. At least, I think that's how it's spelt. I don't quite follow it, but it looks like a lot of punching and kicking, except in special patterns. It's supposed to be more popular in Asia. I didn't think much of it at first, but Professor Quirrell made them demonstrate it in class today, and they broke through thick boards with their bare hands. He made them show how their training made them the fastest kids in the class, and they were really good at dodging spells. Now, everyone says that's how Harry got so good at Quidditch. I know you know a lot about defense and combat and things like that from the war, but I was wondering if you ever looked at this karate or anything like it. It looks really powerful, even though it doesn't use a wand, so it might be useful in some way. Harry and Hermione say they learn it for early training to get better at dueling later. The other thing is I've been talking to Justin and Sophie. They're Muggleborns and Hufflepuff in my year, and it's really weird how they never knew about the war until this summer. Even weirder than not knowing about magic. None of the Muggleborns are afraid to say you-know-whose name or anything. It's really disturbing. I mean, I guess it's not bad. Not really. You know who's gone. Except Professor Dumbledore doesn't think so. But it's just that they don't know any different. And they actually think it's silly to be afraid to say his name. But all that's because they've only known about the magical world for a few months. Harry and Hermione said they first learnt about magic years ago, around the first time they did accidental magic. And Justin and Sophie said they wish they'd done too, because it would have made things a lot easier for them. And I was thinking about it. And I was wondering, why wouldn't it be better to contact all the Muggleborns when they first did accidental magic? It would be a lot easier to keep track of them and keep the statute of secrecy, because if they start doing accidental magic and their parents don't know what it is, they start asking questions. Justin says his parents kept calling Muggle priests and doctors until he got his Hogwarts letter. I don't know if there's any way to make that happen, or even if it's a good idea, but it makes more sense to me. So maybe it's worth thinking about. Love, Susan. From the mouths of babes, she thought. Amelia Bones read her niece's letter with great interest. Both of those points had crossed her mind at times over the years, but she never paid them much attention. Now, seeing Susan point out the same things after just a couple of weeks of being in class with Harry Potter made her reevaluate them. The one about accidental magic was really rather obvious when she thought about it, and definitely worthy of careful consideration. It was just hard even for her to break out of her preconceived notions to think about it that way. Of course, it couldn't happen right away. They were having enough trouble already with the Muggle Protection Act, and too much too fast would scare the moderates away. It would be a long-term goal rather than a short-term one, but she suspected a good one. Dear Mom, Dad, and Ginny, can you believe Harry Potter got picked to be seeker on the Quidditch team? I couldn't believe his flying even when I saw it. I helped him out with the basics, but he learned it really fast. He didn't really fly like Charlie, though. He just dove for the snitch really fast. I don't know how that'll work in an actual game, but I think it'd be hard for even Charlie to make catches like that. I really hope he beats Malfoy. I can't stand that git. He even tried to challenge Harry to a duel, but I guess he talked his way out instead. Anyway, we really need to beat Slytherin to win the Quidditch Cup. Did you hear about Snape? Snape actually gave Harry 2 points. I still don't know how he did that one. Fred and George said he used dark magic to cancel out Snape's nastiness, but I think they were joking. Ginny, I think I like Charm's class the best, except flying. It's great finally being allowed to do magic, and that's where we've been casting the most actual spells. Except I keep getting paired up with Neville or Seamus. They're alright, but Neville's wand never works right, and Seamus keeps setting things on fire. Defense is pretty cool, too. Quirrell had Harry and Hermione dodging spells and stuff, and I heard he really got Malfoy good in his class. The other classes are just like Bill and Charlie always said. I gotta go. McGonagall gave us a lot of homework again. Love, Ron. Watcher Harry and Hermione. Congrats on making the Quidditch team. Harry, I knew you could do it. Mum told me about Snape. She explained it all, and I still don't believe it. Even out here, people are saying if Harry Potter can do that, he can do anything. Ha. Sorry, I know that probably bugs you, but I just think it's funny. Hermione, I hear you're doing pretty well, too. Teacher's pet already, I'm sure. Remember to take a break once in a while. Just remember everything I taught you, and you'll be fine. Aura training's great. It gets really in-depth into a bunch of advanced defense-type subjects. I'm sure I'll ace concealment and disguise. Even though Mad Eye's giving me a hard time because I still walk clumsy, it'll be a pain in stealth and tracking, but everyone else says my disguises are just fine. Being a metamorph has its advantages. The only problem is they're still short-staffed. A lot of them blame Snape for turning out so few potions, and EWTS kinda makes you wonder. But maybe that's just Snape. Anyway, I don't know how often I'll be able to write. Mad Eye's brilliant, but he's a real slave driver. Good luck, and go give Slytherin hell for me. Dora, our beloved son. We are very proud of you for getting onto the Quidditch team. That was an excellent bit of maneuvering, and from what we have heard, very good flying. It is unfortunate that Potter also got onto his house team under suspicious circumstances. Whatever the reason for his miraculous skills, we hope that you will be fully prepared to face him on the pitch in November. We can assure you that we know of no relationship between Professor Snape and Potter that would merit a covert message. We fully expected their relationship to be antagonistic and are most surprised by your report. However, Professor Snape operates at many levels, and it is entirely possible that this is part of some plan to which even the House of Malfoy is not privy. As such, you would do well to stay out of his way in such matters, as interference is likely to do more harm than good. Professor Snape has informed us that he considers you to have overstepped your bounds in your attempts to antagonize Potter. While the outcome of these attempts was acceptable, and they provided useful information, you should be more careful in your dealings with him. With his obvious training, Potter is not to be underestimated. Your chief objective should continue to be information, both about anything Potter or Granger may let slip, and about their interactions with professors and staff. That Potter is being closely monitored by other professors than Dumbledore is of interest. McGonagall is well known as the old man's lap cat, but Flitwick's and Quirrell's special attention are surprising, and we have learnt something else that is far more significant. We tell you this in confidence that you will not speak of it at Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore is not Harry Potter's magical guardian. The permission slip to the board for Harry Potter to join the Quidditch team was signed by Andromeda Tonks. They have not made this public for reasons that are not yet clear, and we also intend to hold it in reserve until an opportune time presents itself to reveal it. However, taken together, these facts suggest either that Dumbledore is purposefully hanging back to mask his involvement, has suddenly become more trusting of his minions, or no longer wields the influence he once did. Keep watch for any clues that may untangle these possibilities. We have had words with Professor Snape regarding Professor Quirrell's unprofessional behavior. Unfortunately, it would be counterproductive to remove him at this time, but we have made it clear that we expect fairer treatment of students from him. Father and Mother. Hermione woke up on Thursday morning expecting a long day. In addition to the academic classes, she once again had flying lessons at 3:30, and Harry had his first Quidditch practice was at 7, which she was planning to watch. So it was no surprise that Harry barely had time to wish her a happy birthday that morning before the mail arrived and started everything off. 2 large teams of 6 owls flew into the Great Hall, each carrying a long, thin parcel, one to the Gryffindor table and one to the Slytherin table. Harry's and Draco Malfoy's brooms had arrived. It was only Hermione's quick thinking to grab the parcel that kept the owls from dropping it on the table and tossing food everywhere. One of the disadvantages of Owlpost, she thought. A bout of cursing from the far side of the room told her that the Slytherins had failed to do the same. Mom and Dad had sent Hermione a book and some sweets for her birthday, and the Tonkses had sent her a charm bracelet that was charmed to glow in the dark, but she sighed as it seemed like that was the only recognition she was going to get all day. She'd mentioned when her birthday was to her roommates, but they didn't seem to remember, and Harry and all of the boys, for that matter, was preoccupied with his new racing broom all day. In fact, Harry was so distracted that it made things a good deal more difficult than usual in charms. It was hard enough to begin with learning to cast the softening charm without melting their wood blocks into pulp. Thankfully, the softening charm was one of a large class of charms that did not work on living beings, or else it could have been quite deadly if misused. Hermione was also sure that Harry didn't remember a word that Professor Binns said in history, as he was daydreaming the entire time. Granted, few people besides her ever did remember a word Professor Binns said. Now that he was on the Quidditch team, Harry was excused from the flying lessons, ostensibly to free up study time. He would have still come, except that the Nimbus 2000s were banned from the lessons due to the risk of him and Malfoy getting into a disaster seeker fight, so he told her he'd stay in and watch the training grounds from the library until she finished. After dinner, Hermione did head out to the Quidditch pitch with Harry, where Oliver would review the basics of Quidditch and gleefully ran Harry through his paces, repeatedly saying how Gryffindor was assured to win the Quidditch Cup this year. That was a nerve-wracking experience for Hermione. Harry's Nimbus 2000 was much faster than the school brooms. Seeing him zoom around at over 100 miles an hour, still swerving and diving all over the place, made her want to cover her eyes every other play, not to mention when would let one of the bludgers out. She just hoped Hogwarts Quidditch really was as relatively injury-free as everyone said. By the time they walked back up to Gryffindor Tower, Harry was in a much better mood than his sister. He was even humming to himself off and on, which only happened anymore when he was having a really good time. "You okay, Mione?" he asked as they approached the portrait of the fat lady. "Yeah, I guess," she sighed. "It's just been a long day." She didn't have the heart to tell him the real reason. This was her first birthday away from home. It was hard enough not having their parents there. She was hoping she could get a little more recognition from her brother. "Well, come on, let's get inside." Harry gave the password, and they climbed in through the portrait hole. Surprise. Eek. Hermione jumped back so hard that she nearly fell backwards through the portrait hole, and she was so shocked that the fireplace and all of the candles in the room flared violently for a moment before she tamped her magic down, giving the guests a bit of a surprise as well. Standing in front of Hermione were all of the Gryffindor first years and the entire Quidditch team, surrounding a large cake. She looked back to her brother, wide-eyed, only to see him grinning, appropriately enough, like a Cheshire cat. "Harry, you were never in the library at all, were you?" She punched him in the arm, and then, before he could react, hugged him tight and fought to keep from crying. "Come on, like I'd really ignore your birthday, sis," Harry said. "Well, you're a good brother, Harry," she agreed. "Even if you are a git." She scratched him behind the ears, but quickly stopped when she heard people smirking at the gesture. It wouldn't do to have them start asking questions about that. The guests all sang "For She's a Jolly Good Fellow," and Hermione cut the cake. Her admiration for her brother was increased further when she saw he had got her an all-dark chocolate cake, something he didn't really like, even in human form, on account of it being completely inedible to cats. "Harry, this is wonderful," she said as she served herself a large slice. "But how did you ever set this up? How did you get the cake in here?" "I had a little help," Harry replied, nodding to Fred and George. Hermione's fork stopped halfway to her mouth. "And I made them swear, on the honor of the House of Weasley, that it wasn't pranked. He's a quick one. Isn't he, Georgie?" Fred said. "He certainly is, Freddie," George replied. "We're friends with the kitchen elves, you see. They like to throw parties." Hermione smiled and rolled her eyes a little as she took a bite of cake. The rest of the cake was soon dished out, and as they finished it off, the Quidditch team started a game of exploding snap. But before she could join in, she was surprised when Neville came up to her. "Hey, Hermione," he said timidly. I got you these." He gave her a small package, which she unwrapped to find a box of self-inking quills. "I know how much you like to write," Neville continued. "It's really a lot easier with these." "Oh, thank you, Neville. They're great," she replied. She hugged the round-faced boy briefly, causing him to blush furiously. Before long, Hermione had also received some sugar quills from her roommates and chocolate frogs from Ron and the twins, and finally, Harry approached with his gift. "I don't know if you'll have much use for it, but Cousin Andy gave me some for myself before we came to school, so I wrote her and said you should have some, too," he said. Hermione narrowed her eyes in confusion, but opened the present and gasped slightly when she saw it. Personalized Wisengamot stationery, with Hermione Jean Granger, Office of Lord Harry James Potter at the top. It was true, she didn't really have any reason to use it, although she wondered if she could get away with writing to Paul and Tiffany with it to mess with their heads, but it was very nice to have. "Harry, it's lovely. Thank you." She hugged him again. With the gift giving out of the way, the whole party stayed up late playing Exploding Snap until Percy Weasley told them to cut it out with the noise. Hermione heard Harry softly humming to himself for much of the evening. Chapter 23. The days began to pass more quickly. Harry had Quidditch practice 3 evenings per week, where Oliver would acquaint him with the team and drilled all the formations into him. He had been surprised the first time he practiced with the real snitch that he couldn't sense any magic from it. "You must have a really keen magic sense to even think of that," Wood had said, impressed. Of course, the snitch is charmed against it, also against summoning charms, levitation charms, freezing charms, and all manner of sabotage. You'll have to catch it purely with your flying skills. Harry knew that bit, of course, but the fact that it was possible to mask the snitch's magical signature was a new one on him. Even as Seeker, there was a lot to cover in practice, from feints to distract the opposing chasers and beaters to guard formations to protect him on his way to the snitch. They would need a lot of practice, too, since it quickly leaked that Lucius Malfoy had bought the entire Slytherin Team Nimbus 2000s, which meant that unless the Chaser Squad could deliver even better than they thought, it was almost entirely down to Harry to win the match before the point spread got too large. Back on the ground, the murmurs between Gryffindor and Slytherin rose in anticipation of the first match, still several weeks away. Harry and Malfoy were not the instigators of any serious trouble, but they really didn't do much to discourage it either. Meanwhile, classes slowly stepped up their workload, and it took some effort on Harry's part to keep Hermione from getting too uptight about it. He reminded her several times that they still had 8 more months of the term to go. But soon, it seemed like they barely had time to say hello to Mandy or go have tea with Hagrid. And before they knew it, Halloween was fast approaching. This, of course, was always a solemn time of year for one Harry Potter. He rarely let himself show it in public, but Professor McGonagall, who had become good at reading him over the years, spotted it readily, and the week before the date, she called him and his sister to stay after class one day for a brief chat. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, as you may or may not know, Hogwarts holds a special Halloween feast every year, a very old tradition dating back to the school's founding. I believe you're aware that Halloween has been an important wizarding holiday since the Druidic era. Now, I'm sure you are aware that this Halloween will be the 10th anniversary of the defeat of Voldemort. It was so hard for her to stay in practice. And, of course, your birth parents' deaths, Mr. Potter." Harry and Hermione nodded sadly. "Being as it is the 10th anniversary, there will likely be a resurgence of the Harry Potter Day celebrations throughout Britain, but I want to assure you that we actively discourage such nonsense here, and will hold a traditional Halloween feast. However, you may be excused from the feast if you do not wish to attend, and I can have some dinner sent up to you in the Gryffindor common room that night." At that, Harry and Hermione exchanged a look and cautiously nodded to each other. Thank you, Professor," Harry said quietly, "but we usually do celebrate Halloween at home, and, Mark that day the Sunday after. I think we'll be okay at the feast." Professor McGonagall smiled just slightly. "That's very gracious of you two. You may, of course, change your mind at any time." "Yes, ma'am," Harry said. "There is one other thing," she continued. "Because it is the 10th anniversary, if it is all right with you, the headmaster would like to call a moment of silence at the feast in your parents' memory." Harry's eyes went wide. He looked to Hermione in a rare moment of real indecision. She laid a hand on his shoulder and whispered that she thought it would be a good thing to do. I think I would like that," Harry decided. Please tell him thank you for us." "I will, of course." It was later that same day, as Harry and Hermione were headed up to the 7th floor to practice karate, that something very different caught Harry's ear. This was a less traveled part of the castle, and it seemed that they weren't the only ones who thought so, since a pair of hushed voices was engaged in a heated conversation around the corner of one side hallway. This would happen from time to time, especially with affectionate couples, but it was one phrase Harry heard that made him stop. "Third floor corridor." "Harry," what Hermione started when she saw him suddenly freeze. "Shush," he admonished her. "What is?" "Shoo." He motioned for her to come closer and listen. Peering carefully around the corner for just a moment, they saw 2 7th-year Gryffindor boys arguing. "What?" "The very painful death Dumbledore told us about," one of the boys said. "Yeah, it's a giant Cerberus," the other one whispered. "No." "Yes." "No way. I don't believe you. I went in there and saw it." "You didn't?" "Yeah, I did. It only takes an Alohomora to get in. But why would they put something like that on the 3rd floor?" "There's a trapdoor in there. It's guarding something." Hermione and Harry stared at each other, remembering their conversation with Hagrid back at the start of term. I still don't believe you," the other 7th year said. "Then why don't you go in there yourself and find out?" "Well, maybe I will. Just have to get past Filch. Right?" At that point, the 2 children heard a rustle of robes and footsteps heading toward them, and fled as quietly as they could up the stairs. It seemed the older Gryffindors were determined to get into trouble. Hermione and Harry kept going until they found an alcove of their own, where they could speak privately. "A Cerberus?" Harry whispered incredulously, "like a 3-headed dog." "Well, what else would it mean?" Hermione replied. "But what's it guarding?" he wondered. "Harry, you don't think the Gringotts break-in?" she stammered. "I don't know. And from the way Hagrid acted when we mentioned it, I don't think anyone will be too keen to tell us. But I've got a bad feeling they're related somehow." "But Harry, Professor Dumbledore, you don't think he'd really put a valuable artifact that a dark wizard wants to steal here, do you?" "It's Dumbledore," he countered. "I'm not sure I'd put it past him. He's the one who said how safe Hogwarts is. I wish we had some way of checking it out. Though." "What?" "You can't be thinking of going in there." "Of course not. That'd be stupid. Plus, you know how I feel about dogs." But for the next couple of days, Harry couldn't get the thought out of his head. Could the headmaster really have put whatever valuable thing the Death Eaters supposedly wanted right here in Hogwarts for safekeeping? He couldn't help but keep wondering. And then on Friday afternoon, he got an idea so simple that he couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it sooner. "Harry, where are we going?" Hermione demanded as her brother dragged her up the grand staircase. "Hermione, not so loud," he hissed. "I had an idea about the 3rd floor corridor." Hermione's eyes went wide in horror. "Harry, you mustn't go in there," she squeaked. "It's dangerous and forbidden. You could get in trouble or eaten, or... Shh. Mione, calm down, he stopped her. I promise, I'm not going to go inside. I just want to check it out around the door. But what good will that do? I'm going to sniff around and see who's been around there. Sniff around, but it finally dawned on her what her brother intended. No, you can't. What if you get caught? That's why I need you to cover me and be a lookout. Stand at the end of the hall, and if someone comes by, start calling for a lost cat. Harry, I don't like it. Please? It'll only take a minute. If we know who's been going in that corridor, we might be able to figure out what's going on. If it is the thing from Gringotts, I think we need to know. Hermione's lips pressed together in a thin line, eerily reminiscent of Professor McGonagall, but she couldn't really deny that bit. All right, but please be careful. When am I ever not careful? Harry said with a grin. Every Quidditch practice, she replied without hesitation. Hermione initially suggested they find the nearest broom cupboard for him to transform in, but they couldn't find one nearby. So instead, they found a little alcove that was out of view of any portraits. Standing just in front of it, Hermione looked around to make sure they were alone, including searching the ceiling for any sign of Peeves. Okay, coast is clear, she whispered. And for the first time since he came to Hogwarts, Harry Potter shrunk down and walked out of the alcove around her legs as a black kitten with white feet. Harry's cat form had slowly grown larger in the 6 years she'd known him, apparently aging at the human rate. Whereas he had first shown up on the Granger's front porch looking like a 3-month-old kitten, he could now pass for 6 or 7 months, and it was getting harder to tell by sight that he was still a kitten. Harry looked again to make sure no one else was around, and trotted down the hallway toward the locked door into the forbidden corridor. Halfway down, he had to fight the urge to turn around and run for it, but he kept going. When he reached the end, he started carefully sniffing around the door with his excellent feline sense of smell. Hermione stood at the other end of the hall, watching for any adult who might approach. Everyone knew the forbidden corridor was being heavily patrolled by Filch, the caretaker, and that scrawny cat of his, Mrs. Norris, and she didn't fancy being caught by him anywhere near the place. Her pulse quickened when she heard footsteps approaching from the other direction. Thinking fast, she took a few steps down the hall and called out, "Socks, come back, you can't go down there. Come back, Socks, come here. Here, Kitty, Kitty." Harry bolted toward her, and she quickly scooped him up in her arms. He turned his face toward her chest so that his obvious white lightning bolt marking would not be visible. It was only then that Hermione turned around and saw that the footsteps were not made by Filch, but by Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher, who smiled in amusement at her and kept walking. "Phew, that was close," she whispered to the kitten in her arms. It always embarrassed Harry a little to be carried around like that, but he'd take that over getting caught any day. She carried him back to the little alcove and set him on the floor. With a quick look around, she whispered, "All clear." In a blink, her brother was standing before her on 2 feet again. "Socks," he protested. "You asked for it, furball." She smirked at him. "What did you find?" "A lot of strange stuff," he said. "Let's go up to the common room. There probably won't be anyone around this early." Hermione eyed Harry skeptically, wondering what he found that he was so hesitant about as he led her back to Gryffindor Tower. Sure enough, the common room was empty, as might be expected at that hour on a Friday, except for a fat, gray rat wandering around at the bottom of the boys' staircase. "Is that Ron's rat?" Hermione asked as they found a pair of comfortable chairs over to the side. The rat locked eyes with Harry and froze. "Yeah, I think so," Harry said. A moment later, the rat turned and bolted up the stairs with surprising speed. From the first day, Scabbers always seemed to panic around Harry, as if he could sense he was a predator somehow. He thought the rat's sense of smell might be good enough to pick up the cat in him, but it seemed a little odd after this much time. Harry shook his head dismissively. "There's something not right about that rat," he said. Hermione shrugged. "So what did you smell down there?" she demanded. "Meone," he whispered intensely. "I smelled a muggle." It was a rare thing for Hermione to be struck speechless. "Meone? That's impossible. There aren't any muggles in the school." "That's what I smelled," Harry insisted. "But they can't even get in without an anti-muggle charm. You must have got it wrong." "No, I didn't. You know how good my nose is." "Okay, then." Hermione crossed her arms. "What exactly did you smell?" Harry sighed. "I smelled a bunch of wizards who've been there in the past day or two. Most of them were faint, like they were only there for a minute. There were students, mostly older boys, and some teachers, but only a few people have been there a lot. There was one cat that spends a lot of time there. Female, about 4 years old, not spayed. That'll be Mrs. Norris. Then there was a man in his 50s who didn't have magic. I'm sure of it. But who could that be?" Hermione said, just before the answer came to her. There were only 17 living adults in the school, 7 men and 10 women. And 6 of those men were definitely wizards, including Hagrid, even though he wasn't supposed to do magic. "Oh, that must have been Filch," she realized. Filch. Yes, think about it. He's always sweeping the floors and stuff by hand. He never uses magic. But he couldn't be a muggle, though. "Oh, maybe he's a squib." "Maybe," Harry agreed. "Maybe that's why he's so cranky all the time. They say most squibs leave the magical world. That's got to be it. So had anyone else been in there?" "Yeah, Professor Dumbledore was in there for a while. And there was a wizard who smelled like he was only half human. I'm pretty sure that was Hagrid." "Hagrid? Well, he can't be all human. Can he? He's 11 feet tall." Hermione looked thoughtful, as if that possibility hadn't even crossed her mind. After a pause, she said, "How do you know it wasn't Professor Flitwick then?" "Flitwick's older. Plus, the trail smelled like someone big. But what would Hagrid be doing in there?" Harry was ready for that one. Everyone says he liked dangerous creatures. Maybe he's taking care of the dog. So there is a dog. Oh, yeah. The scent is all over the corridor. I almost panicked when I smelled it. I couldn't tell how many heads it has from outside, but it's big, like really big, like at least bear-sized, and maybe bigger. Hermione covered her mouth with her hands. "Yeah, I don't know how Mrs. Norris does it. It's bloody scary being on the other side of the door from it." "Language, Harry," she admonished. "Sorry, but it is. You couldn't pay me to go in there." "Well, that's good to hear." I looked up Cerberus in the library. They used to be used to guard things a lot, but not so much anymore. I'm not sure why, but that must be what it's doing. We need to tell someone what's going on. "I don't know if it would do much good," Harry countered. "The teachers seem to think it's fine with just a colloportus on that door, no matter how many 7th years go in there." "That seems pretty stupid," Hermione grumbled. "If they keep going in there, it's only a matter of time before someone gets that very painful death." "What about Professor Quirrell?" she asked, remembering the defense professor's first lesson. Harry glared at her. "Harry, I know you don't like his methods, but I don't trust him." He cut her off. "There's something off about him." "Fine," she huffed. "We'll do it your way for now. But shouldn't we at least tell Mom and Dad? Probably. We can say, we just overheard people talking about it. Still, there hasn't been any trouble so far. So maybe it's not too bad. Both children hoped he was right. On Monday, it rained profusely, but this didn't stop Quidditch practice. After all, the first match was now less than 2 weeks away, and Oliver Wood was listed in the dictionary under fanatic. This meant that Harry Potter was quite a sight as he traipsed back to Gryffindor Tower, soaked to the bone, covered in mud, and hoping he could get showered in time for dinner. He was certainly not in the mood for nice look Potter. Too bad, it's not going to help you. Harry strongly considered ignoring it and moving on, but the politics of noble houses advised at least an acknowledgement. He ground his teeth and turned around to face the dark-haired Slytherin boy. Theodore Nott grinned smugly at him. You may be good on your own, but you know Malfoy's gonna flatten you on the pitch when our team's got his back. You're wasting your time out there. Harry rolled his eyes. While he was much more subtle than Crabbe or Goyle, it was clear that Nott wasn't one to make a move without Malfoy's say-so. Since Malfoy is clearly the one running this game, you can tell him that if he wants to insult my Quidditch skills, he might have the courtesy to do it in person. He replied, I am perfectly capable of thinking for myself, Potter. Nott snapped. Harry bit back the response he wanted to give. No need to escalate, he thought. I'm sure you are, Mr. Nott. If you'll excuse me, I'm quite busy. He walked on, ignoring Nott's further comments. It was annoying, though. Plenty of Slytherins were making arses of themselves over the match, including some smarmy comments from Malfoy himself, but the heir to the house of Nott was quickly supplanting Slytherin's new seeker as the most overtly annoying of the pack. Dear Harry, I thought you should know that I finally got something useful out of the Diagonal Theater. They're going to publicly announce their Christmas production on November 1st. They plan to keep the actual script secret until December, but it won't be hard for scholarly types to piece together what they're doing. But the most important part is that they're going to give me an advance look at the script that weekend. It won't be a final version, but it should give us some idea of where they stand. The wild card is still Adrian Greengrass Sr., though. If you can learn anything more about his stance, it would help us to develop a strategy for the spring. Although it would be good not to be too direct about it. Be sure to thank Amanda Brocklehurst again for the tip. The power of popular culture should not be underestimated. Sincerely, Cousin Andy. It was hard to get a hold of Slytherin students outside of classes. For a Gryffindor to sit at the Slytherin table at mealtimes would not be tolerated, and they tended to travel in groups if they ever wandered the grounds on the weekends. Free flying time on Thursdays might have been a way to peel one of them away, except that Harry wasn't going to the lessons anymore. That meant the library was probably the best bet. One more reason for Harry and Hermione to hang out in there. They finally caught Daphne in the library on Wednesday afternoon, just before dinner. She was sitting with a girl with limp brown hair and glasses whose name Harry didn't quite remember, although he knew they usually went everywhere together. Toward the end of the free period, Harry led Hermione over to their table. Excuse me, Miss Greengrass, may we join you? Harry asked. Daphne looked mildly annoyed at being interrupted for a moment, but she quickly took on a diplomatic tone and graciously acquiesced. Of course, Mr. Potter. I don't believe you've met my sister, Hermione Granger. No, not in person, Daphne admitted. Pleased to meet you. She shook Hermione's hand without incident, although a couple of other Slytherins in the room starting eyeing them suspiciously. My friend, Tracy Davis. Tracy followed her friend's lead and shook both of their hands. How do you do? I was hoping we could talk for a bit, Harry said. Daphne sighed with resignation, as if she had expected this for a while. About the Muggle Protection Act, right? Not exactly. More about your grandfather's general positions and philosophy. My proxies explained it to us, of course, but we wanted to hear it from you. Daphne cocked an eyebrow and exchanged an intrigued look with her friend. If Potter was smart enough to do more than just blunt campaigning, this could get interesting. Well, here's the thing, Mr. Potter, Daphne said shrewdly, and I expect you won't go blabbing about such things to someone like Rita Skeeter if you care anything about your house's honor. Harry and Hermione both nodded. They had a passing understanding of how politics actually worked, plus Rita Skeeter was causing them enough trouble as it was. Grandfather says he wants what's best for the wizarding world, but that's only half true. What he really wants is what's best for the House of Greengrass. But one thing that is definitely true is that he doesn't want another war. The Death Eaters were putting more and more pressure on us because he continued to maintain our neutrality the last time around. If you hadn't stopped you-know-who, she paused when she saw Harry's face. Or however it happened, we would have been in big trouble before long. Well, that doesn't sound too hard, Hermione suggested. Don't let the pure-blood supremacists get enough power to start another war. Daphne and Tracy both snorted at the idea. As if politics is ever that simple, Tracy replied patronizingly. For one, in case you haven't noticed, Daphne continued, flipping her bleach blonde hair, they've already got enough power or close to it. All the biggest money's on the conservative side. And Lord Malfoy controls a third of the Wisengamot and a majority of the school's board of governors. He's got the same political network he used to slow up the ministry in the war. It's just that all of the Death Eaters who did the dirty work are dead. Or in Azkaban. Officially, Hermione said shrewdly. Officially, Daphne agreed. And best not say that too loud, especially being Muggle-born. Hermione rolled her eyes. Still, your grandfather has the votes to slow them down, doesn't he? Asked Harry. You think the moderates are all neutral in this, Mr. Potter? They're all still old pureblood families. They're just like grandfather. They don't want another war. For most of them, it's good business to stay out of that mess. And some of them are just scared, but a lot of them would support a conservative takeover of the ministry if they thought it could be done cleanly. Harry and Hermione exchanged a nervous glance. Cousin Andy had glossed over that part. And what does your grandfather want? Harry asked. I told you. He wants what's best for the House of Greengrass. We're more about tradition than blood, if that's what you mean. We support maintaining purity of blood as much, because that's what's expected of us as anything else. That was the opening Harry was looking for. Well, speaking as someone Muggle-raised, tradition would be that much more appealing to preserve if the wizarding world seemed more inviting. And there it is, Tracy interrupted. I was wondering when he'd get to that. Come on, Daphne, let's go to dinner. She made to get up. Harry frowned. Well, is that wrong? He tried. He and Hermione got up to follow the two Slytherins. Daphne actually wagged her finger at him, though at least she didn't seem to be trying to shake them off as they walked. Neutral family, remember? You could just as easily say there should be restrictions on Muggleborns to reduce their influence. After all, you're as likely to corrupt our traditions as you are to adopt them. Nothing personal, Mr. Potter. That's just how the conservatives talk. And that's ignoring the part about bloodlines. Conservatives and moderates both would really rather maintain the status quo. Hermione was sorely tempted to make a comment about the health of those bloodlines, but that wouldn't go over well with the daughter of a most ancient house. Harry, however, focused on a different point. After thinking on it for a minute, he asked, "But can they, though? I mean, there's so few purebloods in Hogwarts right now. The Muggleborns are twice as large a fraction, as usual, which is exactly why it's such a crisis right now," Daphne confirmed. "But that's not going to get Lord Malfoy to hug a Muggleborn, is it?" They were reaching the Great Hall now, and Daphne's demeanor changed subtly. She was clearly aware of being in a more public place and took a more aloof tone. Nonetheless, Harry and Hermione kept following her towards the Slytherin table. "Look, Mr. Potter," she said, "you can talk pretty well, but talk's not worth two nuts in politics when it comes down to it. If you want to even try to get grandfather's support, you're going to have to do something for him." "What?" "All that stuff like broomstick monopolies and tax exemptions," Harry said disdainfully. "To put it crudely," Daphne huffed. "Sorry," he replied. "My proxy is better at those kinds of things than I am, but I'll be sure to pass that along, Miss Greengrass." They reached the group of first years, and a hard-faced, dark-haired boy rose to confront them. "Potter, not. You have some business here?" "We were just wrapping up. I'll see you at flying practice tomorrow, Miss Granger," Daphne said, taking the hint. "Right. Thanks, Miss Greengrass," Hermione replied, wondering why she couldn't live in a world where she could call people by their first names. "Good evening," Harry said as they walked away. As soon as the pair of Gryffindors left the Slytherin table and Daphne sat down, Theodore Nott rounded on her. "All right, what are you playing at, Greengrass?" Daphne rolled her eyes and scoffed at him. "It's called politics, Theo. You should try it sometime." "What did he want, Miss Greengrass?" Draco Malfoy asked in a formal tone. "Just what you'd expect, Muggle Protection Act and general lay of the land," she replied, deliberately dismissively. "I laid it out for them. No harm in that. They'd figure it out soon enough." Daphne Greengrass usually kept her own counsel, and now was no exception. She would have to think about what Harry Potter had told her. She'd heard the words before, but it was rare that she really talked to anyone who was Muggle-raised, much less one who had any real power. Here was proof that it wasn't all talk. Plus, if there was one thing Potter was right about, it was the population crisis here at Hogwarts, and the fact that grandfather's dedication to the status quo wasn't going to be sustainable for much longer. Chapter 24. On Halloween morning, the smell of baking pumpkin pies was already wafting up from the kitchens through the entire castle before breakfast. All the Gryffindors were excited for the evening feast and the general air of festivity. A few of the older girls had taken it upon themselves to decorate the common room with charmed orange lights and black and orange banners. Harry saw Ron trying fruitlessly to turn Scabbers orange for the occasion. Harry privately thought the rat squeaks of protests sounded eerily human, but maybe that was just the holiday getting to him. Halloween always had that weird bittersweet feeling for Harry and Hermione, no matter how much they always off memorializing Harry's parents to the following Sunday. But they were actually in a pretty good mood this morning because Professor Flitwick was finally going to teach the levitation charm in class today. Seeing as that was their best wandless spell, it was pretty important for them to learn it with a wand, and they would be glad to finally be able to use it in public. After a long lecture on the theory of the charm, Professor Flitwick put them all in pairs to practice. Harry, as usual, was paired with Hermione. At the next desk, Ron was paired with Neville, a dangerous combination, although Neville and Seamus probably would have been worse. Professor Flitwick had taught them the swish and flick, the same movement Harry and Hermione had been unconsciously using with their hands for over a year, and the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, but control was still a problem. When Harry first incanted Wingardium Leviosa, his and Hermione's feathers shot up like a rocket and bumped into the ceiling. There were a few giggles at this, but the class was mostly used to seeing his wand go haywire whilst learning charms. The levitation charm was more difficult than usual because he needed to supply a continuous flow of magic, and it was very easy to lose control. He practiced the charm a few more times, each of which ended in either no effect on the feather at all or a second or two of levitation followed by shooting up again to the ceiling. Meanwhile, Ron and Neville were taking turns casting the spell on their own feather without effect. Neville was looking increasingly depressed about it, while Ron became very vocally frustrated. Eventually, Harry gave up on trying to get his feather to stay steady for more than 3 seconds and let Hermione have a turn. Wingardium Lev. There was a loud crackle and a flash of blue light. Ron had swung his arm back so wildly that it collided with Hermione's arm in the middle of her incantation. "Hey, watch out," Hermione squeaked. "You need to calm down. And it's Leviosa, not Leviosa." "Well, why don't you try it then?" Ron said indignantly. "Go on, see if you can do better than your brother." Hermione rolled her eyes and cast the spell again, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rose smoothly off the desk and hovered for a couple of seconds, then shot up so fast that the shaft stuck into the ceiling. "Oh, my. Well, this spell can be tricky to start off," Professor Flitwick said. He summoned the feather back down. As if to illustrate the point, Seamus Finnegan tried again. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingar. Bang. Ron might have been in a better mood about the whole thing, except that he still hadn't got much of anywhere with the charm himself by the end of class. As Harry and Hermione left the room, they heard Ron complaining to Neville in front of them. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Honestly, I know she's Harry's sister, but she's kinda mental." "Hey, she was trying to help you," Neville replied. "You saw what happened to Seamus." Ron's eyes involuntarily glanced up to his eyebrows, which the unfortunate Irish boy was now missing. "Well, there is that," he admitted. "Still, I think they're both a little mental. You know how Harry is. And I don't know what their deal is with charms." "Oh, if only you knew, Ron," Harry whispered to Hermione, who smiled slightly. Seamus got off easy. Sally and Perks came up on Harry's other side. "Did you see that awful haircut Justin had this morning?" "Yeah," Hermione said. "I was wondering about that. Sophie said he set it on fire when he tried that spell," Sally Ann reported. "No one's really sure how he did it." "Oh, Justin," Hermione shook her head. "Yeah, well, they'd better warn us if they ever pair him with Seamus," Sally Ann smirked. "There's no telling what could happen." The biggest problem Harry and Hermione had with Halloween during most of the day was when several people started asking about you-know-who in history class. Since the war was after Professor Binns's time, he didn't have much to say on the matter, and Harry had to explain that he didn't remember anything and didn't know any more than what was in the books. By the end of the day, though, they were very much looking forward to the Halloween feast. If it was anything like the welcome feast, it promised to be a great time. How was Ron in flying lessons? Harry asked Hermione as they headed down to the Great Hall from their karate practice. "Okay, he mostly just stayed away from me, but he still helped me out when I asked." "Well, don't worry. He'll come around. The Slytherins didn't cause any trouble, did they?" "I tried to stay away from them." Harry nodded in agreement. When they reached the Great Hall, they were stunned in amazement. The teachers must have been busy all afternoon to set this up since lunch. Many of the usual thousands of candles were hidden inside carved, floating pumpkins whose faces moved in silent laughs or exaggerated scowls. The hall was also decorated from floor to ceiling with live bats. The tables carried Halloween-themed centerpieces, though as always a long stretch of their lengths was bare, and at the corners of the room were huge pumpkins from Hagrid's garden that might well have weighed a ton each at harvest. "Hey guys!" Ron pushed his way in past them, far too preoccupied about the feast to remember any earlier disagreements. As they looked around the hall, 3 of the tables looked very excited, while the 4th, at the far right, was more subdued. "Well, I for one am glad they've kept the traditional feast," an aristocratic voice proclaimed loudly. Harry, Hermione, and even Ron stopped and turned to see Draco Malfoy expounding his view to anyone who would listen. "Father says the modern post-war celebrations are completely inappropriate. Don't you think, Mr. Potter?" Malfoy turned and grinned at Harry smugly. "Actually, yes," Harry called over to him, surprising the group of Slytherins. "For once, we agree on something, Mr. Malfoy." "What? You don't want to have your little Potter parties?" Theodore mocked him. Not really," Harry said, as if it were obvious. "That kinda wouldn't seem right considering." "Oh, you're gonna cry about it instead, Potter," said Pansy Parkinson. Before Harry could respond about just how sad that comment was, Ron jumped in. "You're just jealous, 'cause your parents never let you have a party like the rest of us." "Ron," Harry started. "I bet they were the ones crying when you know who got beat." "Ron," Harry and Hermione said together, before someone could start a fight. "What?" Ron looked surprised that they weren't backing him up. "This is not the time," Harry said. "Let's just sit down." They started to turn to leave, but then not spoke again. "Well, can you really blame him if he does, Pansy? I'd be crying, too, if I got stuck with muggles." Some of the other Slytherins laughed. Hermione instinctively grabbed Harry by the arm before he could make a move. Yes, they were her parents, too, but she knew Harry's patience was wearing a lot thinner than hers after the past few weeks. She felt his magic flare up, and the floating candles around them followed suit for a moment. At this rate, they were both going to get a reputation for having poor magical control. "To be fair, I wouldn't expect him to," Malfoy said, albeit cautiously. "We all know the Potters were Muggle lovers." You sound like you're trying to be insulting, Malfoy," Harry shot back, "but you're not doing a very good job of it to me considering I was, in fact, raised by Muggles. I love my family very much, and Mr. Knott, I'll thank you not to cast aspersions on them. Good evening." He walked away in a huff before they could say anything else. The students all proceeded to their seats, and Professor Dumbledore stood up at the high table. "Good evening," he said in a solemn voice. "Before we begin, I would like to say a few words. 10 years ago tonight, the most feared dark wizard of the past half-century was defeated. We all know the popular story of that night. But the facts are that that defeat did not come at the hands of an infant. There were murmurs throughout the hall at this. But at the hands of a young couple, a gifted witch and wizard who fought most bravely in the final 3 years of the war, who gave their lives to protect their son, and who in doing so saved many others. On this anniversary night, I would like to ask for a moment of silence in honor of James and Lily Potter." The hall bowed respectfully. There were a few annoyed whispers from the Slytherin table, but nothing more. "Thank you. And now, let the feast begin." As the long tables filled with food, Harry took off his glasses and wiped his eyes on his sleeve. He might have been a little embarrassed about that after that confrontation with the Slytherins, but He could see he was hardly the only one tearing up. Soon enough, though, Ron was back to telling stories of his own family gatherings. Well, we always have a party. Ginny always wants to read the beginning of Harry Potter on the Orient Express, where he beats, you-know-who. That was the first book. Harry mostly tuned him out. But the staff and students barely had time to finish loading up their plates when it happened. A scrawny brown tabby cat bolted in through the doors of the great hall and up to the high table, screeching like a demon. There were 2 people in the hall who actually spoke cat. When they heard the screeching, they both immediately jumped from their chairs and shouted, "They're a giant monster downstairs." One of those people was Minerva McGonagall. The other was Harry Potter. Luckily, no one had much time to notice that, because at that moment, Argus Filch ran into the great hall, shouting like a lunatic, "Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon!" He didn't stop until he tripped and fell against the high table right in front of Albus Dumbledore. There was silence for a fraction of a second, and then the students started screaming. There was a mad dash for the exits that only stopped when the headmaster rose to his feet. "Silence," Dumbledore roared. "Everyone will please not panic. We have contingencies for this. Now, Argus, where is the troll?" It's in the East Wing dungeon by the potions classrooms," Filch rambled fearfully, "but it won't be for long." "It nearly got us, Dient, Mrs. Norris." He scooped up his protesting cat in his arms. Dumbledore sprang into action. Speaking quickly, he said, "Prefects, take a head count and inform your head of house if any students are missing. Then lead your houses back to your common rooms. All other teachers proceed with me to the dungeons. We must not let the troll get into the residential sections. Hagrid, go up and warn Madame Pomfrey and guard the entrance to the hospital wing. Professor Binns, go down to the kitchens and warn the house elves. Argus, it's probably best if you go with Hagrid. Go now." The prefects were already taking their head counts and reporting the results. Percy Weasley rounded up the first-year Gryffindors and confidently led them up the stairs, as if no troll would dare to attack a prefect. The heads of house quickly conferred and determined that the only students missing from the feast were the 2 who were accounted for in the hospital wing. How did Troll get into the castle? Harry wondered. "I don't know," Hermione said. "Maybe Peeves let it in." "Do you really think it's safer to send us back to our dorms instead, holing up in the Great Hall?" "I don't know. Maybe. A troll wouldn't fit through the doors to the dorms." As the Gryffindor first years were heading up to the 3rd floor, Hermione noticed something strange on another flight of the grand staircase. "What's Snape doing over there? Doesn't that go to the Forbidden Corridor?" "Yeah, it does," Harry said. "That's strange." He lowered his voice. "Maybe I should follow him." "What? No, you can't." He leaned closer to her and whispered, "It's okay. You saw Mrs. Norris. I'll be faster on 4 legs." "Harry, no. Percy's watching. He'll see you're missing." "Percy." Harry considered the rule-obsessed and ever-vigilant prefect. He had to admit the odds were not good. "Fine," he whispered. "But I'm checking it out in the morning." Hermione sighed and gave up arguing for the evening. Harry put a reassuring arm around her shoulder, though, and helped her up the last few flights. The whole of Gryffindor House was sitting and standing in the cramped common room for a little while before Professor Dumbledore's magically amplified voice echoed through the castle. "The troll has been contained and is being removed from the castle. Curfew is in effect until the breach in the wards is sealed. The feast will now be delivered to the house common rooms." Just like that, A long buffet table appeared in the middle of the room, carried at the corners by house elves, and the same food from the feast in the great hall was delivered up by more elves. A number of people shouted. For many of the younger students, including Hermione and Harry, this was the first time they had ever seen house elves, but the little bat-eared creatures didn't stick around long enough to talk to them. "Hey, Harry." The pair turned around and saw Ron and Neville lining up behind them for their plates. "So, do you seriously speak cat or something?" Ron asked. "How'd you know what Mrs. Norris was yelling about?" Harry's pulse quickened, and Hermione had to fight the urge to slap him for his stupidity. That had been his worst slip-up in years. She prayed he could find a way to talk his way out of this one. "Kinda," he said, groping for any idea he could think of. "Professor McGonagall does because she's an animagus, and she taught me a little. She says I have the ear for it, or something. Yeah, I told you Harry's not exactly normal." Hermione played along. "He just has to wind up with weird talents. It just sounded like a bunch of screeching to me." "Huh. Wow, that is strange," Ron said. "It's no big deal," Harry said quickly. "It's not really useful, except when something like this happens. I just learn it for fun." To Harry's and Hermione's great relief, Ron dismissed this as just another quirk of Harry Potter, and Neville had the sense not to spread it around. No one else at the Gryffindor table seemed to have noticed, so it looked like his secret was still safe for now. A four-legged Harry Potter crept down the hall toward the door into the forbidden corridor the next morning. He was being more cautious this time, keeping his ears open for anyone who might approach. After last night, people were sure to be watching the place more closely, but even so, he was lucky enough to find a moment when the place was unguarded. He began sniffing around, trying to find out what had happened last night, whilst fighting every instinct to run for it. When he was sure he had it figured out, he bolted. "Harry, what is it? What did you smell?" Hermione whispered when they had got back to the alcove down the hall, and he changed back. "Mione," he whispered back. "I smelled blood." "What? Do you know whose it was?" "Was it the troll?" she asked fearfully. "I'm not sure. There were 2 men in their 30s who went down there, and it came from one of them. But I didn't smell anything that could be a troll. Whoever one it was, I think the dog bit him." "You mean someone tried to break in there?" "Well, it has to be Snape and Quirrell. They're the only men in the castle that age. Maybe that's what Snape was doing there. But why would Snape try to steal whatever it is?" "Harry, we know he was a Death Eater." "Yeah, but Dumbledore trusts him to teach here. I bet it was Quirrell." "Harry, the defense professor's always the top suspect, unless someone broke into the castle. Maybe that's how the troll got in." "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I just wish I had some way to tell them apart." "Well, you can't very well go following them around in cat form," Hermione warned him. "But if no one sees me change..." "Harry, how many other cats have a white lightning bolt on their head?" "Yeah, I guess, wait. Maybe if one of us can touch Snape's robes during class, we can get his scent on us." Hermione scrunched up her face. "Okay, 1, that's gross. And 2, that sounds like a good way to get detention. It's worth a try," he insisted. "Just pretend to trip or something." She thought about it. It probably wouldn't be that hard. "Maybe," she conceded, "if I get a good chance." But she didn't get a good chance. Snape never stood up from his desk for the entire class period that morning. Somehow, he still managed to be as intimidating as ever, especially to Neville, who looked more uncomfortable than usual to start with. Harry was reluctantly forced to concede that seemed suspicious. The following Sunday was probably the most difficult day Harry and Hermione had yet had at Hogwarts. While everyone else was having a relaxing weekend, they sat subdued and ate breakfast in silence. If there was one day they would have liked to be able to get away from school, it would be today. Ron Weasley seemed to be oblivious to their attitude as he rushed over and sat down next to them, whispering excitedly, "Hey guys, did you hear what happened?" I don't think so, Ron. What happened?" Harry asked half-heartedly. "I heard that Marcus Flint got in a big argument with Oliver Wood about the Quidditch match next weekend. And then Wood dared Flint to go in the Forbidden Corridor on the 3rd floor. Oh, no," Hermione groaned. "He didn't do it, did he?" "Of course he did. The rumor is Flint barely got out of there alive. They're saying there was a giant 3-headed dog in there." "How weird is that?" "What is it?" he added when he saw his fellow Gryffindors roll their eyes. "What? Did you already know that?" "Sorry, Ron, we figured everybody knew about that by now." Harry told him. "A lot of the 7th years have been talking about it." "What? Why doesn't anyone ever tell me about this stuff?" "Because it's forbidden," Hermione chided. "No one wants to say it out loud because they're not supposed to know about it. Harry just seems to attract trouble and manages to overhear things he's not supposed to." Ron seemed to grudgingly accept this as he dug into his breakfast. It was as people were wandering out from the Great Hall that Harry pulled Hermione and Neville aside to talk. "Harry, what's up?" Neville asked. "Would either of you two mind if I invited Ron to come with us to Hagrid's this afternoon?" Neville shrugged his shoulders and said, "Okay," but Hermione looked surprised. "Ron? Why, he doesn't really seem like the type to bring along for that," she said. Harry shrugged. "I thought he might like to come." "But you heard him talking on Halloween, Harry. He doesn't really get it." "Yeah, but that's why. I want to give him a chance to see how we spend the day today." "But do we really need to bring him?" "Mione, he's our friend. And let's face it, a political ally. We've hung out with Paul and Tiffany on this day before. He's a nice guy most of the time. He's still been helping you with the flying lessons, right?" "Yeah," she admitted. "So I just want to give him another chance to see how we really mark Halloween." Hermione looked to Neville to gauge his feelings on the matter, but he got a nervous look on his face and wisely indicated that he was staying out of this. "Harry, it's kind of your day," she said. "So if you want to bring him, I won't stop you. I hope you know what you're doing, though." "Thanks, Mione." He ran ahead to catch up with Ron, who was on his way out to the middle courtyard to get some fresh air. Although Ron was beginning to rethink that plan, as the November weather was fast turning frosty and cold. "Hey, Ron," Harry called as he found the red-headed boy. "Hey, sup, Harry?" Hermione, Neville, and I were going to down and spend some time with Hagrid this afternoon. Do you want to come with us? It's kind of a post-Halloween thing." "Really? Gee, thanks, that'd be great," Ron said excitedly. "I haven't really had a chance to meet Hagrid yet. Charlie always talked about him. Though, cool. Meet us at the clock tower at 1? I'm heading back inside." "Sure. See you then." Harry rejoined Hermione in the castle and informed her that Ron would be joining them later. In the meantime, by unspoken agreement, they started looking for a secluded place they could sit for the morning and look over the grounds. "It's too bad the astronomy tower's off limits," Hermione said. Eventually, they decided the balcony in the clock tower was the best place. There were a few places that overlooked the ravine, but they would be less likely to be interrupted on a higher floor. They curled up against two adjacent pillars, facing each other. From here, they could look over the low railing and see much of the grounds from Hagrid's hut past the Ollery and over to the river. They sat silently for a while, taking in the calm November morning. After a while, Harry sighed, almost wearily. 10 years, he said quietly. Hermione sighed too and repeated, 10 years. There was a long pause. I wonder if Professor Dumbledore would let us flew home to visit. Harry said. He might, Hermione replied. But it wouldn't really be appropriate. Remember, you're not the only one you lost your parents in the war. This is why we already decided on Christmas holidays. Harry nodded and looked back over the grounds, blinking back tears. He wasn't ashamed of crying about it. Not today of all days, but it was definitely something private, something he didn't want just anybody to be able to see. I know. It's just hard, he said, his voice catching, not being able to get out of here for the 10th. Hermione scooted over to him and got up on her knees, draping an arm around his shoulders so she could do her rarely used big sister routine. I know it is, Harry, but we always knew we'd have this problem. That's why we came up with this plan. Harry leaned into her and let out a small whine that sounded suspiciously like a meow. She ran her fingers through his hair and gently scratched him behind his right ear. He relaxed some. That was nice of you to invite Ron, she said. I like having friends around for this day. I know, Harry. I'm sure we'll have a nice time with Hagrid. They both left unsaid what else they were thinking. They might well have invited Susan or Mandy, or Dean, or almost any of the Gryffindors. Really. But Neville and, a little to their own surprise, Ron were the closest two friends they had so far, and neither of them wanted to make this a big get-together. They sat there on the balcony for a long time, watching the grounds, glad of the peace and quiet. The first Sunday in November always involved some quiet time with family, along with the visits, and they were content to while away the morning on that. They'd made sure to get their homework done early so they could take the whole day out. Finally, as the time began to run short, Hermione spoke up. "Come on, little brother, let's go get lunch," she said with a slight smile. Harry would never let her get away with calling him that in public, but he followed her without complaining. After lunch, the two of them met up with Neville and Ron at the clock tower and walked down the path to Hagrid's hut. The huge man opened the door and greeted them warmly. As usual, Harry jumped out of the way as Fong came bounding out to meet him. By now, Hermione and Neville had figured that out, too, so Ron took the full force of it. He soon wound up flat on his back with the boar hound licking his face. Giraffe, he yelled. Neville and Hermione pulled Fong off of him, and Hagrid pulled the dog back inside. "Why didn't you warn me about him?" he demanded. "Sorry, Ron," Hermione said. "We've kind of got used to him by now." "Speak for yourself," Harry said, keeping his distance from Fong. Neville tentatively pulled the dog alongside him. They went inside, with Harry and Hermione sitting in one oversized chair, and Ron and Neville sitting in another. "Thanks for having us over." "Hagrid," Harry said as they got settled. "Es no trouble, Harry," Hagrid replied, blushing through his thick beard. Oh yeah, are welcome anytime. Especially today." "What's going on today?" Ron asked as he tried and failed to mask his disappointment at the quality of Hagrid's rock cakes. "Well, Ron," Harry started slowly, "you know about me and Halloween. And since Halloween is a holiday and the tourists are always out in Godric's Hollow, our family always just celebrates the regular holiday on that day. And that's it. At home. We save the memorial stuff for the Sunday after. We usually spend the day with our friends and family, and we visit my birth parents' graves." Except we can't really do that here. Oh, Ron said, finally understanding the somber faces around him. I'm sorry, mate. It's kind of the same for me, Neville said quietly, looking down at his hands. My gran always took me to visit my parents on the 1st of November. And birthdays and holidays and stuff, but I can only visit them at Christmas and Easter while I'm here. Your parents, Nev. Neville looked reluctant to answer and looked to Harry and Hermione for help. They're in St. Mungo's, Hermione whispered, sending Ron a look that indicated he should not pry further. Oh, Ron repeated. Wow. I guess that's gotta be hard for all of you. You didn't really need to invite me. We wanted to, Harry insisted. You're our friend, right? Ron's unconsciously held his head a little higher at Harry Potter calling him his friend. We like to have our friends around on this day. Anyway, we came to see Hagrid today because he worked with both of our parents in the war. Yeah, that's right, Hagrid said. Matter of fact, I worked with your uncles too, Ron, Gideon, and Fabian. You did? Ron said in surprise. What were they like? Mum doesn't really talk about them much. They were both great boys, Hagrid said wistfully. I know your brothers Fred and George were named for them, but they really acted more like Bill and Charlie. Fought like true lions, too. Ron beamed with pride. They talked for a long while, swapping the few stories they had about their families, with Hagrid, of course, doing most of the talking. Harry told them about Godric's Hollow. Ron had been there, but Neville's gran was too sensible for that kind of thing, and neither of them had seen the Potter's grave, and how they would have tea with Bathilda Bagshot every year, which impressed Neville. Neville himself didn't have many stories to tell, since he was still tight-lipped about his visits to St. Mungo's, but Hagrid regaled them with tales of the little pranks Frank and Alice Longbottom would play on each other in school. Well, Neville, your dad took a page from your granddad's book, he said. He did not put a fanged gerbil in her handbag, Neville said with surprising force. The other children all stared at him. He started blushing and stammered. And my granddad had a weird sense of humor. Nah, he didn't put it in your mum's handbag, Hagrid clarified. He pretended it was a regular one and gave it to her as a gift. Oh, well, that's not so bad. Well, your mum didn't take it too well after it bit her. She really hexed your dad good after that. And then she gave the gerbil away to one of her roommates. Oh, yeah. The funny thing was it kept changing hands. No one wanted to keep it once they saw the fangs, so they just kept giving it away. And somehow Harry's dad, who was a second year at the time, got hold of it and planted it in, somebody's hat. Everyone but Ron had a decent idea of who that somebody was, but they didn't want to say it. Ron's laughed uproariously. Bloody hell, what happened? Oh, they got in a nasty fight. And Harry's mum told him off something fierce. They didn't like each other, yet didn't want to get on Lily Evans' bad side. He rose to his feet for some more tea. Hermione was reminded about something that had been bugging her, and made an opportunity for herself. Hey, Hagrid, speaking of animals, we thought we saw someone trying to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween. Do you know anything about that? Hagrid nearly tripped and fell over, which would surely have been disastrous given his size. How do you know about Fluffy? He said. Fluffy, Ron and Neville demanded. Hagrid, half the school knows about Fluffy. Harry said, the upper years have been daring each other to go in that corridor. What? Hagrid roared. What are they doing that for? Don, they know it's dangerous. Hagrid, they're teenage boys, Hermione said. They like to do dangerous things, especially if it's also forbidden, and no one tells them why. Well, they need to cut it out. Fluffy's all right to his papa, but he takes his job serious. The children shuddered a little at Hagrid describing himself as that thing's papa. But the door's only protected by a colloportus, Hermione said, or so they say. It's too easy to get in. Well, someone's got to get in to take care. Oh, Fluffy, Hagrid said proudly. They all looked at each other. That would explain a lot. Are you taking care of Fluffy? Asked Harry. Well, of course I am. He's my dog. Bought him off a Greek chappie last year. I just lent him to Dumbledore to guard the, Guard the what? I shouldn't have said that. It's none of your business. That is. It's top secret Hogwarts business. Is it the thing someone tried to steal from Gringotts? Harry pressed. Nope, not saying anything more. You're meddling in dangerous business. Yeah, just forget about the whole thing. It's all between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Who's Nicholas Flamel? Hermione asked. Hagrid opened his mouth angrily, and then scowled at himself. I shouldn't have told you that. I should not have told you that, he muttered. Hermione wasn't done, though. Hagrid had told them he wasn't supposed to use magic, but these seemed like pretty high stakes. Hagrid, even if someone needs to take care of Fluffy, she said skeptically, can't Professor Dumbledore put a stronger locking spell on the door and give you a magic key or something? Huh? Maybe, he said. Might be a good idea if a lot o' people are breaking in there. I'll have to talk to Dumbledore about it. Look, I don't want to get unfriendly with ya, especially not today, but ya can't be a skin me any more about that thing. I'll see about protecting that door. And the should take care of it. Hermione and Harry looked skeptical at that, but they let the matter drop. They talked for perhaps another half hour before the conversation finally wound down. Thanks for coming out to see me, Hagrid said as they left. And if you happen to run into that little Susan Bones, let her know she can come talk to me too. I knew her Uncle Edgar in the war. Sure. Hagrid. Bye. So, who did you see trying to break into the third-floor corridor? Ron asked as they walked back up the path to the castle. We're not completely sure, Harry started. We're pretty sure it was Snape, Hermione insisted. Snape. I don't know, Harry countered. I still think it might have been Quirrell. Maybe Snape was trying to stop him. Ron and Neville looked confused. We know both Professor Snape and Quirrell went down there on Halloween, explained Hermione. But did you see how Snape never stood up in class Friday? We think he got bitten. Oh, I bet he was up to no good, Ron said. Why, yeah, Neville said nervously. Why, you know how nasty Snape is. I guess, Harry said, but Snape's been here for years, and he hasn't done anything that bad. But so was Professor Quirrell, Hermione observed. You're just hung up on that defense professor curse. Hey, the curse is real, Ron said. My whole family talks about it, but I still bet it was Snape. I bet Quirrell's really gonna get sacked for hexing Malfoy. Even Harry laughed at that. So have either of you heard of Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked. Neville and Ron both shook their heads no. It sounds vaguely familiar, Hermione said in frustration. I just don't remember where I read it. Yeah, same here, Harry confirmed. We'll have to try to look it up somewhere. Chapter 25. The Quidditch rivalry continued to heat up around Harry. A lot of it came from the older Slytherins, who weren't intimidated by the boy who lived because of the age difference. Ironically, those Slytherins were more sensible about that than most of the rest of the school. Many of them would make rude comments as he passed in the hall or joke about him getting knocked off his broom. They all knew how good a flyer he was supposed to be, but not all of them believed it or cared. Illicit bets on the match were changing hands all over the school, allegedly involving some of the teachers, which wouldn't have surprised anyone, considering that it was possibly the worst-kept rule in Hogwarts after no magic in the corridors. Normally, the Weasley twins had a corner on that market, but since they were on the Gryffindor team, they deferred to some of the older Ravenclaws to make the books. Flying even faster than the bets themselves were the rumors about just what McGonagall and Snape had wagered each other over the match, but fewer people believed those, since Snape would never do anything that carried any real risk of public humiliation. Oliverwood was really going over the edge, giving Harry flying tips anytime they met in the halls, and insisting he be escorted everywhere, so that the Slytherins couldn't knock him out of the match. Admittedly, this last bit was probably sensible, since there were so many skirmishes going on. Only a couple of people actually wound up in the hospital wing, but the last thing Harry needed was to get on Madame Pomfrey's bad side right before the match. It was on Friday, the day before the match, as Harry was huddling in the frosty courtyard with Hermione, Neville, Ron, and Angelina Johnson as his escort, that they heard a certain blonde boy bragging to a large gaggle of Slytherins with Marcus Flint standing over his shoulder in addition to his usual bodyguards. "I'm not worried," said Draco Malfoy in what was probably a blatant lie. "Potter may be fast on a broom, but that's no substitute for growing up with the game. Besides, you know why Gryffindor always loses. They're too honorable to do what it takes. They're almost as bad as Hufflepuff." The other Slytherins laughed loudly at this, and Angelina decided to take matters into her own hands. Striding up to the group, she called out, "Yeah, wait till you're facing the Weasley twins tomorrow, and then try saying that, Malfoy, right, like we're going to be scared of a team of a bunch of little third years." Marcus Flint growled out, sending Angelina a leering grin with his big snaggle teeth. Angelina grimaced and shot back, "Yeah, well, we're not scared of a team of spoilt rich kids." Malfoy and Theodore not glowered at Angelina, but Malfoy had a comeback ready. "You're just jealous because we've all got decent brooms, say. Weasley, what are your brothers flying? Clean sweep fives? You'd be better off selling them to a museum to make a few galleons. Merlin knows you could use it." The other Slytherins laughed again. Ron turned very red at this. "Why, you little..." He started to run at Malfoy, but Harry and Angelina held him back while the Slytherins closed ranks around their seeker. "If the shoe fits, Weasley," Draco said. "Although with you maybe it doesn't." "Shut up, Malfoy," Neville said to his own surprise. Oh, the squib standing up for the blood traitor. "Now I'm really scared." "Neville's no squib, Malfoy," Harry said, stepping out in front. "And he's not alone, either." Malfoy glared at him, but Harry had already proved himself as a serious opponent in this game, so he shut his mouth. Unfortunately, Nott was ready to take up the slack, right? He's just an idiot who hangs around with a half-blood, who was raised by muggles. The other Slytherins sniggered derisively. Harry stood very stiff. "Do we have a problem?" "Nott," he said threateningly. "Oh, it's nothing personal," Nott said in a tone that made it clear that it was. "It's a tragedy, really," Nott continued. "The last member of a noble pureblood family is a half-blood who didn't even get a proper magical education. It's all these silly modern ideas that breeding doesn't matter that do it." He was obviously quoting his father's talking points now, spread by Dumbledore, and all those other mixed families who keep trying to bring down the best and brightest of the purebloods. "You can see the damage it's down to your own family, Potter. It only takes a few bad decisions to end a great pureblood line. Hermione grabbed Harry by the arm at that. With the glares he was shooting out, the other Slytherins sensed a fight brewing and edged away. Malfoy looked at the whole situation with disapproval. Nott may have been from a noble house, but they were perfectly willing to make him the sacrificial lamb if it could get Potter in trouble before the match. Especially if he was foolish enough to say that to his face. Angelina was just too shocked to intervene. Harry was well aware of the danger of upsetting the match, though he would handle this verbally. He shook off Hermione's hand and suppressed the crackle of magic around him. He drew himself up and stepped forward until he was just out of arm's reach of Nott. He remembered these facts well. He remembered because Cousin Andy had strongly advised him to memorize the arguments. True, she had not advised him to use them in such a confrontational manner, but he was really getting tired of all the bigotry. "Theodore Nott," he said harshly. "In 1932, your great-grandfather, Cantankerous, said that there were only 28 families, out of over 1,000 in magical Britain, that were still pure blood enough for his standards. The Potters weren't even on that list, although we were still pure-blooded enough for the Blacks. Do you know what's happened to them? Many of the bloodlines are failing on their own. Look at your own family. Mr. Nott, a single heir born late in your parents' life, or my father's pure-blood family, also a single heir born late in his parents' life. And that's just the start. It's no secret that Adrian and Hyacinth Greengrass have been trying for a son for years without success. A generation ago, Mr. Nott, there were 10 Malfoys. Now, there are only 3. A generation ago, there were over a dozen Blacks. Now, the last of the Blacks is deservedly rotting in Azkaban. And then there's the war. Because of the war, the last of the Crouches is an aging widower. All of the remaining Lestranges are in Azkaban. The Longbottoms are as good as down to a single heir. Sorry, Neville. The Rosiers are extinct in the male line, and the Pruitts are extinct in the male line. In your grandfather's time, Mr. Nott, the Follies were major power players. Now, they're a small family without a political role thanks to Grindelwald's War. The Gaunts vanished entirely during Grindelwald's War. So much violence, most of it pure blood against pure blood. And yet during all this time, not a single one of those 28 families lost their pure blood status to intermarriage. So tell me, Mr. Nott, who is the real enemy of the pure bloods here? Everyone present, even Hermione, was staring at him wide-eyed. Harry began to get very nervous. He was suddenly aware that what he had just said could possibly have either Malfoy or Nott challenging him to a duel for the dig at their bloodlines, even though he had included his own family in his pronouncement. True, supervised duels were allowed under the school rules, and true, he could play his no-wands trump card and win it, but the press it would generate would not be good. Worse, he could see a number of people already had their hands on their wands. Harry could tell just by looking that Malfoy had already come to the same conclusions. But Malfoy was also smart enough not to get into a fight the day before the match. Nott, on the other hand, but Malfoy had precedence over Nott in demanding satisfaction, being from a most ancient house, and everyone knew it. Even Nott openly looked to Malfoy for a cue. Malfoy, of course, didn't want to see his fellow aristocrat get humiliated in a muggle duel any more than himself. Baiting for duels was a dangerous game at the best of times. You weren't actually supposed to get yourself into one. Potter and Nott may have both gone too far unintentionally from their faces, but Potter had managed to gain the advantage. Nott might be clever enough to see how it would end, but Malfoy didn't feel like taking the chance. He'd deal with Knott's indiscretion himself later. "You'd better watch what you say, Potter," Malfoy said with even more venom than Harry. "It might come back to bite you. Father says your parents didn't know what was good for them either." That was a classic evading tactic, using hearsay to deflect responsibility. "I didn't hear an answer to my question," Harry said carefully. "That's enough. We'll settle this on the pitch, Potter." Malfoy spat. "Fine by me." Harry stalked away, with his fellow Gryffindors quickly closed ranks around him. "Wicked," Ron said. "Harry, that was..." Neville started. "Awesome," Ron offered. "It was reckless." Angelina chided him. "Yeah, sorry, I got carried away there," Harry replied. "What he said about my family." "You really need to work on your temper, Harry," Hermione said. "Picking fights won't solve anything, no matter what they say." "Yeah, I know," he sighed. "You need to convince them in civil discourse, the ones you can... Anyway, still, I wish I could say something like that," Neville said nervously, still in awe of Harry's rant. "My gran might be able to get away with it, but I sure couldn't." Hermione and Harry gave him a sympathetic look. "I can't believe you told them off like that, mate," Ron said. Thanks. Probably wasn't the best idea, though," he admitted. "I should think not," Angelina said. "Come on, I'm going inside. It's too cold out here." She poked a finger at Harry. "And make sure you stay out of trouble until after the match." "Yes, ma'am." The next day was the big day. Harry woke early that morning, feeling very nervous about the impending match. It was his first time flying in public, and all eyes were sure to be on the boy who lived. He went down to the common room to find that Hermione was also already up. They both read uneasily for a while until the rest of their housemates were up and moving. "Morning, guys," said Ron Weasley as he descended the staircase with the other first years. "Morning," a few people said. He sat at one of the tables with a book which raised some eyebrows. Ron wasn't exactly the type to crack a book that early in the morning. Hermione and Harry watched in confusion until he set a squirming Scabbers on the table and tapped the rat with his wand. "Calaveria bestia rufus. Calaveria bestia rufus," he chanted. Hermione and Harry laughed. "Still trying to turn Scabbers different colors?" Harry asked. Ron blushed a little and explained, "I wanted to make him Gryffindor red for the match." "I don't get it. It's not like this is one of Fred and George's fake spells. It's supposed to be a spell to change the colors of animals. You know, Fred and George actually did turn him green once when Percy was 10. Of course, they might have used dye. Or something. Let me take a look," Hermione said, budging in to get a clear view of Ron's book. She looked over the page on animal color changes. "I don't know. It seems like kind of an advanced spell," she said. She drew her wand to try it herself, and Ron opened his mouth in protest considering her frequent overpowered mishaps in Charms class. But before he could speak, Scabbers noticed Harry coming too close for comfort. The rat squirmed away and ran under a chair. "Oh, sorry," Harry said. "I don't get why he's afraid of you," Ron said. "He's normally fine with people." Harry was starting to wonder himself why he always felt a little uneasy around Scabbers, but has dismissed the thought for the time being. He was far too worried about the match. The chatter had reached a fever pitch by the time they made it to the Great Hall. Everyone was excited to see the two youngest Seekers in a century in action. Spirits were so high that Harry and Hermione could feel the change in the magic in the air. As soon as Harry entered Hall, he was whisked away to sit with the team, where Wood was making sure everyone got a good breakfast and was ready for the game. Harry was too tense to eat much, but he did help himself to some sausages. As the clock approached 11, the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams headed out to the locker rooms to suit up, and the rest of the school heading for the pitch. It was quite possibly the largest turnout in years. The castle would be all but empty. Even Dumbledore would be attending. In the chaos, Hermione just barely caught Harry on his way into the locker room. Hey, Harry, she called. He paused on the threshold. I just wanted to say good luck out there. Thanks, he said. Then he stared off into space wistfully for a moment. Harry, Mione, do you realize it was 6 years ago today that I first showed up on our porch? Hermione chuckled and pulled him into a hug. How could I forget? That was the weirdest day of my life. Well, it was the best day of mine. Or really the day after was. Thanks for everything, sis. Anything for you, little brother, she said, too quietly for the others to hear. She pulled back and made a show of ruffling his hair and whispered, Go get Furball. Harry followed the team into the locker room, his fears banished for now. Soon, after the inevitable awe had subsided, and Wood gave his pep talk, with the Weasley twins mocking the whole thing behind his back, they made their way out to the pitch. You scared, Potter? Angelina said, as they stepped into the sunlight. He shook his head. Nope. Are you? Their chasers are on Nimbus 2000s. Don't worry about us, she assured him. Bletchley's on a Nimbus, too, and that is not a keeper's broom. Plus, not much gets past Wood. We'll be fine. You just focus on showing up that little blonde Ponce. A wicked grin crossed Harry's face. With pleasure, the crowd was roaring. Almost everyone was dressed in red or green. The Hufflepuffs and most of Ravenclaw had sided with Gryffindor. Harry saw cameras dotting the crowd. Apparently, several seventh years had been recruited as press representatives. The weather was good, though not perfect, cold and very sunny, but not too windy. It looked like it was going to be a good match. Potter. Despite that, Malfoy, the Slytherin boy, smirked at Harry and said, May the best seeker win. Harry did his best to smirk back. Don't worry. I will. Both of them hid their true apprehension well. No matter what either of them said, they were close to evenly matched. This was going to be a tough competition. As the two teams faced off along a line, Madame Hooch stepped in between them. She released the bludgers, followed by the golden snitch, which buzzed around Harry's and Malfoy's heads before zooming off into the sky. She held up the quaffle in one hand and called out, I want a nice fair game. From all of you, mount your brooms, please. Harry straddled his Nimbus 2000, not taking his eyes off Malfoy. His cat-like stare usually got to most people after a while, but Malfoy seemed to be resistant to it. Madame Hooch blew a long blast on her whistle, and Harry kicked off the ground. Hard, between his Nimbus 2000's power and his natural magical affinity. It was easy for Harry to coast high into the air, above the unfolding action, hopefully above the snitch, which would be more visible against the green of the grass than the bright blue of the sky. Malfoy had to push it to catch Harry, but he was soon on the same level. They began slowly circling the pitch opposite each other, mostly looking down, but each taking frequent glances at their opposite numbers. And the quaffle is taken by the lovely Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. The Weasley twins' friend, Lee Jordan, was providing commentary, with Professor McGonagall acting as his foil. And passes to Alicia Spinnet. Good find of Woods, moved up from reserve. They make quite a pair, don't they? Jordan. McGonagall cut in. Sorry, Professor. Spinnet passes to Katie Bell. No. Intercepted by Marcus Flint of Slytherin. Flint races down the pitch. Damn. Those Nimbus 2000s are fast. Sorry, Professor. He's leaving the chasers behind. It's all up to Wood. Yes. He saves it. Harry did a loop on his broom as he continued circling the pitch. Malfoy rolled his eyes at him. Katie Bell takes the quaffle, coming up the middle, Johnson and Spinnet guarding close. Whoa, just dodges a bludger. And there's the other one, watch out. No, that was deliberate. One of the Slytherin beaters had plowed straight into the Gryffindor's formation, nearly knocking them out of the air. Katie dropped the quaffle, and one of the opposing chasers snatched it out of the air. Pusey takes the quaffle. The Weasley twins are on him. He ducks the bludgers, lines up his shot, and Slytherin scores. Lee groaned. Cheers erupted from one quarter of the stands, and boos from the other 3/4. Johnson takes the quaffle, passes to Spinnet, back again. Over to Bell, Lee reported breathlessly. The Gryffindor chasers were flying in a tight weave to try to dodge the faster Slytherins. Harry decided to get in on the action and see just how good Malfoy was on a Nimbus. He sped up, tightened his circle, and then, with a deliberate swoop, flew under Malfoy toward a random point on the far side of the pitch. Malfoy swung around and started following, but not marking him that close just yet. Malfoy had seen him fly at that first lesson and had some inkling that Harry was playing with him. Looks like Potter spotted something. Maybe, Lee said. I don't know. Looks like Malfoy's calling it a feint. Hang on. Harry spotted an opportunity and went for it. He turned his swerve into one of his trademark straight-line sprints, and Malfoy noted the change and followed him at top speed. But Harry wasn't going for the snitch. He was dashing in front of one of the Slytherin beaters, who was lining up a bludger shot on Alicia. Between him and Malfoy getting in the way, the shot went wide, leaving Malfoy and the beater shouting at each other. Nice one, Harry, George yelled as he flew past, and Potter saved Spinnet. Excellent, Lee said. Wait, where's he going? Harry pulled back and suddenly realized that his broom wasn't slowing down. He was hurtling straight toward the stands at top speed and couldn't stop. He pulled harder and harder, to no avail. But finally, at the last second, the broom swung into a gut-wrenching left turn that left his head spinning, and he started circling around the pitch again. That was odd, he thought. It's never done that before. Gryffindor scores. 10-10. Harry was just in time to hear. There was a far louder roar from the crowd, as just about everyone wanted to see the Snakes put down. But the rest of the match didn't go as well. As good as the Gryffindors were, they were just no match for a whole team with Nimbus 2000s. The scores climbed. 20-10, 30-10, 40-10, 40-20. But Harry had a far more pressing problem. That glitch with his broom was no fluke. He had pushed his broom for all it was worth in practice, but now, every time he took it into a fast sprint, the control would seize up and he couldn't stop or turn. With bludgers and other players zooming everywhere, that could turn bad very fast, not to mention making it harder to catch the snitch. To add insult to injury, Malfoy had noticed. What's the matter? Potter? Can't handle a real broom. Harry didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, angling his broom just so, and he buzzed Malfoy's slicked back hair with his feet. The Slytherin seeker ducked out of the way, cursing, which, luckily for him, Madam Hooch didn't hear. He swung around and started following as Harry did another fast lap around the field. Looks like we've got a seeker battle brewing. Hang on, Potter's gone wide again. The Slytherins in the stands jeered at Harry's poor flying. Something was really going wrong. What he wouldn't have given to be able to use his wandless magic right now to keep steady. But it was against the rules, and he'd never be able to cast a wandless levitation charm strong enough to stabilize something as large as a broom anyway. Whatever was happening, he'd have to fight it with flying skills alone. Down in the stands, Hermione, Ron, and Neville were all standing with Hagrid in the middle of the Gryffindor section. Hermione had monopolized Hagrid's binoculars and was worriedly following her brother's flight around the field. "I don't understand," she said. "He never flies like that in practice. Could something have happened to his broom?" "Can't have," Hagrid insisted. "It's brand new. Only thing'll interfere with a top model broom is powerful dark magic." Immediately, Hermione whipped the binoculars around to the teacher's box, watching the teachers intently while taking frequent glances back to Harry's flying. "What are you doing?" Ron asked. "If it's powerful dark magic, it has to be one of the teachers doing it," she said. "None of the students would be powerful enough." "No way," Hagrid jumped in. "None of the teachers would try and hurt Harry. But Hagrid, something is wrong with Harry's broom." "What else could it be?" "Johnson takes the quaffle around the edge," Lee announced. "Oh, foul." Flint grabs the beater's club. "Get him, Fred." "Jordan." McGonagall scolded, though only half-heartedly. "Sorry, Professor." Johnson passes to Spinnet. Weasley and Flint are fighting over the bludger. "Oh, come on, Professor. That's a major foul." Harry looked over and saw Madam Hooch trying to break up Fred and Flint and get Flint to give back the beater's club he'd grabbed. But before she could call it, Alicia took the opportunity to go for the goal. She faced down Miles Bletchley, swerved left, then right, took the shot, and Alicia made the goal. But Gryffindor was still down 30-60. This was as good a chance as any, though. "Time out," Harry yelled, waved his agreement to Madam Hooch, and she blew her whistle. "Time out," she shouted, and penalty shot to Gryffindor. The players descended to the pitch. "What's the matter, Potter?" Wood said. "Why you keep flying like that?" "My broom's acting up," he said. "The breaking charm keeps cutting out, and it's not turning well, either." "The breaking charm? It shouldn't be doing that." "Are you sure?" "Well, it's sure not handling like it does in practice." "We can't back out now, though," Wood said firmly. "Try putting it down and picking it up again. Maybe that'll reset something. Like rebooting a computer?" "Like what?" "Never mind." Harry dismounted his broom and held it where it wanted to hover. "Down," he said, and the broom slipped out of his hand and fell lifeless on the grass. After another moment, he said, "Up," and it leapt back into his hand. He hopped on and flew a few circles around Wood. He shrugged his shoulders. "It's doing all right now." "Good, let's hope it stays that way. Let's go." "Angelina, take the penalty shot." The problem with the Nimbus 2000, and with racing-type brooms in general, was that what it gained in speed, it lost in maneuverability. From Quidditch through the ages, Harry had learned that there was a big debate between Quidditch teams that always bought 7 top-of-the-line brooms for their players and teams that bought different models optimized for each position. Harry thought Angelina was proving the second point when she outflew Bletchley's Nimbus and easily made her penalty shot with what was supposed to be an inferior model. But Harry didn't have time to dwell on that because Malfoy had finally taken the initiative and was diving for something. Harry couldn't tell if it was the snitch or not, but he wheeled around to follow. He picked a place a little ahead of Malfoy and dove straight at it, hoping to get in front. But then it happened. His steering failed again. A short scream was the only warning Malfoy got. Harry zoomed inches in front of him, breaking off his pursuit. Harry got a brief glimpse of something gold and fluttering to his left, but it was gone in a flash. At least he'd kept Malfoy off it. "Watch where you're going, Potter," the boy yelled. "Whoa." "And Potter charges Malfoy," Lee said. "Too bad he missed. I'm kidding, Professor." Malfoy was angry now. He took the lead, leading Harry all over the pitch. Harry tried to keep up as best he could, and managed to cut him off a couple more times, but he just wasn't a match for the Slytherin with his faulty control. He couldn't understand what was making it glitch like that, but the calls kept getting closer and closer. It seemed like the breaking charm always failed at the worst possible time, whenever he was about to hit something. He needed to catch the snitch soon so he could get back on the ground before he crashed. "That's it. I knew it." Hermione shouted. What is it?" "It's Snape. He's jinxing Harry's broom." "What?" Hermione had been watching the teacher's box and Professor Snape in particular very carefully, looking for any patterns, and she found one. Every time Harry's broom went out of control, Snape was staring intently at him and muttering something. "Can't be," Hagrid said. "Snape'd never do that. He is, I know a jinx when I see one," she insisted. "What do we do?" Ron said. "I don't know, I've got to try something." Hermione turned and sprinted around the pitch toward the teacher's box. Meanwhile, Harry managed to get back in front, but Malfoy was marking him closely. He tried to shake him off by diving into the heart of the action, and hopefully fend off the Slytherin chasers from Katie Bell while he was at it. But nothing went right there. Katie swerved in his direction at the same moment Harry's broom seized up once again. Malfoy flew wide, and with good reason. In the stands, Hermione squealed with fear when she saw it. Harry was rapidly headed toward a a four-way collision, as he was headed straight towards Katie Bell, even as Marcus Flint moved to intercept her, and a bludger sailed their way. "Oh no, watch out," Lee shouted. Harry waved his arms frantically and yelled, "Get out of the way!" But it was too late. Katie barely had time to start pulling up when Flint and Harry both slammed into her broom and sent it spinning so hard that she flew right off the handle. She flipped through the air as Harry reached out to grab her. The crowd rose to its feet in horror. They could barely see anything in the tumble of bodies and broomsticks. Lee yelled out, "What's going on?" "I can't see." The bludger had clipped Flint's shoulder and sent him careering toward the teacher's box, blocking their line of sight. With one bad arm, he couldn't get control again until he had flown into the crowd, straight into Professor Quirrell, who dove to the floor, clutching at his turban and cursing most unprofessionally. But when the view cleared, Harry heard a roar from the crowd. His broom had miraculously started obeying him again at the last second, and he caught Katie by her wrists. He was now hanging upside down, his scarlet robe billowing around his shoulders, with Katie swinging from his arms like a trapeze artist. "Yes," Lee bellowed. "I don't believe it. Potter has caught Belle in a Serafini snatch. I've never seen anything like it." "Thanks," Katie said with a shaking voice as she looked up at Harry's face. "Anytime," Harry replied. He gripped her left wrist as hard as he could while she held out her right hand and called her broom back to her. In another moment, they were off again. He took a lap low around the stands, not too fast this time. It could almost have been a victory lap. Everyone but the Slytherins was giving him a standing ovation. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and kept running. Finally, she snuck around to a place close by where she could see both the teachers and the match, and waited. Not a minute later, she saw Harry bolt down the pitch, and she made her move. Not bothering to draw her wand, she surreptitiously waved her hand, and Professor Snape's long, greasy hair flew in front of his eyes. The potion's master staggered in surprise. "That'll teach you to try to hurt my brother." Harry was growing more excited by the second. He had finally spotted the golden snitch on his own, and made a beeline for it. Then, as it got closer and closer, he noticed something else. His broom was still responding. Whatever was messing with it must have stopped, and it was a good thing, too, because the snitch made a sudden turn downward. Harry took a chance and dove, and was pleased to find that he pulled out of it just fine. But now the snitch doubled back, giving Malfoy a chance to catch up. They were side by side, now racing as fast their brooms would carry them just feet above the grass. Malfoy bumped Harry to the side, but Harry bumped Malfoy back. Their brooms were too evenly matched. They were both closing in on the snitch, inches apart. But then Harry had an idea. He kicked his feet up and laid completely flat along his broom, his shins balancing on the tail, and his chin on the very front of the handle, cutting down his air resistance and giving him the extra burst of speed he needed to. Yes. His fingers closed around the fluttering golden ball 3 feet in front of Malfoy's face. Potters caught it. Potters caught the snitch. Lee Jordan was ecstatic. Gryffindor wins 190-90. Harry held the snitch triumphantly over his head as he took another lap around the pitch. He waved to the teacher's box, where Professor McGonagall was beaming at him. Snape was yelling at Dumbledore for some reason, and Quirrell was still recovering from his collision with Flint and looking confused. The roar of the crowd was deafening as he descended to the grass. The Slytherins were all sulking away, but the Gryffindors and some Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs stormed the field, crowding around the team. Oliver Wood had tears in his eyes when he landed. "Potter, that was incredible," he said. "Amazing. Unbelievable." Fred and George echoed. "Party in the common room." They bellowed, lifting Harry onto their shoulders. They started singing an improvised song as they carried him back to the castle. "Harry Potter is our king. Potter can catch anything." Harry blushed when they started including some off-color lines about catching girls, but it wasn't too bad, since Katie Bell was laughing hysterically by the end of it. Harry finally got them to set him down when they reached the Great Hall, where the despondent Slytherins were sitting down to lunch. Malfoy seemed to have only Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson wanting to sit near him. Deciding it was only sporting, he walked up behind him. He was vaguely aware of Hermione and some of his teammates following at a distance. Malfoy spun around and stood up glaring at him, but Harry just offered him a hand and said, "Good game." Malfoy seemed to consider the offer, but didn't take him up on it. "Beginner's luck, Potter," he grumbled, and he sat back down. Chapter 26. The party was winding down for the afternoon, although it was sure to pick up again in the late evening, probably with some contraband fire whiskey, if the rumors were true. More than a few people decided to take a nap before dinner with all the excitement. Harry and Hermione snuck away to find a quiet place to talk. The clock tower balcony once again looked promising, even if it was getting colder in the open air. "Harry, that really was amazing flying," Hermione said, "but you about gave me a heart attack up there." Harry would have found that funny if it weren't for the fact that his broom's antics nearly gave him a heart attack. "I'm just glad I beat Malfoy. I think that'll wipe that grin off his face for a while." Hermione half smiled. "Harry, your broom." "Yeah, I know. I was gonna have Madame Hooch check it over." "No, I mean I know what was wrong. It was Snape, What? Snape was jinxing your broom. I saw it. What do you mean? He wouldn't do that. Harry, Hagrid said that the only thing that would interfere with a top model broom's control charms is powerful dark magic. That means it had to be one of the teachers messing with it. And I was looking, and every time your broom acted up, Snape was staring up at you muttering something. He did it, Harry. And before you asked, I looked at Professor Quirrell, too, and I never saw him muttering anything. Maybe you just missed it, Harry said angrily. He would have had to have done it before my broom acted up. Maybe Snape was saying the counter curse. Harry, I know it was him. No, you just want it to be. No, it's not like that. Listen, remember when you went after the snitch, and your room still worked? I snuck up behind Snape and used a wandless levitation charm to blow his hair into his eyes. Harry's jaw dropped, too shocked and angry to laugh. You what? And no, I don't believe it. Harry, will you just get over your prejudice against Quirrell? Will you get over your prejudice against Snape? He shouted. Even if it wasn't Quirrell, I can't believe Snape would try to kill me. Not after that message he gave me the first week. There's no reason for it. Sure there is. Hermione counted them off. He doesn't like Gryffindors. He didn't like your birth father. He's obsessed with winning the Quidditch Cup. He's a Death Eater double agent and needs to keep up appearances. But Hermione, he's never been any worse to me than anyone else. There's no reason for him to start up now. And even if he did, trying to kill me is way too obvious. He was trying to make it look like an accident. Well, if he was, he wasn't doing a very good job of it if a 12-year-old figured him out. Hermione was speechless. Did Harry just put down her intelligence? It took her a minute to notice him walking away. Harry, where are you going? Back to the tower, he shouted behind him. Harry, she whined, but he didn't answer. She followed him back. Harry made a point of sitting on the opposite side of the common room from his sister. He had a book in his lap, but wasn't really reading it. How had this day gone so wrong? He had won the Quidditch match against Malfoy. That ought to have been perfect, but then there was his broom going nuts, and it all went downhill from there. But he just couldn't believe Snape would try something like that. Quirrell might, sure. Or maybe Malfoy somehow tried to sabotage him. Maybe he'd got a dark artifact from his father. Actually, that seemed disturbingly plausible. Harry did feel a little bad about snapping at Hermione, but he was too preoccupied to care much. After a few minutes stewing in his thoughts, he gave up and walked out. Hermione didn't even notice. He needed to get away. He went back to the clock tower balcony and checked to make sure no one was around. He knew he really shouldn't be doing this without Hermione around to cover for him, but he needed to clear his head. He changed to cat form and lay down by the railing. Immediately, the storm of his emotions calmed. The cat didn't feel those things as strongly, leaving him room to think more analytically about the situation. It was a trick he'd used more than a few times at home. With a deep breath, he started thinking back over the day. He really wasn't being nice to Hermione. She was trying to help him, looking at the events and coming to the best conclusion she could. He still thought she was wrong, but he could have been nicer about it. He worked backwards, thinking over the events of the match. Had Malfoy stopped jinxing him when he was distracted by going after the snitch? Had Quirrell stopped jinxing him when Marcus Flint flew into him? Had it really been Snape and Hermione blocked his line of sight? Was it someone else? All he knew was the way his broom had acted, and that wouldn't tell him much unless he could look up how the charms on it worked and figure out what the curse was, which was sure to be way over his, and probably even Hermione's head. He thought back to before the match. He had carried his broom to the locker room. His broom had been locked in his trunk during breakfast. Before breakfast, he had been in the common room. Where Ron? He stopped. Another thought started to come to him. Not Quidditch related, but far more pressing. He didn't want to believe it, but the pieces fell into place unbidden. It made far too much sense to be a coincidence, and the stakes were too high. He had to know for sure right away. Harry was halfway back to Gryffindor Tower before he remembered to duck into an alcove and change back to human form. The common room by now had mostly emptied out, with people headed up to the rooms or taking a stroll around the castle. Hermione was curled up sideways in a chair reading a book with an annoyed look on her face when he approached her again. "Hermione," he whispered nervously. She ignored him. "Hermione." "Oh, so you're talking to me again," she said without looking up from her book. "I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have yelled at you like that." "No, you shouldn't be. Mione, I need your help. Why don't you get one of your other friends to help you?" she said too loudly. "I can't," he whispered. "This is about you-know-what." Hermione looked him in the eye. "Harry, if want to check out that door again, do it yourself," she whispered back. "It's not about the door. It's about my room." "Huh? Mione, do you remember what Ron said this morning about Scabbers?" Fred and George turned Scabbers green when Percy was 10 years old. Percy's 15 now. So, that just means Scabbers is over 5 years old. Then, yes. Don't you see? Rats don't live that long. Well, maybe he's a magical rat. Yeah, but do you remember how Ron's animal color change charm didn't work on him? Harry looked around again to make sure no one was listening in and crouched down beside the chair behind her head. "What if it didn't, because he's not really an animal?" he whispered more quietly. "What if he's really an animagus?" Ugh. Hermione slammed her book closed and turned to face him. "Will you cut it out with your conspiracy theories?" She hissed. "The odds of that are astronomical. Probably Ron's just not that good at charms. But it would make sense. That would explain why he's lived so long. Just like my form's got bigger, but it's still a kitten. Or he's just a weird magical rat and you're being paranoid. Mione, please. I know my rodents. You know how I've got that feline sixth sense? Well, even in human form, it's been telling me all term that there's something not right about that rat. And think about it. If I'm right, that means there's a grown man who's been sleeping in my dorm all year. I need to know for sure. Harry, if you're thinking what I think you're thinking, it'll be fine. You go up to my dorm and distract whoever's in there, and then I'll sneak in and sniff around for Scabbers. If he's an animagus, we'll tell Professor McGonagall. And if not, no one's the wiser." Hermione sighed. "If you feel that strongly about it, why don't you just tell Professor McGonagall and let her deal check it out?" "I would, but I don't want Scabbers to get suspicious. I think he's already on to me. That's why he always runs away from me when he's fine with other people. Or maybe he can sense that you're paranoid and doesn't like the way you stare at him like a you-know-what. I don't think so. Listen, I'm sorry, but I have to try it. It's going to keep worrying me until I know. And if you're right, and he's just a rat, then we can forget the whole thing." Hermione grumbled. It was just her luck that her brother had turned out as stubborn as she was. "It's too dangerous," she insisted. "If you really want to try it, you should wait until dinner. Then nobody will be in your room." "No, all the teachers will be at dinner too, then. I don't want to risk anyone hearing about it." Harry glanced around again, but no one seemed to be looking in their direction. It should only take a minute. I'll be fine if you distract whoever's in the room. Hermione sighed again. Scabbers couldn't really be, could he? No, they could check it out. Harry wouldn't find anything. And then he'd shut up about it. Look, Harry, I'll help you out just so you can be sure, but we need to have a talk about these crazy theories of yours. Harry jumped up and smiled. Thanks, Mione. Let's go. Hermione reluctantly followed him up the staircase, climbed the 7 floors to the first year's dormitory. About halfway up, when no one was around on the stairs, Harry changed to cat form and let Hermione go on a few steps ahead. They reached the dorm room and peered inside. Ron was the only one in the room, passed out on his bed. Dean and Seamus were probably wandering the grounds somewhere, and Hermione thought she'd heard Neville say something about going to the greenhouses, no doubt to decompress after the excitement of the party. That was what she ought to be doing right about now. She thought, just substitute library for greenhouses. Harry thought he was in luck. He knew how heavy a sleeper Ron was. He pushed past Hermione's robes right away and slunk into the room. Harry, no. Hermione whispered. What did he think he was doing? She knocked on the door frame of the room and called out, Ron. Ron didn't respond. Harry turned around and hissed in protest, but Hermione knocked louder and yelled, Ron. Ronald. Huh? Wah. Ron grunted groggily. Well, so much for that plan, Harry thought angrily. He needed to finish this fast, or hope Hermione did. He sniffed around, picking up the scent of Ron's fat gray rat. If he was an animagus, his act was pretty good. He spent most of his time sleeping or chewing on Ron's sheets, but Harry's instincts told him different. He patted around the room. He smelled a few mice wandering the tower, but only one rat. Already, his feline sixth sense was triggering stronger than ever. Hermione, what are you doing here? You can't be here, Harry heard overhead. There's no rule against it. Harry, eventually the trail under Ron's bed, where his excellent night vision spotted Scabbers. So what do you want? Harry wants to talk to you in the common room. Hermione lied, not very convincingly. So close to him now, he caught the rat's full scent, and his pulse quickened. Scabbers was no ordinary rat. He was definitely an animagus. But there was more. Mingled with the smell of magic was something else, something that he couldn't really define, much less explain, but something that his feline sixth sense pegged as untrustworthy. Why doesn't he just come up here himself? Fred and George pinned him down. Will you just come on? There was a shuffling of feet as Hermione tried to drag Ron out of the room. But it was then that Harry realized that he had miscalculated. He'd assumed that Scabbers would be asleep after that wild party, but the lazy rat was a little more alert than he'd always let on. Scabbers awoke with a sudden twinge of nervousness. That wasn't uncommon for him. He was in hiding after all, and it had grown more common in this school year whenever the boy was around. Rodents had a sixth sense, too. It told them when a predator was near, but Scabbers's was triggering more than it ever had before. He blinked awake with a jolt, looked around, and saw one of his worst fears, though he had many a cat. A lone cat he could usually handle if his owner was around, but what he saw now made his blood run cold, and rocketed this cat to near the top of his list. Bright green eyes and an odd white mark on the creature's head. A white mark in the shape of a lightning bolt. Squeak. Scabbers bolted even before he had consciously put 2 and 2 together. And Harry let his cat instincts take over, and gave chase without realizing that Ron was still in the room. Scabbers, no. As much as he complained about his rat, Ron didn't take the sight of him bolting from under his bed pursued by a cat very well. He gave chase himself. Ron, stop. Hermione yelled as she tried futilely to hold him back, but he slipped from her grasp as he tried to follow the animals as they bolted around bedposts and under beds and around the radiator. "Socks, stop it." Hermione stumbled around, unwittingly cutting Scabbers off from both Ron and the door. Harry used the opportunity to chase Scabbers farther back into the room. "Get away from him, you mangy cat." But Harry couldn't stop. If he let the Animagus get away, he'd never find him. And if he let him untransform, there was no telling what could happen. It was probably only the urge to stay in hiding that had kept him from doing it already. With a loud crash that she prayed didn't alert the seventh years on the floor below, Hermione tried to pursue Ron again, but they just wound up tripping over each other. Meanwhile, Harry was closing on Scabbers. The rat was more maneuverable, but it was a small room with only one way out. As Scabbers made for the exit, Harry cut him off, pushed him against the wall, and sank his jaws into his upper back, not deep enough to kill him, but plenty deep enough that the rat passed out from shock. Harry felt with his whiskers and made sure he was still breathing. Scabbers. Ron jumped up and tried to run toward him, but Hermione grabbed him by the ankle. "Hey, what are you doing?" Harry knew he didn't have much time. He had to get Scabbers to Professor McGonagall before he woke up. He picked the rat up in his jaws and ran out the door, oblivious to the scuffle behind him. But he couldn't keep that up. His four-legged speed advantage was no good while trying to carry a live rat. When he had descended a few steps, with no one coming up the stairs, he dropped the rat onto his paw and untransformed. "Harry, you idiot!" He whirled around to see Hermione and Ron staring straight at him. "Bugger." "Harry," Ron squeaked in horror. "Ron, you killed Scabbers." "He's not dead," Harry said quickly. "Ron, be quiet," Hermione hissed at the same time. "Oh, Merlin." "Harry, how could you?" "Ron." Hermione scolded again, but he started to run at Harry, reaching out to grab the rat. She stopped him with a couple of well-placed karate chops and pushed him against the wall. Ron's eyes widened as he remembered the board-breaking demonstration from the start of term. "He's not dead," Harry repeated. Harry Potter turned into a cat. Ron whined as his brain struggled to process what he'd just seen. Harry Potter killed Scabbers. "Ron, will you shut up?" Hermione clapped a hand over his mouth. "You can't tell anyone about this." Ron grunted a muffled protest. "He's not dead," Harry said again. "He's just stunned." "Harry's not registered," she whispered. "He could get in big trouble if anyone finds out about this." "Why did you wake him up?" Harry demanded. "You said the plan was to distract him." "He was distracted. He was asleep. Like your screeching wouldn't have woken him up." "He's Ron. It probably wouldn't have." "MMPF." Ron grunted. "But I was right. He's an Animagus," Harry said, holding up the unconscious rat. "What? Just what?" "MMPF. Scabbers is an Animagus." "Are you kidding?" "Harry, are you sure?" "Meone, I think I know what an Animagus smells like." Ron pushed Hermione away. "What the hell is going on?" he shouted. "Ron, be quiet," Harry and Hermione said in unison. Harry stepped closer and lowered his voice, holding up the rat. "Scabbers is an Animagus. He's an overweight man in his 30s who's been hiding out as a rat." "What? He can't be." "Shoo." Ron finally got the message and started whispering. "He can't be. He's been in my family for..." "How many years, Ron?" About 10. "Exactly. Rats don't live that long. That's like 250 in rat years. Ron started muttering to himself incoherently in confusion and growing horror. Listen, Harry said. I'm sure he's an animagus because I could smell it on him. I'm an animagus too because of some weird accidental magic, but you can't tell anyone. Only Dumbledore, McGonagall, and our parents know. And we have to get Scabbers to McGonagall before he wakes up, or Merlin knows what could happen. Harry grabbed Ron by the wrist. Hermione quickly grabbed his other wrist, and they dragged him down the stairs. Ron kept muttering to himself most of the way. Ron, do you know the Leglocker curse? Hermione said, as they approached the common room. What? The Leglocker curse. Do you know it? No. What about the full body bind? No. Jellylegs jinx? Kinda. Why? Well, if Harry's right, we should try to restrain Scabbers, but I don't trust either of us to cast one of those on a rat without breaking his legs. You really think? Come on, let's just hurry, Harry said. They slipped through the common room without attracting any attention and then ran through the halls, Harry and Hermione still pulling Ron to keep pace, until they reached Professor McGonagall's office. Harry pounded frantically on the door. I'm coming. I'm coming. A voice called from within after a few moments. The door flew open, and there stood Professor McGonagall, looking even more stern than usual, though she paled a fraction when she saw who was there. Mr. Potter, whatever is the matter? She demanded. With Harry Potter, it could be any number of bizarre things, none of which she would like. Harry held up the still obliviously unconscious rat. We caught an animagus, he said breathlessly. McGonagall stared at the boy. What? Just what? You can think of a dozen things, and it's the 13th that actually happens. Ron's pet rat is an animagus. I could smell it on him. He turned into a cat, as still-dazed Ron said, pointed at Harry. McGonagall's eyes grew saucer-sized. Inside, quickly, she hissed, ushering them into her office and locking the door. She whirled on Harry. Harry James Potter, you told him? It was an accident. Harry wasn't thinking. Hermione corrected. Hermione messed up the plan. I did not. You messed up the plan. Twice. Mr. Potter, I can't believe that was extremely reckless of you, McGonagall scolded. You really shouldn't be transforming at all here. Yes, I know, but can we talk about this later? Professor? I don't know how much longer Scabbers will be out. McGonagall sighed. She was having such a good day, too. Why couldn't they just share a butterbeer over the Quidditch victory? You really believe this rat is an animagus? She took Scabbers in hand and laid him on her desk. He's been bitten, she exclaimed as she looked closer. Yeah, sorry, Harry said sheepishly. It was the only way I could stop him. And I'm positive. You can smell him yourself if you don't believe me. That won't be necessary, Mr. Potter. McGonagall drew her wand, pointed it at the rat, and spoke. Veritas oculum. A red aura surrounded the rat, and McGonagall staggered back, keeping her wand trained on Scabbers. Merlin's beard. You're right. He is... Hermione said. He is... Ron repeated. I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley, but your rat is an animagus. You mean a grown man's been sleeping in my bed for 3 months. I'm afraid so. Oh, Merlin, the paperwork on that. All of you stand back, please. We professors will handle this. Keeping her stare fixed on Scabbers, McGonagall backed away toward her fireplace. Working by touch, she opened a large urn, grabbed a handful of green powder, and threw it into the flames, saying, Ravenclaw head of house office. A moment later, Professor Flitwick's head appeared, surrounded by green flames. "Minerva? What's wrong?" he squeaked. "Filius, come through at once. It's an emergency." Flitwick hopped straight through with ease, wand drawn in a dueling stance. "What is it?" "Mr. Potter." McGonagall quickly edited the story. "Had suspicions that Mr. Weasley's pet rat was an animagus. I have performed the charm and am shocked to learn that he is correct. I believe we should reveal and confine him before he can get away." "An animagus?" Flitwick squeaked in shock. Yes, we must. Children, please step through to my office." "Can't we stay, Professor?" Harry asked. "No, Mr. Potter, it is too dangerous," McGonagall replied. "But he's been in Ron's and my dorm all term, ma'am. I think we have a right to see." "Oh, very well," McGonagall grumbled just to end the argument. "But keep the flue open and be ready to run through, all three of you. Even if Scabbers is friendly, the spell will wake him up, and he will likely be disoriented and aggressive after what's just happened to him." The three children stood behind the professors. "Ready, Filius," the charms master nodded, training his wand on the rat. 1, 2, 3. Hominum revertio. A flash of blue-white light erupted from McGonagall's wand. When it struck Scabbers, he jolted awake, began to stagger, trying to get away, then flopped off the desk and onto the floor, only to rise up on his hind legs, rippling and growing, until a man stood in his place, wobbling on unfamiliar legs. Ron gave a cry of horror and fell on his bum. The man before them was short and fat, with hair so colorless it couldn't even be dignified as gray, and clothes that were grubby and tattered from a decade of wear. He still looked very rat-like, with a pointed nose, small eyes, large ears, and buck teeth much worse than Hermione's. He stumbled around angrily, still not sure what was going on, and in obvious pain from the now saber-tooth-sized teeth marks on his back. And in the haze of his mind, his eyes fixed on Harry, and he reacted on a very misguided instinct. "Potter!" he shouted, drawing a wand from his sleeve. Stupefy rang out two voices. Two bolts of red light hit the man square in the chest, and he collapsed to the ground. It was only then that McGonagall's own mind caught up with her. "Great Merlin! It can't be!" she exclaimed. "It's Peter Pettigrew." "What?" Harry and Hermione shouted. "Who?" Ron asked weakly. "Filius, it is he, isn't it?" McGonagall asked. "I can't believe it myself, but he is," the charms master said. "Who's Peter Pettigrew?" Ron asked again. Harry turned to the red-headed boy. "I thought you'd read the books," he said shakily. "Peter Pettigrew was one of my birth parents' best friends, but he's supposed to be dead." Harry turned back and approached the prone man cautiously. "He must have used his rat form to escape," Hermione mused. "What are you doing?" Harry was struggling to get Peter Pettigrew's tattered overcoat off of him, which turned out to be surprisingly easy, since it tore as easily as if he had been in human form, wearing it for 10 years in all weather. "He's a friend, isn't he?" "He's been hurt," Harry explained. "He's going to need Madame Pomfrey after." He glanced at Professor Flitwick. "After that cat bit him, Mr. Potter, you should let the professionals," McGonagall started. Bloody buggering hell. Harry jumped back as if he'd been bitten himself. "Harry!" Hermione yelled. At the same time, McGonagall and Flitwick both shouted, "Potter, look!" Harry was pointing at Pettigrew's outstretched hand. Where he had pulled away the tattered sleeve of the man's robe, there was a dull red mark, faded, but easily identifiable as a snake emerging from the mouth of a skull. Morgana's garters. A Death Eater. McGonagall gasped. Hermione clapped both hands over her mouth and staggered backwards until she tripped over Ron and fell to the floor. There was a Death Eater sleeping in my bed? Ron whimpered. He looked ashen gray, now like he was on the verge of fainting. Luckily, Professor Flitwick still had his wits about him. Expelliarmus incarceris. The unconscious Pettigrew's wand flew from his hand, and he was bound by tight ropes in such a way that the dark mark remained visible. Then Flitwick cast a complex charm that caused two thin, self-tightening cords to be tied around his ankles so that he couldn't get away, even by transforming. McGonagall snapped out of it and absently conjured some bandages that she bound over the 4 teeth wounds on his back. Wasting no more time, she pushed the children aside and went back to the fireplace. Resetting the flue, she threw in another handful of powder and said, "Headmaster's office." A few moments later, a congenial voice sounded. "Good evening, Minerva. Is there a problem?" "Albus, I have an unconscious Death Eater tied up in my office. Now, Minerva, I'm sure Severus was just." "That wasn't a joke, Albus. It's not Severus. It's Peter Pettigrew." "What?" Albus Dumbledore said. "Just what? I'm coming through." A moment later, Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace, his wand drawn, his silver beard and burnt orange robes quivering with energy, only to come face to face with Harry Potter. His mind started racing. Him? Here? Now? Why? He looked around and saw Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, then Phileas and Minerva, and then, tied up on the floor, a man who was supposed to be dead and was definitely not supposed to have that awful tattoo. How had he even got into the castle? And what was Harry doing here? With the boy around, everything immediately got twice as complicated. Albus gave Minerva a questioning look. Who knew what and why and how? Minerva got the message. "Phileas, would you return to your office, please?" she said gently. "We will need to speak about some particularly sensitive matters here." Flitwick shot Pettigrew a suspicious look and reluctantly headed back to the flue. "What happened, Minerva?" Albus asked. She took a deep breath. "Peter Pettigrew is a rat animagus. He's been hiding out as Mr. Weasley's pet rat. Mr. Potter captured him just minutes ago. Harry captured him." Albus thought he knew the answer, but he had to ask how. "How do you think, Albus?" "Unfortunately, Mr. Weasley saw the whole thing." Albus looked to the youngest Weasley son, who was lying on the floor, deathly pale, looking up at him with terror in his eyes. The poor boy must have had quite a shock. "Well, then," he said grimly, "I was hoping we wouldn't have to deal with a situation like this so soon." Ron stammered. "You're not going to obliviate me, are you?" Albus shook his head. That was his old way of doing things, and even then not in front of Minerva. "No, Mr. Weasley, we are not. After all, memory charms are not entirely reliable and are not advised for use on children. However, I must impress upon you the need for secrecy in this matter. We have kept your friend Harry's ability a secret for his own protection. It would draw even more unwanted attention than he receives already, and keeping the secret would give him an additional advantage in the event that he is attacked. I know this must be difficult for you, Mr. Weasley, but can we trust you to keep this secret? And to cover for any awkward questions your family may ask." Ron took a moment to process this. He hadn't really had cause to pay attention to the fact that Harry didn't much care for his fame, but he finally said, "Why, yes, Professor. I will. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Now, as for our rodent friend, Albus inspected the Death Eater. Peter Pettigrew, of all people, he's been injured. What happened to him? He asked. Mr. Potter happened to him, McGonagall said dryly. Harry. Albus turned to the boy and raised an eyebrow. That was surprisingly violent for an 11-year-old, which was a bit worrying. I'm sorry, Professor, Harry said nervously. I changed to cat form to smell him because he was acting suspicious, but he woke up and tried to get away. I didn't want to hurt him, but it was the only way I could think of to stop him. Albus sighed with resignation. It was just the boy's animal side showing through. It wasn't pretty, but his heart was in the right place, so he supposed he shouldn't be too concerned at the moment. I see. What happened then? Hermione spoke up. After we calmed down Ron, we brought him straight here, and Professor McGonagall checked him over. I couldn't believe Harry was right, but another thought came to her. Professor, if Peter Pettigrew's alive, that means Sirius Black didn't kill him. McGonagall started at that. She was still amazed at times how these two Muggle-raised children could take her by surprise by pointing out the obvious. Apparently not. She said apprehensively, and if Peter Pettigrew's a Death Eater? Oh, Merlin Albus, now that I think about it, I'm not sure if Black even got a trial. Do you remember? It took a lot to surprise Albus Dumbledore, but he was getting enough to last him the rest of the year today. With wide eyes, he said, I couldn't tell you. I certainly don't remember hearing about one. I was worried about Harry at the time, and I just assumed Barty Crouch had the whole thing in hand. Barty Crouch, the one who sent his own son to Azkaban on shaky evidence. Hermione observed. I'm afraid so. Hermione, the very fact that Pettigrew is alive and bears the dark mark suggests that Black did not commit at least some of the crimes of which he was accused. You mean Sirius Black might be innocent? Now Harry looked like he might faint as he finally joined Hermione and Ron in sitting on the floor. I'm not sure I'd go that far, Mr. Potter, Minerva said. They still got him on those other 12 murders. Although seeing this now, I can't help but wonder if Pettigrew as a Death Eater might have orchestrated the whole thing. Either way, even if Black did get a trial, finding Pettigrew alive will be enough for a retrial, Albus said. Minerva, I think we should take this directly to Madame Bones. As I recall, Cornelius Fudge was part of the team that arrested Black. It wouldn't take much for Lucius Malfoy to convince him to interfere, so it would be safer not to give him the opportunity. Yes, probably, she agreed. But Albus, if Pettigrew goes to Azkaban, he could tell the other Death Eaters. Albus's eyebrows shot up. Yes, he could. There's not much choice. Then we'll have to memory charm him. We'll need a cover story. Anyway, all right, listen carefully, please. We will say that Pettigrew was injured by a cat in an unrelated incident earlier today. Harry, Hermione, you became suspicious of his behavior and captured him using levitation charms, which would have been a better way to do it in the first place, McGonagall quipped. So Harry and Hermione came and told me Scabbers was acting suspicious, and when I went to get him, he ran away, but they caught him with magic. Everyone stared at Ron. That was surprisingly good, especially given his current mental state. They might just pull this off after all. I believe that will work, Albus said. He waved his wand over Pettigrew and incanted, Memento Figmentum. A white glow briefly surrounded the man's head. There. He will likely harbor an irrational fear of cats and of you, Harry, from now on, but he should not reveal your secret. Now, I will take Pettigrew to Amelia Bones and try to get an emergency trial arranged for Sirius Black as soon as possible. If she is on top of things as usual, I believe it could be tomorrow. I will be contacting your families, and you will be excused from school to attend. Ron's face lit up in surprise at the thought of being able to get out of school for a day, even if it was a Sunday. Harry's and Hermione's faces lit up, too, at the prospect of seeing their parents. Minerva, however, looked less enthused. Albus, I think that's only fair, since this concerns all three of the children personally. Minerva pressed her lips together and hummed to herself. Perhaps, but given those circumstances, I'm not sure I'm comfortable sending them back to the tower until we know more. For that matter, it would be safer if we don't want to tip our hand too quickly. Would you three mind staying in here until we've made the arrangements? But what about dinner? Ron protested. I will take care of that. Nellie, there was a popping sound, and a small elf with yellow eyes and scraggly brown hair appeared in the middle of the office. Professor McGonagall is calling Nellie? Eek. The elf spotted Pettigrew and scampered behind Minerva's legs. Bad wizard. Death Eater. Do not worry, Nellie. He will be removed shortly. Nellie, please have 4 meals brought here when dinner starts. She motioned to the children, who were finally picking themselves off the floor. These 3 will be dining with me tonight. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Ma'am. The elf gave a small bow and popped away, eager to get away from the bad wizard. Ah, good. Mobile corpus, Albus said. As Pettigrew rose into the air, he continued, I will take care of our little pest problem right away. Minerva, please tell Filius and Severus to come up to my office at once. She nodded as he reactivated the flow. Then, just before he stepped through, he said, Oh, and 50 points to Gryffindor for ridding the school of a Death Eater. Good evening. All 3 children smiled. Ron and Hermione both thought privately that it would be nice if they could get rid of Snape, too, but they weren't about to say that in front of McGonagall. Still, 50 points was nothing to sneeze at. It was more than the 33 house points Gryffindor had won from the spread in the Quidditch match. Harry, Hermione said, Yeah, Mione, I take back everything I ever said about your habit of chasing mice. Chapter 27. It was well past dinner by the time Dan and Emma Granger were startled away from their Saturday night television shows by a whooshing sound from their fireplace. They rushed over fearfully, and, sure enough, there was Albus Dumbledore's face in the flames. Dumbledore, what's wrong? Was Harry hurt in the match? Emma said, No, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Your children are fine. Harry won the match for Gryffindor. Dan and Emma grinned with pride at this, but their levity was short-lived. There's something else, isn't there? Dan said shrewdly. We could have read that in the morning paper. Yes, there is. There has been a very unusual incident. Dumbledore seemed to steal himself. This afternoon, after the match, your children apprehended a Death Eater. What? The Grangers said in unison. Just what? Dan was the first to snap out of it. You let a Death Eater in your school, he shouted. I assume you don't mean Professor Snape, Emma said coldly. From somewhere behind the flames, they heard a small, familiar voice giggle and say, I told you so. Hermione, they said. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Both of their children called through the flames. Kids, are you all right? Emma said. We're fine, Mom. Hermione replied. Things have just got really complicated. Complicated? There was a Death Eater in the school, and you go with complicated? Mr. And Mrs. Granger, if I could possibly impose on you to come through and explain things, and I was hoping you could have your children stay at your house for the night," Dumbledore went on. "Not because of any further danger at Hogwarts, I assure you, but there are some sensitive political matters in play, and for privacy's sake, I thought it would be best to get them away from the castle." Dan smiled weakly. "Well, we're certainly not going to refuse. It'll be good to see the kids again. You might as well come through now, if they're ready." "Thank you, Mr. Granger. Harry, Hermione, please step through the fireplace." Dan and Emma waited with anticipation. Despite talking through one several times, their children had never actually traveled by Floo before. They could only guess how that would go. After a few seconds, Hermione staggered out of the fireplace, dizzy and disoriented. A moment later, Harry appeared, but he landed even harder and fell on top of his sister, knocking them both to the floor. Their parents rushed to help them up. "Are you two okay?" Emma asked as she grabbed both of them in a hug. "That's harder than it looks," Harry mumbled. Dumbledore stepped through behind them, and the flames changed back from green to their usual crackling orange. He waited politely for them to finish getting reacquainted. "So you really caught a Death Eater," Dan said in a hard voice as he held an arm around Harry. "And how, pray tell, did that happen?" He glared at Dumbledore. "It would seem that this particular Death Eater has been in hiding for some time as your children's friend, Ronald Weasley's pet rat." "Oh no," Dan and Emma groaned. Dan took his son by the shoulders and said, "Harry, please tell me you didn't eat him." "No, I did bite him, but only to stop him from getting away." "Oh, Harry, I think you'd better start at the beginning." Emma made some tea, and the family sat down to hear the story of the wildest day they'd had since that first one exactly 6 years earlier. Harry and Hermione started with the Quidditch match to break the ice. Dan and Emma congratulated Harry on his flying, but expressed concern about the trouble with his broomstick. They didn't mention their theories as to who might have done it in front of Professor Dumbledore, but he did reassure them that Professor McGonagall and Madame Hooch would be looking into it when they had the time. Thence followed a brief description of the party, plus a bit of complaining that they were missing the second half of it. Then Harry told of his suspicions, and a play-by-play of the capture of Scabbers. His parents gave him a long lecture about his foolishness in letting Ron see him transform, and another one about how much danger he was in going after a suspected animagus by himself, but Harry supposed he deserved that, and Hermione wholeheartedly agreed. Then, the real bombshell. The Death Eater in question was none other than Peter Pettigrew, a dead hero, which meant there was a decent chance that the man who was supposed to be the arch-traitor, Sirius Black, was innocent, and he would be receiving an emergency trial at the Wisengamot tomorrow. The political ramifications of that were why everyone involved was being kept isolated. It was nice to have the children over for the night, Dan and Emma agreed, but the circumstances could definitely be better. Once the Grangers were pretty sure they understood everything, Dumbledore took his leave, by which time it was past time for bed. None of them would get much sleep that night, though, and not just because of the trial itself. After all, tomorrow, Harry would be making his first appearance in the Wisengamot. What new changes, they wondered, would that bring? While Albus was handling the Grangers, Minerva McGonagall thought she was getting the short end of the proverbial stick. Once dinner was over, she had to make the calls and manage a hysterical Molly Weasley along with her husband and 5 of her children. Unsurprisingly, Percy was taking the news particularly badly. "You mean there was a grown man sleeping in my bed for 10 years?" he yelled. "And he was a Death Eater, too," Ron said. Percy fainted. Fred and George weren't much better. They were furious at the news. "I can't believe it," Fred said. "I know. I really feel cheated," George replied. "Betrayed. Double-crossed." "What are you going on about?" Ron demanded. "That was the greatest prank we've ever seen, and it was a bad guy that did it," Fred explained. "Oh, is that all you're thinking about?" Molly scolded when she could get some coherent words in. "Well, he made Percy faint, and we can't even feel properly happy about it," George said. "What I don't get is how we never saw it on." Oof. George elbowed Fred in the side and jumped in. "Plus, how are we ever going to top that?" Little Ginny looked torn between horror at what had happened and wonder at being caught in the middle of one of her storybooks. A Death Eater had been living in her house for almost her entire life, and then Harry Potter caught him and saved them all. It was hard for her to help being excited over that, and her reaction would have been quite amusing if it weren't so serious. Ron, meanwhile, was dutifully keeping his mouth shut about what had really happened, but his mind was reeling. All of the weird things about Harry made sense now. Well, not all, but a lot of them. Trading for a corned beef sandwich, forgetting to eat his vegetables, not liking dogs, being a cat person. Ron groaned when he remembered that one. Harry Potter was somehow both cooler and weirder than he'd ever imagined, but they definitely need to talk when they both got back to Hogwarts. In the end, all the Weasley boys went home for the night. They would be at the Ministry tomorrow, too. And with luck, no one on the outside would what was happening until after the Morning Prophet had run. Then Harry would make the front page 2 days in a row. Minerva sighed. It was going to be a long day tomorrow. The sun was rising on Sunday morning, to the extent that the sun ever shone on the dreary and barren walls of Azkaban. Padfoot lay motionless in his cell, half asleep, retreating into his animal mind to stay sane under the weight of the Dementors. Truth be told, we was as glad of his fur coat as his animal mind. The weather was growing colder again. Padfoot wasn't one to count days. One could rarely keep one's head clear enough in here to do so. He wasn't even sure what month it was. Probably near Halloween, he decided. The thought stubbornly stuck to him. It wasn't a cheerful one. He was pretty sure he had counted the turnings of the seasons correctly, though. It must be the fall of 1991. Harry would have started at Hogwarts by now. For what little he could force his mind to focus on happy things, he wondered what house the boy was in, and whether he was as good at broomstick riding as his father or at charms as his mother, and whether he still looked like a spitting image of James with Lily's eyes. James and Lily. It was almost like a physical blow as the memory of that horrible night hit him again. The ruined house, Peter's betrayal, the disastrous confrontation in that Muggle street, being buried in this hole in the ground while the rat went free. On some level, he was sort of used to it by now. After all, the memory never fully left him. Not in this place. He heard incoherent babbling echoing around the prison. The other prisoners were waking up, being louder than usual. In fact, Bellatrix started screaming incoherently for the whole cell block to hear, but then someone was shouting at everyone to be quiet, and then he saw it. A glint of silver light floating down the cells. Oars were coming. Padfoot backed to the corner of his cell and discarded his wet nose and black fur. In his place stood a man, thin, gaunt, and trembling, dressed in rags and looking almost like a corpse, with his long, stringy hair hanging limply into his sunken eyes, which showed the only spark of life in him. Immediately, the weight of the Dementors increased, though it lessened as the light of the Patronuses came nearer. A few seconds later, 3 Aurors stepped into view outside his cell door. 2 of them Proudfoot, and Williamson had been doing the inspections lately. The third was a newcomer, at least to the cell block, a tall black man in an African-style robe. To his surprise, the newcomer opened the cell door. "Sirius Black," the man said in a deep, stern voice. "Come with us." Black took a hesitant step forward. There were only 2 reasons that he would be let out of his cell. One was if some jerk in the DMLE decided to give him the kiss to score some political points, while the other would be so good that even in the light of the patron uses, he couldn't think about it clearly enough to name it. "WW, what's going on?" he rasped as he staggered out into the corridor, his voice cracking from years of disuse. The black man motioned with his wand for him to walk forward and said, "Apparently, one Harry Potter discovered that you didn't get an actual trial, and he decided he wants to see you answer for your crimes personally." Harry, he thought, his breath catching. Of course, if anyone had a reason to dig into the details of his case, it would be him. And at only 11, too. Oh, the boy must surely hate him, but if he was finally getting his day in court, maybe someday he could repair the damage. Sirius Black's spirits began to lift for the first time in 10 years as he was led up and away from the pit of Azkaban, and then down to the boats to take him to shore. Away from the Dementors, he felt his mind coming back to him. It was sluggish and fragmented, but the despair wasn't quite so crushing anymore. As they stepped into the boat, he spoke up again. "W, what day is it?" The black man, whom Proudfoot had called Shacklebolt, didn't look at him, but answered, "Sunday, 10th of November, 1991. Sirius Black would remember that day. The Grangers drove into London and parked where Cousin Ted had recommended in his letter. A short walk away, they met the Tonkses to escort them into the Ministry of Magic. Andy was wearing very fancy plum-colored robes with a silver W on the chest. They had never seen her out of Muggle robes before, and they all thought she looked much more powerful and aristocratic like this. Dora wasn't with them, but would be attending with Moody, who was heading up security for the trial. Andy and Ted showed them how to get into the entrance. A bank of phone booths connected to the floors below, where a large number of oddly dressed people were going in without coming out, as if that weren't conspicuous. Just step inside, tell the voice on the phone your names, and that you're attending a trial. It'll give you ID badges and flew you to the atrium, Andy explained. She and Ted made to step inside ahead of them. "Wait, all 4 of us?" asked Emma. "Yes. Oh, don't worry. It's bigger on the inside." Harry's face lit up. "Like the TARDIS?" he asked. "What's a TARDIS?" "It's a spaceship that looks like a police phone box," Hermione explained. "The Doctor explores the universe with it." "Doctor Who?" "Yes." Harry and Hermione shouted, laughing and pointing at Andy, who now looked extremely confused. "Kids," scolded Emma. "It's one of our television shows," Dan explained. "Oh, right." Andy and Ted stepped into the booth. After about a minute, they appeared to vanish through the floor. The Grangers stepped into the phone booth themselves. It wasn't exactly bigger on the inside, but it seemed to bend and stretch to accommodate the 4 of them. Sure enough, they stated their names and business and were issued ID badges. And then, without warning, the floor dropped out from under them. There was a sensation of spinning very rapidly, the air rushing around them. They caught glimpses of buried cables and pipes and underground tubes, and, appropriately enough, other fireplaces, seen from the inside, whirling around them. Dan and Emma clung to their children for dear life and remembered what Andy had once said about all fast forms of magical transport being very uncomfortable. Finally, they hit the floor hard. and the four of them tumbled out of a large fireplace and landed in a heap. "Sorry about that," said Ted as he and Andy helped them up. "You get used to it after a while." "Come on," muttered Andy. "Let's get to the courtroom before too many people notice who just walked in here." The atrium of the ministry was a beautiful work of art. Polished floors, an enchanted ceiling with golden runes dancing across it, an ornate fountain featuring the various magical races. But there was little time to appreciate all this, as the place was already filling up with witches and wizards operating and flowing in, many of them members of the media, Wisengamot members and their families, and interested and influential citizens. The news had spread pretty quickly after the Wisengamot was summoned that there would be an emergency trial for Sirius Black, of all people, and that Harry Potter would be in attendance. In a place as small and well-connected as Wizarding Britain, that turned into a media circus very quickly. So Andy and Ted led the Grangers to a lift straightaway, which descended 2 more floors to a smaller, but similarly ornate hallway. The Wisengamot Hall was on the lowest level of the Ministry of Magic, below even the Department of Mysteries, or rather, below and to the side. Public information about the Department of Mysteries was sketchy, but it was widely believed that it was carved outward from the Ministry complex on level 9 because of some naturally occurring magical formation they were studying. In any case, it was only to be expected that the Wisengamot would want their meeting place to be in the deepest, safest location possible. There were people milling around down here, 2 leaning more toward members of the press. It was here, as they were getting ready to go inside, that Harry's presence was finally noticed. A crush of reporters and fans appeared around them, but Cousin Andy pushed them away. "Lord Potter has nothing to say until after the trial," Andy called out before ushering the family inside. "I'm sorry, but you probably won't be able to get away without saying something," she said more quietly. "We'll help you the best we can. I have to take my seat, or rather your seat. Harry, Ted will stay with you." The courtroom, for that's what it was today, was just starting to fill up. About a dozen wizards in plum-colored robes were scattered among the seats at one end of the oblong, terraced chamber. Albus Dumbledore sat behind a tall podium in the front row. He gave the Grangers a friendly wave, and whispers broke out as people started to realize who had just entered. Beside him sat a portly, gray-haired man with an anxious expression, whose face they recognized from the banners in the atrium as Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. The other 3/4 of the room was filling with spectators. Ted led the Grangers to a group of front-row sets just to the left of the section for the Wisengamot members. Ted waved as he sat down, and they spotted Dora's pink hair on the other side of the chamber, where she stood next to a horribly scarred old man leaning on a staff, who had a bright blue eye that kept spinning around and around in his head. He could only be Mad-Eye Moody. The Grangers all shuddered at his piercing gaze. The courtroom looked like quite the appropriate meeting place for the aristocrats of magical Britain, with carved wooden benches and decorations of polished stone running from floor to ceiling in dizzying patterns. The only things that looked out of place were 2 chairs sitting in the middle of the ring of seats. They were rough-cut wood and equipped with numerous chains to confine anyone who sat in them. "Oh, Mom, Dad, there's the Weasleys," said Hermione. She pointed to where a harried-looking family of redheads filed in through the courtroom doors. 3 of the boys spotted Harry and Hermione at once and waved to them. They led their family through the aisles to sit in the row behind the Grangers. "Hey, guys," Ron said. "Dad, this is Harry and his family. Of course, it's quite an honor. Arthur Weasley, at your service." The Weasley patriarch was the only member of the family present today whom Harry and Hermione hadn't yet seen. Tall and balding, but with the same flaming red hair as the rest of his family. He shook Harry's hand eagerly. "Lord Potter, I can't thank you enough," he said. "To think we had a dark wizard living under our noses all these years. Molly and Percy have been simply beside themselves. Our boys have told us all about you, of course. That was some great flying yesterday from what I hear, too." He then turned to Dan and Emma. "And you too, you're muggles, aren't you? You simply must allow me to buy you a drink after the trial. It's the least I can do after what your son's done for us. Please, allow me to introduce my family." Dan and Emma shook all the Weasleys' hands, trying not to be too put off by the overeager wizard. His boys were a boisterous bunch, but the poor little girl, Ginny, looked petrified by Harry's presence. They couldn't help but hope that wasn't too common among the younger witches. His wife, though, was perhaps the most eager to thank the Grangers. As soon as she was in arm's reach, Molly Weasley wrapped Harry and Hermione with one arm each and hugged them within an inch of their lives in gratitude for rescuing her family. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Lord Potter," she apologized as she let the addled boy go. "I just can't believe all this is happening." Harry straightened himself out and assured her that it was all right. The hall was mostly filled when another man came walking through the aisles. This one thin and drawn, with a slightly scarred face and limp, brown hair flecked with gray. His robes were dingy and had been darned in several places. He was staring at Harry, but not with the same adoring stare most people were giving him. He looked sad and uncomfortable, as if something had shaken him greatly. The man walked toward the Grangers slowly, and Ted rose to his feet to intercept him. They exchanged a few muttered words and seemed to be arguing until Ted looked over at Dumbledore, who nodded to him, and he stepped aside to let the man pass. The Grangers looked at the man with great interest as he fixed his eyes on Harry and crouched down in front of him. "Harry Potter," he said slowly. There were tears in his eyes. Harry just nodded. "My name is Remus Lupin. I was a good friend of your parents." The Grangers all sucked in a breath. They had heard a lot about Black and Pettigrew, but only a few mentions of a Remus Lupin, the most mysterious of the Potter's friends. In fact, no one had even mentioned whether he was still alive, and given the war, they'd had no reason to think he was. "You were? I'm pleased to meet you." Harry shook his weathered hand gently. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lupin. I don't really know much about you." Lupin sighed. "Please call me Remus if you like, Harry." No one missed the fact that Lupin was one of the very few adults who used Harry's first name. And I'm not really surprised. Our little band hasn't fared too well. There were 4 of us in the beginning, you see. Your father, myself, Black, and Pettigrew. And, well, you can see what's happened. I couldn't believe Black would ever betray us, but it looked for all the world like Dumbledore sent me an urgent owl this morning and told me what happened. You caught Pettigrew. Harry, you personally... Harry nodded. "Yes, sir. Remus," he said nervously. "I didn't know who he was, though." Remus shook his head and smiled sadly. "So much like your father." Harry, "Well, if what I suspect now is true, it's the perfect irony on Pettigrew. Only, now I fear I've spent the past decade hating the wrong friend." He sighed again and stood back up. "Your family?" he asked, indicating the others. Nodded Harry. "This is my mom, dad, and my sister. Hermione." Remus started to tear up again at the thought of Harry having a new set of parents as he shook their hands. I can't tell you how happy I am to see that Harry went to a good family. I wish I could have taken him in myself, of course, but there were extenuating circumstances. I only hope I'll be able to see him from time to time. Of course, Remus, Emma said. Any friend of Harry's birth parents is a friend of ours, as long as they're not a Death Eater. Anyway, Remus flashed another sad smile and rolled up his sleeves, both of them, for good measure, revealing several scars but no tattoos. Well, as you can see, I'm clean. They didn't have time to speak further, as a bell tolled somewhere in the ministry, and the entire hall stood as Dumbledore stepped up to the high podium, his plum-colored robes with special gold trim dancing in the torchlight. He raised his wand, which emitted a single loud crack. "Good afternoon," the chief warlock of the Wisengamot said solemnly. "I hereby call the third special session of the 389th Wisengamot to order. I want to thank you all for coming on such short notice. Before we begin, I would like to extend a special welcome to our youngest member, who has joined us for the first time after an 11-year absence of his house. Welcome, Lord Harry James Potter." There was loud applause and cheering, and soon the entire hall was on its feet. Harry felt Cousin Ted elbow him, and he stood as well. He was blinded by camera flashes, and it was a solid 3 or 4 minutes before everyone finally calmed down. Harry didn't think he'd ever get used to people calling him Lord, much less this. He hoped this would be a one-time thing. In the chaos, though, he did notice a group of lords and ladies who were just standing politely and not applauding. He resolved to keep a close eye on them. When the hall finally fell silent and the spectators sat down, Dumbledore asked, "Lord Potter, would you like to take up your seat at this time?" Harry blinked a couple of times. "I can do that." The crowd laughed pleasantly. He may have been a Lord of the Wisengamot, but he was still 11. "Lord Potter, as the head of your house, you are entitled to take up your seat at any time after your 11th birthday," Dumbledore said with a chuckle, "with the permission of your magical guardian, of course, who also happens to be my proxy," Harry thought. I don't wish to change my arrangements at this time, Chief Warlock." "Thank you." Harry sat down. Ted leaned over to him and whispered, "Well done." Meanwhile, Dumbledore went on, "Is there any business pending before the Wisengamot?" Of course, he knew exactly what the business was, but he was going by the book. A monocled woman with graying hair, and Harry and Hermione thought a familiar squarish jaw stood up. "Chief Warlock, I have business," she said. "Madam Bones," he recognized her. "Ladies and gentlemen, it came to my attention last night that there were certain irregularities surrounding the trial of one Sirius Orion Black, then heir apparent to the noble and most ancient House of Black, namely, that he never received one. A gasp ran through the courtroom. Apparently, most people thought this would be a retrial, that the heir to a most ancient house, no matter how guilty, would be imprisoned without trial was unthinkable. I move that we adjourn to the Council of Magical Law to hold an immediate trial for Lord Black, Amelia Bones concluded. "I second the motion," Cousin Andy called out, leaping to her feet. "I have a second," Dumbledore said. "Without objection, we will adjourn to the Council of Magical. Excuse me, Chief Warlock," an unctuous voice sounded. A man who seemed to be the leader of the group of wizards who had not applauded Harry stood up. He had pale blonde hair, nearly white, descending to his shoulders, and a pointed face with an upturned nose. He leaned lightly on a snake-headed cane, and he was staring coldly at the Grangers. Lord Malfoy, Dumbledore recognized with a barely suppressed grumble. The Grangers all stiffened, even Dan and Emma. I must object to the presence of muggles in the Wisengamot chambers. Lucius Malfoy spoke with the same smooth, ingratiating voice that Draco liked to use to get his way. An angry murmur circled the hall at the suggestion, and many people turned to stare at Harry's family. I'm sure Lord Potter's adoptive parents are very nice people. It was clear he believed nothing of the sort. But I cannot condone their being privy to sensitive Wisengamot matters. Harry and Hermione were fuming. So were their parents, Lupin, the Weasleys, and many of the other people around them. But Cousin Ted leaned over and whispered, just scoring points with his allies. Don't worry about it. Sure enough, his wife stood up again. Chief Warlock. Madame Tonks, I don't believe there is any law against the presence of muggles at Wisengamot sessions, or trials of the Council of Magical Law. Moreover, Daniel and Emma Granger are fully authorized as privy under the statute of secrecy as immediate family, and they are here at the personal invitation of the office of Lord Potter. There was some stifled laughter at that, and if I'm not mistaken, personally approved by the Chief Warlock. The Grangers were amazed to see a fire in the woman's eyes that they had never seen before, from Dora, sure, but not Andy. Ted had a goofy grin plastered across his face at the sight. You are correct, Madame Tonks. The Grangers' visit has been approved by the chair. Lord Malfoy, if you would like to call a vote to overturn that approval. Lucius Malfoy didn't even need to look at the glares. He was getting to know how that vote would go. I withdraw my objection. Chief Warlock. Dumbledore nodded. Without further objection, we will adjourn to the Council of Magical Law. Madam Bones, I yield the chair. The Chief Warlock sat down, and Madam Bones stepped up to the podium. With a crack from her wand, she said, I hereby call the Council of Magical Law to order in the matter of the trial of Sirius Orion Black and related matters. Another murmur circled the hall at the addition. Or Shacklebolt, have the prisoner brought in. Chapter 28. Sirius Black was led in chains before the Wisengamot. He stumbled as he was dragged along by the oars, keeping his head bowed to see well enough to keep from tripping over his own feet. He was led to one of the 2 iron chairs in the center of the chamber, and the chains leapt into motion to secure him. Once seated, his head lolled to one side, and he looked up for the first time straight into the haunting green eyes of Lily Potter. Yes, they were her eyes, all right, as sure as anything. And the face they were set into was the face of James as a boy. Harry, he mouthed, failing to produce any sound from his throat. It could only be his godson. But the boy was sitting with a family he didn't recognize. A girl about his age with bushy brown hair, a woman with darker but equally bushy hair, who was clearly her mother, and presumably her father with them. Both of the children were in Hogwarts robes, and Sirius noted with a long dormant spark of pride that they both had red trim. A gaggle of redheads behind them could only be the Weasleys. But what took his breath away was the look in Harry's eyes. After what the boy must have been told, they should have been filled with hate, but they weren't. It was more a look of uncertain appraisal with just a hint of, was that pity? Was it possible he already knew? He glanced to the side and saw Moony, who had just as much right to hate him, but he didn't look like he did, either. He looked nervous and confused as he sat there in his worn-out clothes. He knew something as well. But what had happened? Sirius didn't dare hope. Or Shacklebolt. Bring in the second prisoner, a voice in front of him called. He snapped his head forward to see Amelia Bones presiding over the court. She must be in charge of magical law enforcement now, with old Albus Dumbledore sitting beside her. A murmur of confusion began. Then there were scattered gasps from some of the members of the Wisengamot. Sirius craned his neck to see who was being brought in, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Peter. He tried to shout it, but fell into a coughing fit. The rat was here. He strained against the chains, trying to throttle him on the spot before coming to his senses. All he needed was some Veritasrum, and it would all be over. Yes, the rat would finally get his. Sirius bit his tongue to be sure it wasn't a dream, but of course in Azkaban he never would have had a dream this good. Peter, you traitor! Sirius barked out. Me? It's him. He's the traitor. Peter yelled back, his words quick like a rat squeaking. He strained against his own bonds. Silence. Amelia Bones shouted. Sirius and Peter both stopped yelling. Let the record show that the second prisoner before the council today is Peter Pettigrew. There were shouts from around the hall, which she silenced with a blast from her wand. Sirius started to scan the courtroom. He looked over the rest of the Wisengamot. Augusta Longbottom was in her son's seat. Sirius knew from Bellatrix's shouting what had happened there. He flinched when he spotted Andromeda. Damn, he'd forgotten how much she looked like her sister. She was sitting in the seat he had last seen occupied by James. No surprise, she was the natural choice for proxy. And there was Narcissus sitting in his seat. Had his mother finally kicked the bucket? Barty Crouch and Cornelius Fudge were there, two glaring at him. They must still be at the top level of the ministry. He wondered if one of them was Minster. Now, there were others in the audience, too. Alastair Moody was standing guard. He seemed to have lost an eye since Sirius last saw him, and he now had a creepy-looking magical replacement that constantly roved around the room. Beside him was a pink-haired girl who could only be Nymphadora, an Auror in training. He could almost have laughed. Further down, a blonde newspaper reporter in hideous lime green robes was looking increasingly gleeful at the proceedings as a quill was riding by itself in front of her. But Sirius was quickly snapped out of his musings by what Bones said next. Peter Pettigrew was apprehended last night at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. What? Shouted Sirius, and he wasn't the only one shouting. He looked back at Harry to convince himself that the boy was all right. Order! Bones roared with another crack from her wand. He was apprehended on the advice of our own Lord Potter. Order! Order! Who noted the suspicious behavior of a classmate's pet rat. I will have order. As a result of that arrest, Mr. Pettigrew has so far been charged with failure to register as an animagus, criminal use of unregistered animagus ability, and membership in a banned terrorist group. Before anyone could react to that last bit, she called out, Auror Shacklebolt. The large Auror strode over to the bound Pettigrew and tore back the man's sleeve, revealing the dark mark. The hall erupted into total chaos. Sirius's mind was reeling, barely registering the shouting and screaming around him. What? He choked. Just what? Peter had been at Hogwarts? With Harry's classmates? Quite possibly in Harry's dorm room? And Harry had personally found him out. How was any of that possible? Did Remus tell him something? No one heard Shacklebolt utter the words, evidence for the defense, Exhibit 1 in reference to Peter's mark, since Lucius Malfoy and his cronies were loudly protesting anything they could make stick, while half of the liberals and moderates were demanding to know how a Death Eater had evaded capture for so long and got into the school. One of the conservatives, Lord Jugson, demanded the arrest of the Weasleys for abetting Pettigrew, which Andromeda and Augusta Longbottom both protested. Lord Not demanded that Harry be questioned, which was eventually dismissed as unnecessary. When Madame Bones finally calmed the council again, she went straight ahead with the trial. "Lord Sirius Orion Black," she said, "you are hereby charged with the following crimes: membership in a banned terrorist group, high treason, 2 counts of accessory to murder in the first degree of Lord James Potter and Lady Lily Evans Potter, conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree of Harry James Potter, gross breach of the statute of secrecy, illegal use of dark magic, attempted murder in the first degree of Peter Pettigrew, and 12 counts of murder in the second degree of..." And here Madame Bones named the 12 Muggle victims of Peter's curse. "Lord Black, how do you plead?" Sirius's voice became quiet and tired, but he looked determined as he responded, "Not guilty to all. Will you submit to questioning under veritasrum?" "I will." It was at this point that Lord Malfoy stood again and said, "I must object, Madame Bones. Lord Black is a suspected occlumens based on both his record and the fact that he is coherent just hours after being removed from Azkaban. Therefore, his testimony under veritasrum cannot be considered trustworthy." There was more shouting from the hall as many liberals protested this move, but the Azkaban card was a good one, Sirius had to admit. Most prisoners took weeks to recover after long sentences. It raised just enough suspicion to kill the idea. Who would have thought that Padfoot would hurt him one day? Granted, he did know some occlumency, but not enough to beat veritasrum. I would question anybody's ability to properly guard their mind after that long in Azkaban. Malfoy, Andromeda countered. "We want to do this by the book, don't we?" said a smug-looking man who turned out to be Lord Smith, especially after uncovering the unfortunate oversight of a decade ago. "I call for a vote on the admissibility of Lord Black's testimony." "Seconded," spoke a witch whom Sirius didn't recognize. "Very well," said Madame Bones. "On the admissibility of the testimony of Lord Black under veritasrum. All those in favor, all those opposed." The vote was close, but a definite loss. "The motion is not carried. I remind the council, though, that we have a witness to the events in question. Peter Pettigrew, will you submit to questioning under veritasrum as witness for the defense?" "And no, I will not. I will not defend that traitor," the rat said. No surprise there. If he'd had money or political allies, Peter could have spilt everything and claimed Imperius, except that Sirius would still kill him. But since he didn't have either of those, all he could do was to clam up and hope Malfoy and not would help him out to save their own skins. "I believe the testimony of witnesses on the scene will be quite sufficient to settle this matter, Madame Bones. Even with these startling revelations about Mr. Pettigrew. Don't you agree, Minister?" Lord Malfoy said, giving Cornelius Fudge a pointed look. "So that answered one question." Sirius put 2 and 2 together and vowed to keep a close eye on this minister if he got out of here. "Madame Bones," the Auror called before Fudge could respond. "Auror Shacklebolt, I would like to submit evidence for the defense. Exhibit 2. He held up a vial containing a silvery liquid. "My own pensive memories of the interrogation of Peter Pettigrew under veritasrum, as witnessed by myself, Auror Scrimgeour, and the chairwoman." Objection. Self-incrimination. Lord Malfoy shouted. "Madame Bones, I remind the Council of the Uniform Trials Act of 1816, which permits the admission of veritasrum testimony when collected under probable cause and restricted to questions pertinent to the charges filed. I also remind the Council of the War Crimes Act of 1980, which provides significantly expanded leeway in this matter in cases involving war crimes, which includes the case before the Council today. Sirius saw Harry and the family sitting with him, looking surprised at that. They started whispering intently to Andromeda's husband about it. It seemed odd that they wouldn't know about that law. Was the girl a Muggle-born? He wondered disconnectedly. Madam Bones, I call for a vote on the admissibility of this evidence, Lord Malfoy said, not bothering with a counterargument of his own. He was quickly realizing that he had been outplayed from the beginning. Lord not seconded, but the vote went solidly Sirius's way. Few besides Malfoy's allies would give any sympathy to a marked Death Eater. The motion is carried, and the evidence is admissible. Mr. Croaker, please enter. The doors of the hall opened a second time, and Algernon Croaker, the head unspeakable, wheeled in a large stone basin, apparently filled with water. Croaker gave a small nod to his sister-in-law, Augusta Longbottom, as he walked. He looked a more affable sort than she did, rather like a younger Dumbledore, right down to the twinkle in his eyes, despite having a much less outlandish fashion sense, and keeping his iron-colored hair and goatee trimmed short. But most of the hall was focused on the artifact he was wheeling in. A pensive was not that commonly used in the council, since the projections were usually hard to see, and more to the point, Veritastrum testimony was almost always sufficient, but the Department of Mysteries did maintain one specifically for this purpose. He brought the artifact to the front of the hall and took the vial from Shacklebolt. Mr. Croaker, have you inspected the evidence? Bones asked. Yes, ma'am. Have the memories been modified in any way? No, ma'am. Good. I warn you all that the testimony you are about to hear is quite disturbing, she said. If any guests wish to leave the trial for this next part, they should do so now. She was staring directly at Harry. The girls' family whispered to each other for a minute, but Harry seemed emphatic about staying, and the girls seemed to insist on staying with him. A few people did get up to leave, and it looked like it was a hard-fought battle for the little Weasley girl, a Weasley girl, not to be sent out of the room. When the departing witches and wizards had left, Bones said, "Play the memories, please, Mr. Croaker." The unspeakable nodded and poured the silvery liquid into the pensieve, letting it mix for a few moments. He drew his wand and prodded the surface. A ghostly silver image of Pettigrew's head and shoulders rose from the basin, looking very much like he did now, except fighting an unseen person trying to restrain him. The memory began with Pettigrew being forcibly administered 3 drops of a certain potion and growing strangely still. Then, an echo of Amelia Bones's voice began speaking. "What is your name?" "Peter Pettigrew." The projection spoke in a flat monotone. "Are you a Death Eater?" "Yes." "When were you marked as a Death Eater?" "The 30th of October, 1981. What did you do to receive the Dark Mark?" "I betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord." There were gasps in the hall at this, as the renewed suspicions about what had happening in 1981 began to be confirmed. "How did you betray the Potters?" "I told the Dark Lord the location where they were hiding under a Fidelius charm." "You were the secret keeper?" It was Shacklebolt's voice that asked that one. "Yes." "It wasn't Sirius Black," another voice asked, presumably Auror Scrimgeour's. "No." Sirius looked back over at Harry. A look of horror was on his face, and the people around him didn't look much better. "Who cast the Fidelius charm?" Bones's voice sounded again. "Lily Potter." "Why did Lily Potter make you the secret keeper when it was believed to be Sirius Black?" "James and Lily wanted Sirius to be the secret keeper, but Sirius believed that was too obvious. He said he would claim to be the secret keeper, but would secretly switch with someone else. He suggested me as the least likely person. Sirius started crying. Did anyone else know about this change? No. Why not? They wanted as few people to know as possible. They were on to the fact that there was a spy among them, but I think Sirius suspected it was Remus. There was a sound of shuffling papers. For the record, you are referring to Remus Lupin, correct? Yes. Sirius heard. Remus let out an actual whimper at this revelation. Enough eyes turned toward the man to make it clear who he was. Why did you betray the Potters? The Dark Lord ordered me to bring him any available information on their whereabouts. Why were you working for you-know-who? I was afraid. The Dark Lord tracked me down and threatened me a year earlier. He said I must serve him as a spy or else die painfully. I already thought he was going to win. So, coward. Sirius shouted over the recording. Be quiet, snapped Shacklebolt, prodding him with his wand. What did you-know-who do after you told him the Potter's location? The Dark Lord marked me that night and said he had plans to make. The following night, he ordered me to escort him to the cottage, which I did. He ordered me to wait outside while he went in. What happened next? I heard James yell out, Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off. There were more gasps in the hall as the people sat transfixed, none more so than Sirius himself, except perhaps Harry. I saw spellfire. I believe the Dark Lord was mostly using killing curses. It stopped after just a few seconds. A few seconds later, I heard Lily scream, Not Harry, please not Harry, then, Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead, then, Not Harry, please, have mercy, despite Pettigrew's monotone. Or perhaps because of it, those words were the most haunting thing that Sirius had ever heard. Not in all his time in Azkaban had his mind generated that awful scenario. Through his own tears, he saw that Harry's face was buried in the bushy-haired woman's chest, and Remus was covering his face with his hands. Indeed, most of the spectators at least shed a tear or two upon hearing Lily Potter's last words. After that, I saw the light from 2 more killing curses. Pettigrew continued relentlessly, but after the second one, the cottage exploded. I ran inside, but I found no sign of the Dark Lord. I found only his wand. I took it and operated away. You have you-know-whose wand? Shacklebolt's disbelieving voice said. No. Where is you-know-whose wand? Bones asked after a pause. In a disused but warded sewer pipe in Salisbury. There was some sputtering and coughing in the memory at that. Did you kill 12 muggles in Salisbury? Yes. How? I cast a confringo at a gas valve cover on the street, causing an explosion. So our cover story of a gas explosion was for an actual gas explosion? Scrimgeour said. The question wasn't intended for Pettigrew, but he answered, Yes. How did you escape? Bones asked. I used a shield charm to protect myself, cut off my finger as a cover, transformed to rat form, and escaped through the hole into the sewers. You are a rat animagus? Yes. Are you registered? No. There was a pause as the Amelia Bones in the memory seemed to switch gears. Did you see Sirius Black kill anyone that day? No. Did you see Sirius Black attempt to kill anyone that day? Only me. Did you see Sirius Black break of the Statute of Secrecy that day? Yes. How so? He brandished his wand, and attempted to curse me in front of muggles. Was Sirius Black ever a Death Eater? To your knowledge? No. The memory ended abruptly, and a heavy silence descended on the Wizengamot. The horror of what had been done to Sirius was slowly sinking in. Even Malfoy knew he had no way to walk this back. At least Pettigrew hadn't named any names. Andromeda stood up to speak, but Madame Longbottom beat her to it. Madam Bones, I move that all charges against Lord Black be dropped immediately. Many of the lords and ladies look to be in favor of that already. Madam Bones, that is preposterous. Barty Crouch growled, doing his best to save face. Mr. Pettigrew's testimony clearly indicates that Lord Black did attempt to murder him, and also violated the statute of secrecy. Furthermore, we have no definitive proof that he is not a Death Eater. Well, why don't you roll up my sleeves and actually check for once, Barty? Sirius demanded. That's enough, Lord Black, Bones said. Or Shacklebolt, do it. The Auror quickly pulled back both of Sirius's sleeves, revealing bare forearms. I move that all charges against Lord Black be dropped except minor breach of the statute of secrecy and attempted murder in the first degree of Peter Pettigrew, Lord Smith suggested. The lords and ladies started talking over each other again. Madam Bones, Lord Black was employed as a hit wizard at the time, and as such was authorized. I second Lord Smith's motion. Order. Order. Amelia Bones silenced the hall. I have a second on Lord Smith's motion to drop all charges except minor breach of the statute of secrecy and attempted first-degree murder. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carried easily. Lord Black, would you like to revise your plea at this time? Sirius stared at the monocled, which in confusion. That wasn't normal procedure. She must want him to do something. Of course, if he was found innocent, then he could be reinstated. And then she was technically his boss. Maybe she's on my side, he thought. But what could he do? He looked over the lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, took another look at Harry, and started to get an idea. Perhaps even a Marauder-level idea. He knew a thing or two about Cornelius Fudge, and with the right leverage, it just might work. It would be a small price to pay, all things considered. After all, if he was Lord Black now, he certainly didn't need the money. All he really wanted was to see his godson. Madam Bones, he said sadly, his voice still rasping, but he was looking at Fudge. That morning, I was overcome by grief at James and Lily's deaths, and I was not thinking clearly. I felt like I was responsible, and I could only think of revenge. I should have seen to Harry instead of going after Peter. Yes, I tried to kill him. Peter, that is, but I certainly wasn't in my right mind when I did it. When he escaped, I lost it entirely. That's why I was laughing in the street, which I assume is why I was just presumed guilty and shipped off to Azkaban without so much as a questioning, which was not just a perversion of justice, but shoddy law enforcement work. Crouch was glaring at him again, but Fudge was definitely starting to sweat. Good. But from what I can tell, that was under the previous administration. I'd really rather put this all behind me and not drag it out, ma'am. So I am willing to plead guilty to a minor breach of the statute of secrecy. And I am also willing to waive any right to file criminal or civil charges against the ministry for denial of rights and wrongful imprisonment in this case, that in exchange for dropping the attempted murder charge, I move to accept Lord Black's plea bargain immediately, Andromeda said at once. Seconded, said Madame Longbottom. I have a second, Bones said before too much debate could start up. All those in favor. The liberals in the Wizengamot gradually raised their wands and lighted them, apparently being persuaded by Sirius's story, though few people seemed to want to be seen as the first. A few moderates did the same, while Malfoy's conservatives remained steadfastly motionless. But gradually more and more wands were raised until, under the weight of the stairs, Cornelius Fudge raised his, and many of the moderates followed, though Barty Crouch conspicuously didn't. All opposed. The conservatives and many of the moderates lit their wands. There were plenty of people who weren't happy to see the attempted murder charge go as a political matter, even if they weren't particularly against him personally. It would be a close vote. Sirius held his breath as he waited for the verdict. By a vote of 32 to 26, said Bones, "The motion carries." Sirius smiled as actual cheers erupted from his supporters and from the gallery. Hearing Peter's interrogation must have given him some good allies. And unlikely ones, light-side ones. It was good to be back, he thought for the first time. Lord Sirius Orion Black, you are hereby fined 100 galleons for a minor breach of the statute of secrecy, and all other charges will be struck from your record, said Bones. I apologize deeply for the actions of this body 10 years ago. You're free to go, and may I be the first to say welcome back. The chains fell away from Sirius's arms. He rose slowly, shakily to his feet, taking in another round of applause. He didn't bother even looking at the rat as he took a few uneasy steps forward. He wanted to run to Harry, but he couldn't run in his present state, and there were a couple things he needed to say first. He approached the podium, looked Amelia Bones straight in the eye. "Madam Bones," he said hoarsely, "I wasn't the only one who was sent to Azkaban without trial. I think the rest of them were all Death Eaters, but you should probably check." As the council digested that nugget, he cast his eyes on his most aloof cousin sitting next to her husband and said, "Narcissa, since you're here, I take it my oh-so-loving mother is no longer with us? I just want you to know that the next time we meet, I'll be wanting my seat back," leaving the blonde couple fuming and shaken at having lost their proxy seat. Probably without the slightest warning, he crossed the hall and climbed into the seats, stumbling down the aisle toward the people he most wanted to see, even though he dreaded how they might react. Remus was nearest to him. He knew he must look and smell a lot worse than the werewolf did. And that was saying something, since he didn't look like he'd had too good of a decade himself. Harry was still being held by that Gryffindor girl's family. Whoever they were, they at least looked like they cared for him. But Sirius struggled to meet Remus's eyes as he approached, after all those secrets were aired out. Remus, for his part, wore an expression of terrible regret, but why? He had no reason to think anything but what he was surely told. Finally, when he'd come within arm's reach, Remus wordlessly grabbed him by the hand and embraced him like a brother. Sirius slumped as his legs gave out, and he started tearing up again. Merlin, he felt like such a woman right now. "I'm so sorry, Moony," he whispered. Later, Padfoot, came the simple reply. "Harry," Sirius whispered again. He tried to take a step toward his godson, but Remus held him back. "Wait." He jerked his head toward Peter. It wasn't over yet. Moving on, Amelia Bones spoke again. "Peter Pettigrew, in light of this evidence, you are hereby charged with the following crimes: membership in a banned terrorist group, high treason, 2 counts of accessory to murder in the 1st degree of Lord James Potter, and Lady Lily Evans Potter, conspiracy to commit murder in the 1st degree of Harry James Potter, gross breach of the statute of secrecy, 12 counts of murder in the 2nd degree of..." The 12 muggles were named again. Failure to register as an animagus and criminal use of unregistered animagus ability. "Mr. Pettigrew, how do you plead?" Pettigrew gave his rat-like grin and a little nervous laugh as he said, "Is there any chance I could plead down as well, Madam Bones?" Amelia Bones leaned forward and stared at the rat in the chair. "Mr. Pettigrew, you are currently facing 16 counts that carry potential life sentences. Are you hoping to plead down to 1 life sentence?" There was actually some laughter from the hall at that. The nervous grin vanished from Pettigrew's face as he launched into a distinctly rat-like tirade. "All right then, guilty. It doesn't matter. The Dark Lord will return, and then you'll all get yours." "Silencio!" Madam Bones cut him off personally. "Peter Pettigrew, as per your plea of guilty, I hereby sentence you to life imprisonment in Azkaban without the possibility of parole." She made another loud crack with her wand. "Or Shacklebolt, take him away." As Peter was yanked up from the chair and marched out of the chamber in chains, his eyes wandered back to those who had once been his family. Giving up all pretense, he was downcast under the glares of Sirius and Remus, not to mention the entire Weasley family. Harry had also recovered, more or less, and glared at him as well, but he went one step further. When Peter reached his closest point, he lunged forward, bared his teeth, and hissed at the rat. Pettigrew flinched. Many eyes in the hall turned to Harry Potter. Sirius and Remus were duly surprised. Just what had happened with his capture last night. Sirius saw the girl roll her eyes at him. The parents' expressions were unreadable, and glancing around, he saw that the Weasleys, the youngest boy excepted, merely looked confused. Meanwhile, throughout the Wizengamot, though, the lords and ladies regarded the boy with great interest. Even Andromeda looked a bit surprised. Here was the legendary boy who lived, a boy who at age 11 had apparently captured the true betrayer of his parents and cleared his godfather's name all but single-handed, and Sirius would later learn had won his first Quidditch match in the same weekend. Now, mostly to the boy's dismay, they would add another line to the legend. As he faced down a vicious Death Eater who had murdered a dozen people and frightened the evil man simply by hissing at him. That Pettigrew was undoubtedly the most cowardly of Death Eaters, would make little difference. Some might admit it only in private, but if there was any doubt that Harry Potter was going to be a major power player, it was gone now. Without objection, I declare this session of the Council of Magical Law closed. Chief Warlock, I yield the chair. As Amelia Bones stepped down, Albus Dumbledore rose from his seat and ascended back to the podium, his eyes twinkling like mad. "Does anyone have any further business before the Wizengamot?" he asked. At this, the minister stood up. "I would like to make a motion. Chief Warlock, Minister Fudge, as many of you know, Peter Pettigrew was posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, first class for his assumed services to the war. In light of the revelations of today, I move that Mr. Pettigrew be stripped of this award effective immediately." There was no doubt that would carry, but Fudge wasn't done. He seemed to look back and forth uncertainly between Lord Malfoy, Dumbledore, and Harry as if weighing his options, but he continued. "Furthermore, today we have seen a great wrong done by the previous administration, righted by the release of one of our own members from unlawful imprisonment, and the imprisonment of a mass murderer who had gone free. It was the intervention of another of our members that saw this wrong corrected. Therefore, in recognition of his service to the nation, I move that this body award the Order of Merlin, third class, to Lord Harry James Potter." Sirius smiled broadly for quite possibly the first time in 10 years. Youngest Order of Merlin winner in history had a nice ring to it. James and Lily would be so proud. That Fudge didn't think he had the political capital to include Sirius, and that was irrelevant. He didn't deserve it. Harry, however, didn't look too happy, displeased, in fact. He looked at the girl's family, and then back at Sirius questioningly, who smiled even wider and nodded to him. "Take it. Don't worry about me." But Harry didn't seem satisfied. Just before Dumbledore called the vote, the boy called out, "Chief Warlock, may I speak?" Of course, Lord Potter. The stares of the entire hall bored into the boy. No dared to make the smallest sound. He seemed tense under the pressure, and understandably so. After all, Sirius would soon learn. This was his first ever public statement aside from the earlier procedural bits. He seemed to think it over for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully, and said, "I just want everyone to know that Hermione here was instrumental in the capture of Pettigrew. It couldn't have happened without her." Sirius started wondering even more about this Hermione girl. "Harry," she whispered up at him. "Hush," he whispered back. So if the Wisengamot wants to honor me with this award, you should do the same for her." Sirius covered his mouth and doubled over with a soft but nasty hacking sound. He was laughing for the first time in a decade. That boy was every bit the stubbornly noble and caring sort his mother always was. "I can testify to Lord Potter's assessment," Dumbledore said with a twinkle. "Miss Hermione Granger did, indeed, play a vital role in the capture of Peter Pettigrew. Do I have a motion to award Lord Potter and Miss Granger the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, for their services to the nation?" "So moved," Andromeda said at once. "Seconded," said Elphia's Doge. That vote quickly carried as well, with almost everyone but Malfoy's faction voting in favor. "Excellent," said Dumbledore. "I expect the Ministry will work with the office of Lord Potter to schedule the formal award presentation. Now, if there is no further business, and after some of the fastest decision-making I have ever seen in all my years of service without objection, I declare this special session adjourned." He closed with another crack from his wand. Slowly, the people began to file out of the Wisengamot Hall, but many were sticking around, watching what Harry would do. Andromeda quickly ran over to the group and used a trick she had picked up growing up with her sisters and conjured a thin but dense wall of fog around the family, hiding them from view. Remus drew his own wand and cast the muffling charm the Marauders had copied from Snape. "Teach thank you, see cousin," Sirius stammered. He had so many things he wanted to say, and he barely knew where to start. Grasping his oldest living friend by the shoulders, he said, "I'm so sorry, Moony. I thought you were the spy. If I'd known—" "No, Padfoot, I'm sorry," Remus replied. "I should have figured out that you'd switched. I should have come looking for you, or Peter, or Harry." No, it's all Sirius stopped and laughed weakly. There was no use arguing it all day. "Look at us, Remus. You're going gray already. Hey, now, you're looking pretty ragged yourself, Sirius. Finally, the flesh reflects the madness within. Well, you'd know all about that, wouldn't you?" The two men smiled and embraced again. Suddenly, a portal opened in the fog barrier with a whooshing sound, and a pink-haired which bounced inside. "Watch her. Guys, you start the party without me?" Sirius shook his head. "I can't believe. Is this really little Nymphadora?" "Just Dora, if you know what's good for you," she said sternly. "Or Tonks." Andromeda rolled her eyes. "It's been a while since I've seen either of you two," Dora deadpanned. "You come here often?" "I'm surprised you even remember me." "Dora," Remus said. "Well, how could I forget that handsome face?" she shot back, winking at him. Sirius sniggered a little when he saw Remus blush, but he wasn't about to waste any more time. He approached the messy-haired boy who had been waiting patiently through this exchange and crouched down so that they were eye to eye. Somehow, he already had a stare even more piercing than Lily's behind those glasses. The girl's family pressed in close behind him. "Harry," he started. He swallowed hard and blinked back tears. "I don't know how much you've been told, but I'm your godfather." The boy nodded with a mask of calm and muttered, "I know." Sirius wasn't sure if he was blinking. "Harry, I am so sorry. I never should have trusted that rat in the first place. I should have been there for you. You shouldn't had to hear all that from him. You shouldn't had to be the one to catch him. I can't believe you caught him yourself. How? I'm so sorry, Harry. Can you forgive me? Can you forgive your stupid godfather for screwing everything up?" There was an awkward silence. Harry seemed to be too emotional to speak. Sirius was only vaguely aware that he now on his knees with his hands limp in front of his chest, begging like a dog. When the silence and Harry's staring became too much, he started babbling again. "But look at you, going to Hogwarts now, a Gryffindor naturally, but then what else would you be?" Now, Harry finally opened his mouth. "Well, sir, the Sorting Hat did consider Ravenclaw." Sirius barked with laughter. "Just like your mother. And please call me Sirius if you want to. That is..." Harry blinked once slowly and smiled a little. "Sirius," he said, as if speaking the word for the first time. "I'm glad you're not a traitor after all." Sirius didn't even notice that Harry had extended a hand to him as he threw his arms around the boy and started sobbing. Harry went stiff at first, but then loosened up a bit and awkwardly patted him on the back. "And then there's this one," he said, pulling away and turning to shake the hand of the bushy-haired girl. "Harry," he said slyly, "if you've got yourself a girlfriend already, No, she's my sister." Sirius stood back up, feeling dizzy. "Sister?" "We adopted Harry 6 years ago," the girl's father said. "My name is Daniel Granger. This is my wife, Emma, and our daughter, Hermione, adopted." Sirius mumbled as he shook their hands as well. It was only to be expected, but he still wasn't prepared for it. "It's rather a long story," Emma added, "and one that can wait until you've spent some time in recovery." Andromeda jumped in. "Harry's been doing very well with his new family." Sirius wondered why they were being so evasive all of a sudden. Merlin's beard. Harry hadn't gone to that awful sister of Lily's, had he? He was getting a headache now. Andromeda took him by the arm. "We should get going," she said gently. Remus took his other arm to help him stay on his feet. She dispelled the fog barrier and started to lead him toward the exit, though when she did, she nearly ran into Mad-Eye Moody, who had apparently been keeping nosy reporters away. "Come on," he said gruffly. "Bones and Dumbledore want to talk to you." With a loud clack of a wooden leg on the stone floor, he led them to the exit where the Chief Warlock and Director of Magical Law Enforcement were standing. "Lord Potter," Madam Bones started, "I wanted to apologize. I should have warned you more specifically what Pettigrew's testimony would entail." Harry took a deep breath. "Thank you, Madam Bones, but I think I needed to hear it eventually, maybe not in public, but I guess it would have come out anyway, right?" Bones reluctantly nodded. "Your niece speaks very highly of you, Madam Bones," piped up Hermione. "We really appreciate the work you're doing." Amelia Bones's face lit up. "Why, thank you, Miss Granger. I'm glad Susan's found friends in the two of you. Making connections already." Sirius thought with a smile as he caught his breath. Madam Bones took her leave, and then Dumbledore turned to speak to him. "Sirius, my boy, I must also apologize to you," the old wizard said. He looked good after those 10 years, but obviously tired from the day's excitement. "If I had been more attentive to Barty Crouch's actions 10 years ago, I could have saved you from Azkaban. No, Albus." Sirius stopped and sighed. It was doing no good arguing like this. Everyone made mistakes here. I'm just grateful I got a chance to pick up the pieces. Harry, if you're... He couldn't quite bring himself to say parents. "If your family doesn't mind, let's go grab lunch or dinner or tea or what time is it?" "No, Sirius, not today." Andromeda stopped him. "You're going straight to St. Mungo's." "Am not. I'm fine." He felt like he was about to pass out. "You're not. You've been under constant exposure to Dementors for 10 years, and yet I'm already speaking in complete sentences." She wasn't having it. "Sirius, as a licensed healer and your next of kin, I insist you spend at least a week in St. Mungo's to recover from." "Bugger that. I want to get to know my godson." "You are in no condition to be." "And don't I technically outrank you?" "Ahem. I believe I may be of assistance," Dumbledore interrupted. All eyes turned to him. "Next weekend is a Hogsmeade weekend at Hogwarts. If you approve, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I believe we could arrange a special visit for the 4 of you to meet with Sirius. And you, Remus, if you care to join, while the students are out, say lunch on Sunday at the 3 Broomsticks, that would give Sirius a week to recover before the meeting. Remus, I believe that date is available to you as well." Remus nodded. The children looked to their parents eagerly. Dan and Emma exchanged a look and quickly agreed. "That sounds lovely," Emma said. "We'll look forward to it." "All right," Sirius said, pouting a little, not wanting to let his cousin know, even as he leaned more heavily on her, and Remus for support, that his legs were about to give out. "I guess I can wait 1 more week. Take me away, Cousin Andy." He was disappointed when he didn't get the slightest reaction from Andromeda, that had always got a rise out of her before. "Brace yourselves," she muttered, and she opened the door. Sirius was blinded by camera flashes and dazed by shouted questions, as the Aurors appeared to have corralled the reporters outside the hall by now. The witch in the lime green robes was front and center. The group tried to push through, but the crush was too great, and the Minister for Magic had interposed himself in front of them. "Lord Black, I just wanted to personally apologize to you for the small part one played in your unfortunate imprisonment," said Cornelius Fudge, eagerly shaking his hand and obviously trying to save face. Sirius suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. If Fudge's part in that affair was small, he was a hippogriff. "Thank you, Minister, but I'm afraid I've got an appointment with a bed at St. Mungo's at the moment," he said shamelessly. "Oh, of course. Lord Black." Fudge looked only a little disappointed. "Lord Potter, I think I owe you something of an apology as well. And congratulations to you and your sister for freeing your godfather and righting this wrong." He shook the children's hands for the cameras. Harry looked a bit put off and murmured an acknowledgement. "Anything you'd like to say to the press, Lord Potter?" a wizard in the press group called out. "Well," Harry started. He looked to Andromeda, who sighed and nodded to him. "The thing is, it was 6 years ago today that my mom and dad and sister asked me to join their family. Even now, it's still the happiest moment of my life. I never thought I'd get any closer connections to my birth parents than some distant cousins. But today I've met a godfather who was anything but the traitor I thought he was, plus another good friend of my parents. So, as weird as it was, I couldn't have asked for a better anniversary day. There were audible ahs from the crowd, which respectfully started to back away as Harry's newly expanded family led him on. Sirius teared up again and wondered where this thoughtful young man had come from. He seemed to be more Lily than James. Andromeda and Dumbledore tried to escort the group through the crowd without too much additional badgering from the press, but it was a difficult route. Sirius told anyone who got close enough that he'd make a statement after he'd recovered, but just before they headed back up to the atrium, he saw a wizard with shoulder-length white hair and bizarre rainbow-colored robes come up on his flank. A little girl was tagging along behind him with large silver eyes and enough stringy blonde hair to get lost in. "Lord Black, Xenophilius Lovegood from the Quibbler," said the reporter. "Is it true that you're secretly Stubby Boardman?" That question was strange enough to make Sirius stop in his tracks. "Stubby Boardman?" "The lead singer of the Hobgoblins," he said, cocking his head. "I don't remember that. I didn't think my memory had gone that bad." "Remus, Sirius, you're a terrible singer," his friend reminded him. "Right, nope, it's not me, sorry," he said, leaving the disappointed reporter behind. Chapter 29. On Monday morning, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and 4 Weasley boys walked into the Great Hall as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. That lasted only until the arrival of the morning papers. Sirius Black innocent. Release from Azkaban. Real traitor Peter Pettigrew caught by Harry Potter. Amelia Bones. Black never received trial. Fudge disavows. Dumbledore apologizes. Barty Crouch suspended. Potter and sister to receive Order of Merlin. The previous day's trial was so sensational that even Rita Skeeter didn't need to fabricate anything, and her lead article was surprisingly accurate. She waxed quite purple at times and downplayed Hermione's role, but by her standards, it was practically a gift. Even Harry's quote to the press was reported correctly, although that may have been merely because there were dozens of witnesses. As people started to read the headlines, there was a great commotion as people flocked to Harry to get his side of the story, and he told anyone who would listen that yes, the articles were mostly accurate, but that Hermione had helped out a lot, too. He also told Neville to thank his Gran for her support. There was a noticeable change in tone as breakfast progressed, as people read through the articles, and the chief source of noise changed from congratulations to awe to awkward comments and condolences when they got to the part where the last words of James and Lily Potter, and Harry's reaction to them, courtesy of Rita's quill, were reported. Luckily, the Slytherins had the sense not to antagonize Harry after reading that article, although the entire hall heard Draco Malfoy proclaim that Mother always said Sirius was the white sheep of the Black family. He laughed at his own joke. I guess that's one mystery solved. He really was a blood traitor all along. Meanwhile, Fred and George started singing another verse of Potter Can Catch Anything about catching an evil rat. They later got detention from Snape for rhyming it with evil bad. Ron Weasley was very frustrated as he had to get all the way through classes that day before he had a chance to talk to Harry and Hermione. It didn't help that Malfoy and the other Slytherins were mocking him in the halls. It was all he could do to keep from throttling the little Ponce at times. The other houses were sympathetic, but he still got tired of repeating their cover story over and over again. He barely even noticed it himself when he started embellishing his role in the affair just to feel a bit better about it. Of course, part of him said he should consider himself lucky. The grief he was getting was nothing compared with Percy. One of the few things more embarrassing than an 11-year-old boy finding out he'd been unwittingly sharing a bed with a 31-year-old man was for it to happen to a 15-year-old boy, and Percy was high-strung enough as it was over the whole thing without people making rude remarks about it. Even he didn't deserve that. The chaos of the day also meant that it would be hard to get away from the crowds to talk to Harry and Hermione. But then again, they were very private people, so they might have something in mind. So Ron fought his way through the crush after their last class of the day and tapped them both on the shoulder. "Hey," he said, "is there someplace we can talk alone?" The two exchanged a look. "Clock Tower?" Harry asked. Hermione shook her head. "Too exposed. Let's try to find a classroom upstairs." They doubled back, ducked around a corner, and climbed a couple of flights to lose the crowd. Ron wasn't really sure where they were going, but Harry and Hermione had got pretty good by now at evading Harry's fans, so they were soon on their own. Another couple of turns just to be sure, and they slipped inside an unused classroom, checking first to make sure Peeves wasn't inside. Ron eyed the strange pair over for a minute. "So, a cat, huh?" he said. "Yeah," Harry said. "How did that happen?" "As far as we can tell, it was accidental magic. Do you remember how I said my muggle relatives didn't really want me?" Ron thought back and nodded. "Well, I couldn't stand them either. When I was 5, I wanted so bad to run away that it just happened. But how's that possible? Aren't animagi like really rare?" "Registered ones are really rare," said Hermione. "I looked up the numbers of known animagi before and after the registry was in place. And I bet there's more unregistered ones than registered. Professor McGonagall thinks there's no real limits to accidental magic," Harry added. "This is just really rare. He glanced at Hermione. "The Sorting Hat told me it's happened twice before, but we don't know who or when." "Wicked," Ron breathed. "Your relatives must have been pretty bad, though, if you turned into a cat to get away from them." Harry looked very uncomfortable at that. "Well, yeah, they were," he muttered. "But please don't mention it. It's all been taken care of, and we don't need people prying into it." "Sure thing, mate," Ron said automatically before his thoughts turned to the thing that, rightly or not, had been increasingly bugging him about the whole affair. "I can't believe they're giving you both an Order of Merlin." He grumbled a little. "Yeah, me either," Harry said to Ron's surprise. Harry sounded even more annoyed than he did. "What?" Ron said. "I don't want it," Harry said sharply. "You don't want it?" Ron said in disbelief. "I don't deserve it." "What do you mean you don't deserve it?" "You caught a Death Eater." "I wasn't trying to. I was going to tell Professor McGonagall and let her take care of it. I'd never go after a Death Eater myself, if I could help it. It was just bad luck the way it happened." Ron's annoyance started to get the better of him. "Let me get this straight. You catch a Death Eater without even trying. Fudge gives you an Order of Merlin, and you call it bad luck?" "Unfortunately." "Well, then if you didn't want it, why didn't you just say so?" Ron said angrily. "Ron," Hermione chided, "because I knew Fudged never let me get out of it. I bet if he was minister in 1981, he would have tried to give me a first class for beating Voldemort." Ron squeaked in horror, but he quickly regained his composure when Harry and Hermione rolled their eyes at him. "Sorry. So if you didn't want it, why'd you make them give Hermione one?" "Because she teased me mercilessly about it, and I thought if I have to put up with it." "Then so does she." "Prat," she said, whacking him in the arm. "Besides, she deserves one as much as I do." "What?" "No, I don't," Hermione protested. "Sure you do. I told them I couldn't have done it without you." "But Harry, that was a lie. I didn't help catch Pettigrew." "Of course you did. That's what the cover story says." But you know that's not what really happened. You did all of it. No, I didn't. I wouldn't have gone in there at all without you backing me up. And you helped stop him from getting away. And you stopped Ron from grabbing him a couple times. Ron sighed at that. And now they're giving both of you an Order of Merlin. Ron, No, I get it. I was the one screwing it up, Ron said unhappily. No, I was the one who screwed it up, Ron, Harry insisted. The plan wasn't even to catch him. It was just to find out what he was and tell McGonagall. Anyway, it's not your fault you didn't know what was going on. Yeah, Ron grumbled. Look, if I could have thought of a reason to ask for one for you, I would have. I wanted to ask for one, for Sirius, just for putting up with 10 years in Azkaban, but I didn't think I could get the votes. Sure you could. You're Harry Potter. No, I couldn't. You saw how we barely got Sirius acquitted. I bet you could have convinced them not to give you the award, Hermione suggested. Hey, I just heard my parents' last words. Harry snapped. I wasn't thinking straight. No one spoke. Ron and Hermione both looked appropriately shamed by that. Harry slowly relaxed and turned away from them, cat-like, before Ron worked up the nerve to say something. Look, mate, I'm sorry, he said. I know I shouldn't be mad. You're a good guy, kinda strange, but still good. But it's kinda not fair, you know? You're the boy who lived, you're rich and famous, you're the youngest Seeker in a century, you're an Animagus, you caught a Death Eater already, and they're giving you an Order of Merlin. It's not like I can ever top that. Nobody can top that. Except maybe Dumbledore. Harry gave him his trademark stare. Ron had never noticed until now just how cat-like he acted. Yeah, well, I don't think that's any more fair than you do, he said. I lose my parents, and suddenly I'm this great hero, and now everybody I meet stares at my forehead. I'm okay with the Quidditch thing, 'cause that's actually something I did myself. But rest of that stuff was just luck. Luck? Really? Ron asked skeptically. Yes, really. Boy who lived? Pure luck. Or else something my parents did. Animagus? Accidental magic. Caught a Death Eater? Screwed up the plan. Order of Merlin? Blame fudge. I know it's hard to believe, but I actually like being a normal kid. That's what I was in the Muggle world. He saw the look on his sister's face. Or tried to be. Well, I don't really get that, but all right, I guess, Ron said. He wrestled with his next question and finally said conspiratorially, So, you got any other secrets I should know about? Hermione gasped indignantly. Ron, that's not very polite. Well, it's just that I'm already in on the cat thing. So, sorry, but we try to keep our secrets pretty close under wraps, Harry said. You already know more about me than almost anybody, and it's not like we're not going to tell you where we live or anything like that. He glanced at Hermione. Ron heard a strange crackling sound and saw Hermione shrug noncommittally. I guess there's one other thing we can tell you. It's not super secret like the cat bit, but we don't really want too many people to know about it. Ron nodded. We can both do wandless magic. You're joking? Nope. But both of you? Harry turned around and waved his hand. A book on the teacher's desk lifted into the air. Hermione immediately followed suit. Bloody hell, how can you both be able to do that? I thought only really powerful wizards like Dumbledore could do wandless magic. No, it doesn't take that much power. It just takes a long time to learn, Hermione said idly. It's a lot different from using wands, though, Harry added. That's why we always have trouble in charms. Hermione's actually better at it than I am. Probably anyone can learn it, though. Wow. Can you teach me? Well, we could if you want to take the time. It took us 2 years to be able to do anything interesting with it. Oh, Ron said, disappointed. Well, maybe I'll try. Must be nice, though. I wish I had some kind of rare talent or something. Harry looked at his friend uncomfortably for a moment and said, You don't need to try to top anybody, Ron. Just do your best at whatever you're good at. But I'm not good at anything. Sure you are. What about Quidditch? You've been helping Hermione with flying lessons, right? Well, yeah, I guess I always thought I'd make a pretty good keeper, Ron answered hesitantly. So there you go. You got anything else? What else do you like to do? I guess I'm good at chess. Oh, you play? Harry said interestedly. 2 hours later, Ron was feeling quite a bit better about himself, and Harry and Hermione looked a little shell-shocked. And Ron smoked us both at chess, Harry said when it was all over. Yep, Hermione replied. Chapter 30. Dan and Emma Granger truly appreciated for the first time the perks of having a private flu connection to Hogwarts. Though it was ostensibly for emergencies, there was nothing stopping Dumbledore from letting them use it for regular transport. Certainly, they could have drove up to Diagon Alley and Flood from there into Hogsmeade, but why bother when they had a more direct route? Dan and Emma realized as they tumbled into Dumbledore's office that this was a very rare treat. Few magical parents ever saw Hogwarts castle up close after they graduated, and parents of Muggle-borns practically never did. Harry and Hermione were already there to help them up when they arrived, and took a look around the headmaster's office. It was a crowded place, with portraits of previous headmasters filling the walls, books crammed in wherever they would fit, many strange silver instruments twittering nonstop on small tables, and a beautiful red and gold bird eyeing them intelligently from his perch. It was enough to make them wonder if Dumbledore had gone crazy just from living in this space all the time. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, the old man said as they rejoined with Harry and Hermione. And welcome to Hogwarts. I'm afraid I'll have to spare you the tour with the students out and about. I will personally escort you down to the gates. We have a private carriage reserved for you. Sirius and Remus should already be in Hogsmeade. Thank you for allowing us this shortcut, Dumbledore, Dan said. No trouble at all. Whenever you're ready. The headmaster led them down a narrow stone staircase and past a large gargoyle out into the corridor. From there, it was a long stretch of counterintuitive stairs and hallways to reach the entrance hall. Dan and Emma had no idea how anyone could navigate in this place, but the students all seemed to handle it just fine. Unfortunately, their presence did attract some unwanted attention. Seeing Harry and Hermione being escorted through the castle with 2 adults, including a woman who looked quite a bit like Hermione herself. One of the older Slytherins put the pieces together and started yelling, Hey, what are they doing here? Muggles can't be in the castle. But the boy stopped and quailed when Dumbledore turned and sent him a harsh look. All parents of students are welcome to visit the school at the invitation of a faculty member, Mr. Jugson, he said warningly. The boy quailed and took a step back under his gaze. It is not wise to leap to such rash judgments. Jugson turned and walked away very fast. My apologies, Dumbledore said. I believe you've already seen some of the unfortunate prejudices of our world. They continued in silence until they passed through the viaduct and the long gallery and into the grounds. The rather inconvenient path to and from the carriage station was designed that way deliberately back when the castle was as much a political center as a school. Any visitors would have to pass through the grandest parts of the castle in order to get to the important places like the Great Hall and the headmaster's office. In modern times, this was undermined somewhat by the fact that almost every witch and wizard in Britain lived there for 7 years as a child, and the school received so few outside visitors anyway. Sure enough, a carriage was waiting for them, set a short distance away from the other carriages that were taking the students to Hogsmeade, a carriage that apparently moved on its own, except, what are those things? Dan said, stopping short. What are what? Emma replied, pulling the carriages. Ha, Emma. Hermione and Harry all said at once. Emma added, Dan, there's nothing pulling the carriages. Yes, there are. There's these creepy horse dragon things. Thestrals, Mr. Granger. Everyone jumped when Dumbledore spoke. Quite unique and misunderstood creatures. They can only be seen by those who have seen death with their own eyes. Dan's eyes widened slightly as he ran through the relevant facts in his mind. For this reason, and because of their carnivorous diet, they are considered dangerous and unlucky by many wizards, but I assure you ours are quite tame, very much like horses. The old man flashed a wry smile. You may pet them if you like. What, seriously? Dan said, but he cautiously approached the carriage, carefully sidestepping the beast's leathery wings. He drew on his admittedly limited experience with horses and petted it on its invisible, scaly snout. If Emma Granger didn't know better, she would have thought her husband had gone mad, petting an animal she couldn't see. In fact, considering her information came from Dumbledore, she wasn't completely ready to rule it out. There's really something there, Dan, she said. Yeah, come here, Dan said softly. She approached, and he gently took her hand and laid it against a warm, scaly, moving surface that looked like thin air. Ah, she jumped back in surprise. There was a whinnying sound as the Thestral also drew back, causing Harry and Hermione to jump as well. But Dumbledore was right, that the animal is quite tame. After all of the Grangers had had a turn petting the animal, they climbed into the carriage with Dumbledore and rode down the path to Hogsmeade. The Three Broomsticks was a crowded, old-fashioned looking inn, smoky and noisy, but the crowd parted immediately for Dumbledore, even before they saw who was trailing behind him. They quickly reached the bar, and a formidable woman in furs and leather looked up and cast a friendly eye over the group. Morning, Headmaster. What's up, the woman said. Those two look a bit young to be coming down here, she motioned to Hermione and Harry. A special family gathering. My dear Rosmerta, Dumbledore replied. They will be taking a private room. For 6. Oh, good. There you are. They turned around and saw Remus Lupin and Sirius Black standing in the doorway. Sirius looked much better after a week in St. Mungo's. He was still thin and leaned on Remus for support at times, but he was clean, his hair was combed, the color had returned to his face, and the spark of life in his eyes was that much brighter. Even in his weakened state, he already looked much more handsome than he did at the trial, and much more energetic. Harry, the man said as he stumbled forward to hug his godson. The boy seemed more ready for it this time, despite the public scene they were causing, but he still wound up patting Sirius awkwardly on the back. Harry, he repeated as he pulled away. It's amazing. You look so much like your dad. Except, with my mother's eyes, Harry finished at the same time as Hermione said, with his mother's eyes. Sirius looked between the two of them and let out a barking laugh. You must get that a lot, don't you? Only from everyone who knew them, Harry said. Good afternoon, Mr. Black. Dan said, shaking the younger man's hand. Please call me Sirius. I feel old enough already with all these potions they've got me on. Sirius finished reacquainting himself with the family, then looked to the bar. Rosmerta, you still running this place? He called. Why, if it isn't the old troublemaker himself, Rosmerta said cheekily. I should lock up the fire whiskey. Come back for your usual. Have you? As much as I'd love to, I'm not sure my liver could handle it at the moment, Sirius said regretfully. He still sounded a bit like he was tripping over his words. Give us a lunch special for 6 and 6-pack of butterbeer in a private room. Coming right up. Down the hall. All the way to the end. A couple minutes later, Sirius, Remus, and the Grangers were seated around an ornate table in the back room. Rosmerta brought in the drinks, and Dumbledore took his leave for the afternoon, promising to leave the carriage to take them back. What is this butterbeer stuff? Emma asked suspiciously as she examined a bottle. Oh, don't worry, it's only 2% alcohol, Sirius said, taking a swig. Nobody sane drinks enough to really feel it. A category that does not include him. Remus quipped. But it is good stuff. All right, you two, just the one, then, Emma told the children reluctantly. It still seems like a dream half the time. Sirius mused after taking another swig of butterbeer. It seems like it was just yesterday you were terrorizing the cat on your toy broom, Harry, and now you're riding a real one, from what I hear. Harry grinned. The trial had largely overshadowed his Quidditch victory, but the team had congratulated him again soundly at the next practice. That's right, he said. Sirius shook his head in awe. Boy who lived, Quidditch sensation. And in order of Merlin coming, we have so much to catch up on. A pained expression crossed his face. Look, there's one thing I need to know about first. Harry, he said solemnly, Andromeda told me that Dumbledore had sent you to live with your aunt and uncle after. Well, at first, he trailed off. She wanted to let him hear it from you. Remus explained, but Sirius was like a dog with a bone all week. Sirius chuckled softly at that, and to everyone else's surprise, so did Harry. All I know about Lily's sister is that she was a horrible human being and hated magic, Sirius continued slowly. I can't imagine that was a very friendly place for you. Harry shook his head and softly said, No, it wasn't. I don't know why Dumbledore would want to send you there. It was him, wasn't it? The Grangers nodded. Something about blood wards, Dan said. But they sure didn't make the Dursleys into nice people. So, they dumped you in the end? Sirius asked Harry. No, I ran away. Ran away, Sirius said in surprise. When you were, 5? Harry nodded. Harry, did they hit you? He said sharply. Harry hesitated until he realized that would give it away anyway. Twice, he admitted. The second time was when I ran away. He wouldn't tell them about the cupboard if he could help it. Remus looked angry enough at that. But Sirius, in his unstable state, let out an animalistic growl and said, I'll kill Am. Whoa, easy there, Sirius, Harry said, holding up his hands. Dan and Emma made similar noises, and Hermione let out a yelp. You just got out of prison. You don't need to be going back into one. They're muggles, aren't they? No one'll ever catch me, Sirius insisted. No, I mean you'd have to go into a prison to do it, Harry clarified. Sirius gave him a stunned look. Aunt Petunia doesn't get out for another 3 years. Uncle Vernon in 4. At the man's continued stunned look, Dan said, I think you'll find that our legal system is quite competent, Sirius. Sirius started laughing again. You already got it taken care of. He mused. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. None of that should ever have happened. What's done is done. Sirius, Remus reminded him. Andromeda told us how great Harry's new family has been. Sirius took a deep breath and nodded. I do want to thank you for looking after him so well. It's our pleasure, Emma said. Harry's a wonderful son. I don't doubt that. Sirius smiled. He raised his bottle high in the air. To family. To family, the rest of the table repeated. How was your week in recovery, Sirius? Asked Emma now that they were settled in. Quiet. Only Remus and the Tonks's to talk to. Andromeda restarted the mail forwarding to spare me getting mobbed by owls. Although somehow that guy from the Quibbler managed to slip a letter through to my hospital room asking if I was sure I wasn't Stubby Boardman. I don't know what that was about. I checked with Andromeda. Remus said. Apparently, Xenophilius Lovegood lost his wife about a year ago, and he wasn't really all there to start with, so he hasn't taken it very well. Oh, that's too bad, Emma said. Was he the one with the rainbow robes? I think he had a little girl with him. Well, be that as it may, I can personally testify to Sirius's lack of singing ability, so there shouldn't be any more confusion. Right. Now, enough about me, Sirius said, clapping his hands. I want to hear all about your life in the Muggle world and what you've been doing in Hogwarts this year. Well, that's a long story, Dan said. It all started on the 9th of November, 1985. And so, Harry and his family each took turns telling his godfather, and he was told, his honorary uncle, everything that had happened since he first showed up on their porch, only leaving out just what form he had first appeared in. Sirius and Remus jumped in with the occasional anecdote about their school days. After the first few minutes, Rosmerta had brought in their lunches, but the talking continued a long while after that. Wait a minute, Remus said when they got to the end of 1987. Did you say you started teaching yourselves wandless magic? Yes, Hermione said. It took us a while, but we've both got pretty good at it. Oh, really? Replied Sirius. How good are we talking about? Well, she smiled. Here's one I found last week. Hermione closed her eyes and held out her right hand. She started whispering to herself, more and more intently, repeating an incantation under her breath. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and she yelled out, Lacarnum Inflammary. At once, a ball of blue fire flashed into existence in her outstretched palm. Holy Jesus. Bloody hell. Merlin saggy. Oof. Remus elbowed Sirius in the side. Both wizards looked on in awe, while Dan and Emma looked a little more worried at their daughter playing with fire with her bare hands. Hermione? Emma started. It's the Bluebell Flame Charm, she explained. It feels like hot water to the touch, except the top is hot enough to boil water. And because it's not that hot, it can burn all day without fuel. Here, she carefully passed the little flame to her mother's palm, who studied it like some small animal she wasn't quite sure about. That is truly brilliant, Hermione, a grinning Remus said. I take it that shows up as accidental magic on the trace. Hermione nodded. Harry, can you do that? Asked Sirius. Not quite, but I've got most of the first year charms down. And he proceeded to cut off a chunk of meat and pop it in his mouth, all without touching anything. Sirius laughed. Moony, I think I'm dreaming again. That's amazing, Harry. Your mother taught herself some before she started school, but she was nowhere near that level. Well, I think we got an early start, Harry said with a smile. The children started explaining about their self-imposed training regimen that had carried them through the past 4 years, along with the other highlights of their lives. The plates had been empty for some time by the time they got around to starting at Hogwarts and describing starting their real classes. One of those Sirius wasn't very happy about. What? Snivellus is teaching, he roared. The Grangers all jumped. Pat foot down. Remus chided. Dumbledore hired him right after the war ended. Apparently he turned spy for the light. Not his most popular decision. I'll admit, not popular? I can't imagine that man ever being fit to teach children. Harry, if he gives you any trouble, I've got the perfect spell. Hold it, Dan and Emma said, cutting him off. Emma continued, I won't be having you telling my children to use magic against a teacher. I don't know what little argument you've got with him, but would I hope we've taught them appropriate respect? Sorry, Sirius said, hanging his head. We went to school with Severus Snape, Remus explained. He was a Slytherin, and we got in a few fights. We didn't like him. He didn't like us. He and James really hated each other, added Sirius, and I know he can hold a grudge. I don't know if he'd actually try to hurt you, but I'd be carefully around him. Hermione shot Harry a look that seemed to say, You see? I don't know. He's never been any worse to me than the other Gryffindors, Harry replied. Well, let's hope it stays that way, but I'm sure he won't be happy now that you've reconnected with us. He did seem angrier than usual in class yesterday, Hermione observed. That could have just been about the Quidditch match. Yes, but you know what happened there. We still don't know. What happened at the Quidditch match? Asked Sirius. Harry sighed and debated with himself whether to say anything. During the Quidditch match, the control and breaking charms on my broom were acting up. I kept almost crashing, he said. The 2 other wizards' eyes widened in horror. Hermione thinks it might have been Snape that did it, but I think it might have been Quirrell, the defense professor, or maybe a Slytherin with a dark artifact, or something. Dan and Emma started. This was new information to them. I don't know, I wouldn't put it past Snape, Sirius growled, even if it was just to win the match and not to hurt you. He knew a lot about the dark arts, even in school, but there was also that message he gave me, Harry countered. What message? He explained about the message coded in the language of flowers and his speculation on its meaning. Lily, Remus breathed. It's the only explanation. They were fond of each other for a long time, until they had a big falling out in 6th year. He tried to apologize afterwards, but he'd gone in too deep with the purebloods and dark arts by then. But knowing him, maybe he never got over her. Harry, Dan got them back on track. If you think someone's using magic against you, Sirius nodded in agreement, but looked like he didn't trust himself to speak. I've already got Professor McGonagall and Madam Hooch looking into it. Good, Remus said. You might want to ask Professor Flitwick too, but I think if you're comfortable around Professor Snape, that's good enough for us for the time being. Right, Sirius? Sirius growled again, but he said, just be careful around him. So what about the rest of your year? They told them about their friends at school and how the classes had been going. Hermione was at the top of the class in everything but defense, where Harry edged her out, and potions, where Draco Malfoy did. Harry was getting good marks in everything, and was second in the class in charms and transfiguration. They had both managed to catch up with their peers in charms by now, despite having to come at it from the opposite direction from most people, and put in some extra work. Harry also mentioned the connections he had made with other children of prominent families and the growing rivalry with Not and Malfoy. None of that surprised Sirius in the least. By the way, do either of you know anyone named Nicholas Flamel? Hermione asked. Sirius cocked his head, dog-like. It sounds familiar, but I don't remember where from. Why? Dumbledore's got a Cerberus penned up in the castle to guard something for someone named Nicholas Flamel. Huh, that's strange. Even for him. We think it's the same thing someone tried to steal from Gringotts this summer, said Harry. Well, I don't remember anything either. Sorry, replied Remus. The Granger shrugged and moved on, finishing up by describing the Quidditch match in all its exciting detail. And the rest you know, Hermione said afterwards. Harry, it does me so much good to see that you're doing so well. I wish I could have been there to see it myself, Sirius said wistfully. I can second that, Remus added. But we're here now. At least if you'll have us. Well, we could hardly turn you away, Dan said with a smile. And from what we've been told, Sirius is still technically Harry's godfather. Sirius beamed. And a damn good one from now on, I promise you. But Harry, what I want to know is how you managed to catch the rat without knowing who he was. When Amelia Bones said you found him, I was sure Remus had told you to look for him, which, of course, I hadn't. What I want to know how you managed to scare him that much at the trial. He looked terrified of you. Even by rat standards, Harry bit his lip and shifted uncomfortably. He really wanted to answer, but he couldn't for obvious reasons. Still, he had a hunch it was important. He turned back to his family and whispered, Mom, Dad, can I tell them? What? They whispered back in horror. Well, he is my godfather, Harry whispered again. You're not supposed to tell anyone, Emma said. You already got Ron in on it, Hermione added. Remus, who picked up on part of the argument with his keen hearing, said, Look, if it's something you need to keep a secret, we understand. Sirius reluctantly agreed. Dan and Emma started to say that settled the argument, but Harry tried one more time. He jerked his head towards Sirius and whispered, Please? He's obviously won. 2. That gave the Grangers pause. What? Harry, are you sure? Dan whispered. Positive. Dan looked up at the other two men. Look, I guess we could talk about it, but this really does need to stay secret. At this, Sirius raised his wand and lit it, saying, Marauders' honor. Remus quickly repeated the gesture. Sorry. Dan said. The Marauders, Sirius said. That's what we called ourselves, the two of us, James and the rat. The greatest pranksters of our generation. We were all best friends back then. And no matter how many wild pranks we pulled on each other, the Marauders' honor was always sacrosanct, at least until the rat. Anyway, Dan and Emma whispered to each other some more. But that seemed to be enough for them, if they would keep the secret for the sake of Harry's birth father. They reluctantly nodded. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. Here's how. Harry grinned and pushed himself with his hands, and a moment later, a black and white kitten had hopped up onto the table. Remus jerked back, so suddenly that his chair toppled over. Bloody Merlin's galloping gargoyles, he said as he couldn't figure out which figure of speech to use. Sirius just sat open-mouthed for so long the Grangers thought he'd gone into shock. Then he pinched himself, snapped out of it, and started laughing hysterically, pounding the table with his fist. It took some time for the two men to come to their senses. Harry transformed back to human and settled again into his chair. Harry James Potter, Sirius stammered. If your father could see you now, he would be so proud. How in the name of all that is magic did you manage to become an animagus at age 11 when it took us till we were 15? 5. Actually, Harry said sheepishly to more shocked looks. We think it was accidental magic. That's how I ran away from the Dursleys. Accidental. Remus said in disbelief. Is that even possible? Well, I did it, and the Sorting Hat said it's seen it twice before, but it didn't say who. And here we thought you were just a famous Quidditch sensation. Actually, now that I think about it. Sirius screwed up his face, trying to remember. Back when we were learning it, I think we came upon an obscure legend that Morgan Le Fay was an animagus from birth. I doubt that's true, but still, maybe she could be one of the two. Maybe. Hermione said brightly. We'll have to look it up. That would be great if we could find a record somewhere. So, you said all 4 of you are animagus? Emma asked. No, I'm not, Remus said uncomfortably. Not everyone can do it, but the other 3. We started learning in 2nd year, Sirius said. Hermione's ears pricked up at this. Finished in 5th year. Wormtail, that's Peter. He's a rat. As you know, James was a stag. We called him Prongs. He made a gesture with his hands that looked like antlers. And as for me, you're a dog, aren't you? Harry jumped in. Sirius twitched in surprise, but he grinned, drew his legs up, and transformed into a large black dog sitting on his chair, eliciting a squeak of surprise from the Grangers. Harry managed not to flinch. He barked once and changed back. How did you know? It was kind of obvious, the way you were begging on Sunday. Plus the way you laugh like you're barking. And that dog with a bone joke. I'll have to be more careful about that, the dog man replied. I'm not registered, as I'm guessing you're not either. Anyway, I was Padfoot. Remus was Moony, he added without explanation. But you, Harry, a cat. I mean, I could have hoped for a stag, but still, that is just too perfect. Harry, if you ever see that rat again, eat him. Harry, we don't eat people, Emma said quickly. Even if they're evil. Speak for yourself, Sirius said. Remus looked very uncomfortable for a moment, but Sirius continued. You know, we have to give him a Marauder name, Moony. We can't very well keep him out now that he has an animal form, especially after he got rid of the rat. True, Padfoot, Remus said. What did you have in mind? The 2 men huddled together and whispered to each other for a minute, taking occasional glances at Harry. When they turned back to him, Sirius drew his wand and tapped Harry on each shoulder with it, saying, By the power vested in me as the senior remaining Marauder, I, Mr. Padfoot, do hereby dub thee Mr. Ratsbane, son of Prongs. May you use your power only on those deserving of mischief. Let's keep the mischief to a minimum, Emma countermanded him. We've had enough of it already for 1 year. No harm in a little fun. Emma, Sirius pouted. Besides, honestly, being Prongs' son, I can't imagine him not getting into something he's not supposed to by Christmas, Remus suggested. I think our children have reached their quota already, Emma said dryly. No one spoke for a moment, and an awkward silence started, until Dan saved them. We do hope we can see you at Christmas, he said. We'll be in town. Magically speaking, that is. We're going to the Diagonal Theater's Christmas play. Oh, right, Sirius said. Andromeda mentioned something about that. What's all that about? We've been talking to Lord Brocklehurst's great-granddaughter, Mandy, and she recommended it, Harry said. They're doing The Wizard and The Hopping Pot. Sirius looked perplexed. The one where the hopping pot saves the wizard from a mob of muggles by eating them. Apparently, that's a more recent retelling, explained Hermione. The original is all about helping muggles. Cousin Andy's seen the script, and she thinks it's going to be pretty good. Well, in that case, I'll be sure to be there. He shot Remus a look. We will. He'd learnt over the years to trust Andromeda's judgment. Dan whispered something to Emma, and after a little back and forth, she nodded happily. She said, Sirius and Remus, we remember how great it was giving Harry his first real Christmas 6 years ago. We think it would only be fitting if we had the two of you over for Christmas this year, so you can share it with Harry and Hermione. And, frankly, you both look like you've got a few Christmases to make up for. The children were quivering with excitement. Remus smiled weakly, but Sirius grinned broadly, tearing up a little. That's very generous of you, Emma. Dan, he said. We'd love to join you for Christmas. Right, Moony? If it's not too much trouble, Remus said with a very uncertain look. I'm sure you have other family. Just my parents, Dan said. They won't mind. They'll love to see more magic. You told your parents? Sorry, I'm no expert, but I don't think you're supposed to do that. Technically, we're not, but what the ministry doesn't know won't hurt them. Sirius grinned melodramatically. You rebels, so you can bend the rules after all. I'm glad Harry met someone who can carry on the tradition. Bend, Remus quipped. Well, you know what I mean. Thank you all so much. Our pleasure, Sirius. So we'll see you both, then, Emma said. Christmas morning at 8. Let's say. Sirius nodded eagerly, but Remus looked reluctant. Is there something wrong? Emma noticed his face. If you have other plans. No, it's just, it's my furry little problem, Sirius suggested. Remus glared at him for a moment, but he answered, yes, and hung his head. I'm sorry, what's wrong? Emma said. Remus hesitated again, but he nervously explained, well, I suppose you really do have a right to. No, I'd really rather you didn't spread this around, but he took a deep breath. I suffer from a chronic illness, which is not dangerous as long as it's managed properly, but which does require me to be confined away from other people once a month. The Grangers just looked at him, confused. The choice of words seemed odd. Why would he say dangerous and not contagious? Seeing the looks on their faces, Remus took another deep breath and said, It's lycanthropy. Lycanthropy. Dan said, You mean you're a werewolf? Yes, that's right. He braced himself for the inevitable reaction. Even people who didn't have a problem with werewolves on an intellectual level tended to react with fear and disgust in the actual presence of one, but it never came. Even the children wore looks of neutral appraisal. You mean like full moon, silver bullets, and all that? Dan asked. Of course, Moony. Remus was caught between a chuckle and a groan. They apparently hadn't read much about the subject. The silver bit is a myth, he said. It doesn't actually do anything. But yes, on the night of the full moon each month, I unwillingly change into something like a large wolf with an insatiable desire for human flesh. And it is at that time that the disease, or the curse, if you will, is contagious. I was bitten as a small child. It was only by extraordinary intervention on Dumbledore's part that I was able to go to Hogwarts at all. Werewolves are considered dangerous to be around. And during the full moon, that's unfortunately quite correct. In the old days, I'd have to go somewhere far away from people and lock myself in. He lowered his voice instinctively. During our school days, that place was the Shrieking Shack at the edge of the village here. However, Sirius, you won't know this, but in 1984, a potion was invented that allows me to keep my human mind during the transformation. Sirius choked and spat butterbeer all over the table. It does, he said, coughing. It does. Remus, that's wonderful. That's halfway to a cure, he said, looking like Christmas had come early. He hugged his friend warmly. I can only hope, the werewolf said with a small smile. With the wolfsbane potion, I can just curl up somewhere private during the full moon. It's much safer and less painful when I can afford it. That is, the potion is very expensive and difficult to make. Moony, you'll never have to worry about that again, Sirius said firmly. I'll pay for whatever you need. You don't. Don't you dare turn me down, Moony. Anyone with eyes can see this is the best thing that's happened to you in the past 10 years. And there's no way I'm going to deprive you of that. All right, I can tell you're not going to let me say no, Padfoot. Anyway, I can understand if Christmas is something of a problem. Remus said softly. Well, when is the full moon? Dan started. 21st of December. Oh, well, that's fine. Then, really? You don't have a problem with? Remus said in spite of himself. Why not? You said yourself that it's only dangerous during the full moon. Yes, I did. It's just that most wizards, well, they're afraid. Dan actually chuckled at that. Remus, 6 years ago, we adopted a boy knowing full well that he was a target for dark wizards. By now, werewolf barely even registers. We have no problem with you being a friend to us. Remus flashed a broad smile. It was so rare to find acceptance in the magical world. But of course, the one person he most wanted to hear from had been watching silently through all this. Harry! He stared, but his words failed him. Harry blinked slowly, then smiled. He could see the feline traits showing through now that he knew what to look for. Remus, I'm a cat, my godfather's a dog, and my cousin's a shapeshifter, Harry said. Why shouldn't I be friends with a werewolf? Not to mention, Hermione added, that we've got a friend who's half giant, a teacher who's a cat, another one who's half goblin, and another one who's dead. Dad and Harry are right. Being a werewolf shouldn't matter at all. Remus shuddered and actually broke down and started crying for the first time in this whole affair. He reached over and hugged both children. Harry, you have no idea how proud James and Lily would be. You can look past the prejudice, and you found a family that can do the same. That's truly a rare feat, and I'd love to join all of you for Christmas. Sensing the conversation was finally winding down as Remus collected himself, the group started picking up the plates and bottles. Stay in touch, all of you, Sirius commanded. I want to hear about more great magical exploits from you, Pop or, Cub, and you too, Kitten. Harry sniggered at the impromptu nicknames. Hermione seemed less enthused, but said nothing. It'd be nice if we could show you what we're doing instead, Harry grumbled. Yes, it's too bad we can't practice with our wands outside of school, his sister added. Oh, you can at my place, said Sirius with a start. The ministry doesn't police it in magical households. They can't tell who cast the spell, so they rely on parents to keep their kids in line. Not that a lot of purebloods do. What? But that's not fair. Hermione jumped in. That's the point. Guess who wrote that law? Well, fair or not, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that, Emma said. I think we'd feel better if we could keep it above board somehow. Well, if you insist, I might have an idea about that, Sirius said conspiratorially. Remus, did you ever get that mastery in defense? Remus grinned. That I did. Then that makes it easy. You can hire Remus as a private tutor and call it defense lessons. From what I've been hearing, no one will question that for the great Harry Potter. Harry rolled his eyes. That way, the kids can demonstrate what they're learning and get some extra instruction. Oh, that'd be wonderful, exclaimed Hermione. Please can we do that, Mom and Dad? Yeah, can we? We've been wanting to start learning dueling, Harry reminded them. I think that's an excellent idea, Dan told them. We weren't too happy that we'd have to wait 5.5 years to see what our children are learning, minus the Wandless bit. Great, said Sirius as they left the room, rejoining the bustle of the 3 broomsticks. In fact, why don't you all stay at my place the week between Christmas and New Year's? It's the least I can do for my godson, especially after you're opening your home to us. Dan and Emma wanted to remind Sirius that they were only having him and Remus over for a day, but they thought better of it. After all, the Tonkses had done the same for them, too. I think we can make that work. Where are you staying? Well, at first I thought I'd just leave everything and find my own place, get a flat in London, you know? I never wanted to set foot in my old house again after being disowned by my family. But Andromeda came and talked to me. I'm sure you know she can really drive a hard bargain. She managed to convince me that the best revenge I could get on my family was to take those 7 centuries of black dark magic and blood purity and turn it all on its head. Embrace my lordship, turn the Blacks into a light side family, clean up the old house. Everything. So that's what I'm going to do. The fact that she wanted to be reinstated in the family probably had something to do with it. Remus snickered. Andromeda Tonks was pretty mild-mannered most of the time, but she had ways of getting what she wanted. I could disown Narcissa, too, but Lucius Malfoy's richer than I am, so it won't make much difference. I will disown Bellatrix, and I'll add Dora to the family tree, too. Having a half-blood on the family tapestry will have my mother rolling in her grave all by itself. Sirius barked with laughter to the uneasy looks of the Grangers. Anyway, it's 12 Grimmauld Place in London, but you won't find it directly. It's unplottable. Just look for number 11. Then he turned and sized up his ragged friend. And Moony, I insist you come and stay with me. Unnoticed by most, 2 red-headed boys sitting at the bar choked on their butterbeer and spun around whispering, Moony? Sirius. I couldn't. Nonsense. It's no less than James would have done for you, and did do for me. That one really got to Remus, but the werewolf still looked reluctant. All right, I insist you come and help me clean the place up. According to Andromeda, it's been empty for 6 years, and Merlin only knows what's breeding in there by now. I might have a heart attack if I run into a boggart, and I'm going to need all the help I can get to have it ready for the New Year's party. New Year's party? That's what I said. Since when are you having a New Year's party? Since right now. Invite your friends, he added to Harry and Hermione, who giggled. So what do you say, Moony? All right, you got me, Padfoot, he said slowly. The 2 boys at the bar jumped and whispered, Padfoot. They started jostling each other. You got the map. One said to the other, Please tell me you've got the map. Of course I've got the map, the other boy said. Had to bring it, just in case. The 2 boys did have a permission slip for Hogsmeade, but leaving the option of smuggling contraband back into the castle open called for something a little surer. It's been great meeting you both, Sirius, Remus, Dan said as the Grangers made to head out to the carriage. Likewise, Dan. Emma, Hermione, Harry, Sirius responded. And after another round of handshakes, hugs, and goodbyes, the Grangers left the pub. And as soon as they did, two rambunctious red-headed boys ran up to the two wizards. "Excuse us," Lord Black, the first, said breathlessly. "Mr. Lupin, we couldn't help," the second continued, "overhearing what you were saying. I take it you're the infamous Weasley twins?" Remus asked. "The two and only," the first twin said with a grin. "We heard your little nicknames. And if you're really Moony and Padfoot, you'll know what to do with this." The last line was delivered by both twins as they held out a large but blank piece of parchment. The two men's eyes widened. "Well, would you look at that, Moony?" Sirius said. "Didn't think I'd ever see this again. I always figured Filch Burnett, Padfoot," Remus replied. "Apparently not. Since these two have it, I'm guessing it still works." With wide grins, the two Marauders touched their wands to the parchment and said in unison, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink lines fanned out from their wand tips, spreading out of the edges of the parchment, and began to form words. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map. Fred and George immediately dropped to their knees and kowtowed to their heroes, exclaiming, "We're not worthy! We're not worthy!" Sirius and Remus both howled with laughter. "We never thought we'd get a chance to meet you," one of the twins said. "This map has been the secret of our success," the other added. "Fred Weasley and George Weasley, at your service," they said together with another bow. Sirius laughed again. "Oh, this is great," he said. "I've got to show this to Harry." At that, he ran out the front door calling, "Dan, Emma, could I borrow Harry for a minute?" Sure enough, a minute later, Harry came back in the door with Sirius. They approached the twins. "Messrs. Weasley and Weasley," Sirius said formally, "I would like to introduce you to Mr. Ratsbane, son of Prongs." Fred's and George's jaws hit the floor. "Harry, this is our greatest creation," Remus said. "The Marauders map. It shows everything that happens in the castle and all of the secret passages." "Wow," Harry said as he examined the tiny dots moving about on the parchment, each marked with a tiny name. "It's been a brilliant help to us, Mr. Ratsbane," Fred said. "Indeed." Then a look of horror crossed George's face. "But if you're Moony, Padfoot, and Prongs Jr., he said astutely, then Wormtail was our mutual acquaintance, the rat," Sirius confirmed harshly. "That is just sick." Fred spat. "Not worthy to attach his name to this sacred document," George added. "No, you're quite right," Sirius agreed. "Do you remember the spells to modify it, Moony?" "I believe so." Padfoot. The two men waved their wands over the map, muttering an incantation. And Remus said, "Mr. Moony and Mr. Padfoot have found Mr. Wormtail to be guilty of treason of the highest order, a breach of the Marauders' honor, leading to the murder of Mr. Prongs. As such, Mr. Wormtail is hereby immediately and irrevocably expelled from the Marauders." Suddenly, the map shuddered, and the ink swirled violently. Harry could have sworn he heard a pained, squeaking sound emanating from it. When it settled down again, the first line read, "Messrs. Moony, Padfoot, and Prongs." "Much better," Remus said. "Agreed," Fred and George said. They tapped their own wands to the map and wiped it with a quick, mischief managed. Then they whispered to each other for a moment. "Mr. Ratsbane," they addressed Harry, As much as it pains us, Fred started, and it really does. We think this is rightfully yours. They handed the map to him. We just hope you might let us borrow it once in a while. Sure. Thank you, Harry started. Now hold on. Sirius stopped them, snatching up the map. I'm the godfather here, Harry, and it would be very irresponsible of me to entrust you with this kind of power. He grinned and handed the map over. So, don't get caught. Thank you for listening to Part 3 of the Accidental Animagus. Chapters 21 to 30 have been a thrilling ride, filled with growth, danger, and magical revelations. We hope you're as captivated as we are by this incredible story. What did you think of this part of the story? Which moment surprised you? Or what theories do you have about what's coming next? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. We love hearing from you. If you're loving this audiobook, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with your fellow fans. To support Grimoire Audiobooks even more, join as a channel member. Your support helps us bring more magical content to life while giving you access to exclusive perks. The Accidental Animagus reminds us that every journey, no matter how challenging, is a chance to uncover the magic within ourselves. Until next time, stay curious, stay adventurous, and keep seeking the magic in every story. See you soon.